Hello, dear readers. Welcome back to my channel. Today, we follow in the footsteps of a special staff member. I hope you enjoy the video. Deep inside, the forest is a prison, but everything is covered in layers of thick shoes. Deep inside, there are no signs of life. Only the sight of a red-skinned young man, blood still flowing, sitting on the ground, eyes wide, staring at the carnage around him. His eyes widened in terror, his back drenched in sweat as he struggled to comprehend the sandstorm. Why here? All he could see was a towering black monster staring down at him. In his hand, he clutched a red-skinned man, two old, red-skinned figures screaming like death signals. Disappointed by the death, his whole body trembled as he desperately called for help. Help me. Suddenly, a black shape darts through the thick mud, brushing against the young man's feet. He quickly pulled him into the deep forest, where the other young man could only try to hide. The blister followed the blood, drawing them deeper into the woods. The next morning, the red-skinned youth was found mutilated beyond recognition. A voice lamented, "The mountain is rising, what a pity." The group who found him wondered why they'd returned to this forbidden place. Uji, weary, raised his hand to stop him, saying more victims meant he had to write a report. Mud scattered in the air, drawing everyone's attention as a familiar sound, and a dark shadow emerged from the forest. Calmly, the young man reached into his jacket pocket, retrieving a carefully wrapped knife, and pulled a string into his hand. As if intimately familiar with this, he held the blood-soaked knife in his hands, which quickly blackened, along with the blade, as her blood rapidly changed. The young man, barely able to endure the pain, screamed incoherently, pointing towards the black shadow emerging from the forest as the police finally arrived. A black shadow retreated, its blood-red skin concealed like the familiar knife in her hand. Kang Chana didn't like it. Her red eyes blazed as she declared, "Let me handle it." I only saw her holding the long red knife like a flower, her hand moving towards the monster before her. In the sunlight, like the power of the sun itself, her shadow showed no fear. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a house stands silently beneath a smoke-filled sky. Inside the Seoul City Hall, ninth-grade civil servants await their turn. I sat in the house's toilet, a person who kept swearing. Dead. Han Maru sat there, hugging himself tightly, disappointed, singing in his head, not wanting to go home, too tense, too nervous, his heart about to jump out. The pressure mounted, and he clutched his head, chest heaving, repeating that he couldn't do it. In his eyes, a light flickered like the little bird's soul, its shadow hidden within. Panic seized Maru as the tension in his eyes mounted, sweat pouring down his face. A dark voice echoed, warning, "What are you looking at? You're dead." He quickly regained his composure, calmly gazing at the light streaming in from outside the door. His mood gradually stabilizing, though his expression made it clear he was angry at his illness, the egg of chaos worrying him to death. In the waiting room for his job interview, the TV broadcast the latest news. A jailbreak on Ganghwa Island, where 4 foreign men and women have disappeared. Downstairs, he desperately tried to convince himself he could do it, introducing himself as Han Maru, a normal 29-year-old Korean man. Throughout his studies, he maintained good grades, just like everyone else, earning a normal university degree and facing unemployment, just like everyone else. But now, after 5 years of preparation, he finally reached the interview round, ready to break free from his fate. Just then, the guide called his name, number 35 Han Maru. He stood up answering loudly, and the others sighed, wishing they could go next. Han Maru clenched his fist, thinking, "Okay, this time for sure." But before entering the interview room, he felt stiff, moving like a robot. "Come on!" In the room, the interviewer sat across from him, eyes wide, peering into Han Maru's soul. Seeing his sluggishness, he didn't even take a sip of water to calm himself when suddenly the man shouted, demanding to know what motivated him to become a public official. Immediately after being asked, Han Maru lied, replying, "I want to become a public official to contribute to the community." He offered a professional smile, but his sweat betrayed his worry. At first, he thought of his true desire, a stable life, the same every month, peaceful and unchanging. Then the man posed a difficult question. What would he do if the upper class behaved improperly? Immediately, Han Maru replied directly, "I will be straightforward about the upper class's mistakes and find solutions, while remaining flexible in handling them." At first, no one agreed with the question, fearing disaster. The interviewer then asked about his social relationships. The interviewer continued to review his file, but it was as if he'd just been told by someone who freely admitted to having a terrible image, extremely bad, and bad at communicating. And maintaining social relationships was a pressure in itself. In college, classmates would talk behind his back, calling him an ADS, an adult. At first, he felt dead inside, forced to lie and say he had great friendships and close relationships with his female classmates, which made the interviewer frown. Hanmaru knew he was playing dumb, but kept his composure, realizing his mistake and correcting himself. Sensing his nervousness, the interviewer shifted gears to the final question. What was the most difficult moment in your life, and how did you overcome it? This question is like a death sentence, making him sweat. He'd never faced true hardship, but now he had an answer. This was it. Remember what Tranan said. Keep it simple. They just want to see your problem-solving skills. He nodded frantically, face flushed, trying to remember. When he was a kid, he went to the mountains with his father. He closed his eyes, overwhelmed. He saw a terrifying image of himself as a child, surrounded by smoke, staring at something. Then he remembered a shadowy figure with ghostly, bloodshot eyes. Instantly, he felt cold. His back stiffened, his mind blank as a terrifying image flashed, a monstrous figure with countless eyes and blood-soaked hands reaching out. He saw himself covered in blood, surrounded by bodies lying contorted on the ground, and the memory of that ghostly face made him snap his eyes open. Immediately after, his vision blurred, his mind went blank, and he slipped away, the chair unable to hold him. A sound echoed as Hanmaru's power slowly faded away. He tried to look up, but everything faded away. Then, slowly, he began to see the ceiling again. His actions prompted the interviewer to rush back, asking what was wrong as Hanmaru lay on the ground, his name being called out repeatedly. But seconds later, something terrible happened. His mouth opened as if preparing for something. And then, the familiar sound of an explosion signaled that the situation was about to get much worse. That afternoon, at Hanmaru's house, he lay in bed, constantly calling out his own name. Hanmaru was furious, his eyes darting to the floor, muttering that the interviewer was surely gone. No way, don't say that. Can't we just live normal lives like everyone else? Just then, a knock at the door caught his attention. Hanmaru rushed to the door, asking who was there, only to find a tearful woman staring back at him, which made him laugh. It was his mother, furious that he hadn't answered his phone. He turned to her, asking why she wasn't at work as she followed him into the room. She placed a small bag on the table, saying she brought him food since he needed it anyway. Like a cat eyeing a fish, Hanmaru's eyes lit up, and he asked if it was salty, but his mother's answer left him deflated. Just black beans. Disappointed, he still thanked her, promising to enjoy them. Only then did he notice the surroundings, the table overflowing with food, the floor littered with old-fashioned sweet water cans. Seeing her son's hands full of food, yet the room unchanged, filled her with a helpless anger. Still, Maru's mother began to clean, without a single word of praise. "Good boy, look at the room," his mother said, but he retorted, "Mom, tell me, I'll clean up later." Then she asked how the interview went, unaware that it was a question he couldn't bear, and he collapsed. Hanmaru was in pain, having been the first to reveal his results and accidentally appearing before the interviewer. Still, he didn't blame her, patting her back, telling her to try harder next time, unaware of her strength, as Hanmaru shuddered in pain. Overwhelmed by her warmth, tears welled in his eyes as his mother pulled something from her bag, then handed him the envelope, asking if the money was gone. Hanmaru was moved to tears by her actions, but still refused the envelope, not wanting her to suffer, given her age and work. Sadly, his refusal was futile, as his mother simply rolled up her purse string, saying gently, "Listen to your mother. Take it, or he'll beat you. Thank you, mother." She turned away and fell asleep. He heard that the interviewer wasn't allowed to see the envelope. Hanmaru didn't understand what his mother meant and immediately asked. She opened her eyes as if guided, but asked, "Brother Maru, are you still going up the mountain?" Hanmaru held the envelope, not understanding his mother's words, as he traveled to a village surrounded by water, boats, and a high-altitude sea. After a long boat trip, Hanmaru was bitten by a snake, but survived. He looked at the familiar scenery, feeling forced to be there. How many years has it been? I really didn't want to come here at all. Gazing at the lush mountains, he recalled his mother's words about a spiritual teacher who could help with his job. Hanmaru followed the path, his mother's words echoing in his mind that his failed interviews weren't due to ADS or European confusion. Under the bright sun, Hanmaru pressed on, weary but determined, his mother's words echoing in his mind. His father, silent for 10 years. The senior's words rang true. The teacher said his father vanished on this mountain and his soul was blocking his path. He also said he needed to climb the mountain, offer wine, and appease his father's soul so he could finally get a job. Hanmaru breathed heavily as he ventured deeper into the forest. A small house with a green door, the familiar sea. He'd found it. He opened the door, but something made him blink. then open his eyes wide. Before him, a vision of his younger self. A smaller Hanmaru stared back, then rushed inside, only to see himself slowly closing a door. The boy, sensing a threat, saw a man inside, clutching himself in agony. The man's shadow seemed to be in great pain, sweat pouring from him as the young Hanmaru wordlessly opened the door, sunlight flooding the house. He stood upside down, silent, looking inside as the older, silent Hanmaru watched his younger self run around, screaming, "Father, I'm hungry, Father." All I see is that man breaking, screaming in pain, saying he couldn't tear anything apart. Then suddenly something made him blink, followed by a terrible sound as Hanmaru, as if crushed, stood still, looking within. But at that moment, the space inside was empty, his shadow the only reflection on the house. Despite the pain in his chest, he embraced it tightly. His hand trembled as he clutched his chest, thinking, "I'm so startled." He took a deep breath to calm himself, then exhaled slowly, letting the air fill his body. Knowing he couldn't stay long, he retrieved a bottle of wine to fulfill his mother's request. Finish it quickly and descend the mountain, gently pouring the wine into a paper cup. Then, in a moment of sorrow, he held the wine cup, paused, and then spoke to his father. "Father, I hope you're at peace. Mother asked me to come here." He poured the second glass, wishing his father happiness, and then asked the mountain god a favor. In his grief, he recounted his father's passing to the god who had seen his hardships. He poured the third glass onto the ground, saying his mother struggled to raise him alone, and asked for help finding a stable job. When suddenly, a familiar sandstorm arose. It slowly spread behind him like the breath of a mosquito. Quickly swallowing it, he noticed something. What is that? A sandstorm? He wondered if it was a forest fire, and unsure of the situation, Hanmaru hurried after the couple back down the mountain. "This isn't good. I have to get down the mountain before something bad happens. Safety above all." Suddenly, the scent of fresh blood fills the air, and a strange voice echoes, prioritizing safety above all else. That made Hanmaru turn back, as if someone had answered him. But the sandstorm obscured his vision. He saw a bizarre, headless figure wielding a sharpened stick, advancing towards the mountain, its form becoming clearer with each step. Hanmaru froze, staring with curiosity as something approached. The sandstorm faded, revealing a sharpened bamboo spear. But something far more terrifying emerged, a monster with a beaded head, wielding a large, sharp, broken bamboo spear. For the first time, he saw the creature's grotesque face, wondering what it was. And as it approached, he was shocked, unconsciously denying reality once again. In the darkness, a warning urged him to run as fast as he could to survive. But before he could turn, a deafening sound and a strange sensation left Hanmaru speechless. He had no time to ask anything, only to look down, securing himself, because this state was correct. This is why he was given a run, to participate, to get something so as to actually carry on living. I still have a glimmer of hope, but I'm at the end of my rope, covered in blood, but I'm gritting my teeth. He tried to stand and flee, summoning every last bit of resolve, closing his eyes and using all his strength. He was still alive, but unable to die, and another monster caught the scent of fresh blood in the air. It lunged at his face, its long tongue replacing Hanmaru's view, repeating its mantra of safety above all with a terrifying expression. It washed over his face, spewing from its mouth with a long tongue, and Hanmaru was paralyzed with fear, able only to close his eyes. Inside the monster's mouth, he saw something like a pair of green eyes, shocking Hanmaru to his core. It was like a plate of jelly stuck to him, and he was too afraid to even speak, desperately trying to avoid the monster's gaping maw, like a dragon's. It bit Hanmaru's shoulder, and he was frozen in terror. He was so scared he couldn't even open his mouth as the monster's roar echoed, its terrifying face slowly turning towards him. Its tiny green eyes widened, revealing the blood vessels within, and a terrifying blackness lurking deep inside. That darkness filled Hanmaru with unease, and after staring directly at him, he was overcome with emotion, unable to speak. A strange space filled with countless, rumbling ghosts tearing each other apart, their painful howls echoing like thunder. At that moment, a pair of green eyes witnessed the terrifying scene of the rumbling ghost, and Maru, hearing something, wondered what it was. "Who's talking to me? I can taste something like metal." This is the scent of a dying star. Lost in thought, he hears the lake's stream calling out to him. Who could be calling him now? His eyes fluttered open, finally seeing the light, and the ghost was struggling to speak. This was a forbidden area. What was he doing here? Maru shook his head, taking in his surroundings. He was shocked to find the rumbling ghost gone. Quickly, he recounted what had happened. Where was the monster? And where was the treasure? But that story made the ghost press him, asking what happened, what he saw. Maru replied that a storm appeared, then a monster attacked. Hearing that Maru was attacked, Deokman panicked, saying he almost died when his shoes were stabbed, while Maru rubbed his stomach where there was no wound. Those words confirmed Deokman and Jiwon's suspicions, and they were shocked. Deokman recalled the rumbling ghost and the forest, admitting he thought the sign was broken. Maru stared blankly, but she couldn't believe he'd killed it, while Jiwon noted that even with the ghost's blood, he couldn't use its power immediately. Deokman pondered, unable to find an explanation. He turned to Maru and asked, "Hey, seriously, do you remember what happened yesterday?" Growing impatient, they demanded an explanation. "What do you mean yesterday? Just take the power and be done with it." Realizing a day had passed and still reeling from the monster's attack, he was furious at the wasted time, seeing Maru's actions. Deokman surmised that if he'd defeated that ghost, he must have gained some potential, right? Besides, he was still safe after yesterday. Ji-won thinks he hasn't grasped the situation yet. Deokman didn't elaborate, simply stating that Maru needed to figure out what happened, as they had experienced the same thing. Ji-won says he has to participate, but Maru doesn't understand what he means. Without much explanation, he simply said to find him a shirt to change into. The scene shifts to a peaceful residential area, bathed in warm sunlight. Inside a house, the space is quiet and strange. Ji-won says he's tired, and Maru is getting scared. He tried to endure, but they were so strange. What was with their performance? They looked so scary. A booming voice cut through the unsettling atmosphere, and then that person quickly headed for the belly. With that reaction, I'm Young-eun from the EU, head of the Seoul Ulung main office, welcoming all new employees to the Ministry of Environment. Before the meeting could even begin, Maru interrupted, saying he wouldn't be able to participate. Lee Young-eun, unfazed by the interruption, continued, explaining that he wasn't just receiving the Gangwon team's report, but had been hired as a professional worker as of today. Congratulations. Those words were like a fight against the British. I was recognized as a professional official, but never actually hired. Not even later. Young-eun began. Everyone in the hall knows the professional official we belong to the Ministry of Environment, right? I see. So we're not being asked if we want to continue. As you know, we fight to protect the lives of others, so never tell your family, friends, or acquaintances. If you reveal it, you will be punished for violating the national security law. These words only fuel Maru's defiance, bound by the national security law, and her troubled thoughts remain unspoken. Among them are soldiers who received their talents this month. When the devil's blood flows into the body, there's a chance of awakening a special ability. Hearing those words, I'm confused. What kind of body is this? I've never... But then he realized, what a coincidence. Was he bitten by that monster? Then, a young Yoon explained that the devil's arrow appeared in the Maethai mountainous region. Now I see the blurry images hidden within Yoon's memories, veiled by sandstorms. Sandstorms that appear with the devil's arrow. The density of the storms ranges from level 1 to 10. The higher the level, the stronger the demons that appear. Her words are sickening. Maru's eyes saw a hazy image, and suddenly his grandmother called out to Mr. Yu, a neighbor of the Englishman, Lianhu. Young-eun smiled. You have received level 7 talent, right? I look forward to your future achievements. After that, she turned to her book, seeking information from the next person, saying, It's hard to question someone before stopping them. Mr. Han Maru, the one with the level 1 talent, you've received some kind of potential. Hearing Maru's question, she could only nod through the speaker. It seems he's still unaware of his potential. Uli didn't recognize the smile in the voice, and that action embarrassed him. Was this name just laughing at him? Han laughed because he received level 7 while I only received level 1. It wasn't until later that I realized escaping this place was more important. A deafening sound echoed, shocking everyone, a grim warning that a demon had just appeared. Just then, everyone rushed toward the forest where the sound originated. I was terrified. Peering into the sandstorm, a faint glow appeared. The glow of a girl. Maru approached, wondering if the human was all right, but Chana turned back with a piercing gaze. Maru turned to a scene of chaos, a demon being stabbed in the throat. The sight of Hai-hung standing there, a demon 3 times her size being stabbed. It was Maru's first glimpse of the supernatural, and he was shocked. Not only I, but the others who climbed the mountain earlier were panicking, as a voice asked why she was so tense. I didn't care what they thought of Yang Yun. Everyone noticed. Then, with a wicked smile, she declared that training would begin immediately, pointing to a level 3 demon before me, the weakest of them all. Then, pointing at Chana, she revealed that the captain from Gangwon Island had carved a knife into the demon's brain, preventing any transfer. A familiar shadow startled Chana. Looking back, Maru calmed down, remembering that he'd defeated a demon just days before. Yoon's voice broke through her thoughts, urging her to use the old woman's power to fight the demon, a suggestion that left Maru speechless. He glanced at the level 3 demon before him, wondering how he could possibly fight it, the pain becoming unbearable once more. The pain was unbearable, his back throbbed and his heart raced uncontrollably. And at that moment, Maru's heart began to change. He knew something was wrong. What was this, and why was he so hungry again? Deep within Maru, something was about to emerge. As he lost himself in the transformation, a dark shadow crept closer to his soul. It slowly approached Maru, unseen and unknown, gently brushing his head before enveloping his entire body. His eyes shone with a ravenous hunger, devouring everything in sight, while those around him were too preoccupied with the level 3 demon to notice Maru's strange behavior. Lost in his desires, Maru succumbed to his hunger, his mind consumed by the single thought of wanting to devour. Just then, a gentle finger touched Maru's shoulder, instantly snapping him awake, his eyes widening in disbelief. It turned out Seon Uli had put his hand on his shoulder. He took a sip of alcohol. The person was too scared to cry. Then what? He washed away the water running in his mouth, stupidly pouting. No, just because I was too hungry. Uli wiped his eyes, knowing he was lying, and deep down he was scared. What a useless fool. Uli's words left Maru behind, clutching his stomach, but Maru ignored him, wondering why he'd said he was hungry. A while later, everyone gathered under the massive rocks, and Yi, Ang, and Yun stood together. Quan Wai, however, said, "Pay attention. Before you can survive here, I'll go over the basics." Looking down at the group, she continued, "The yellow dust here is caused by the ghosts. The stronger the ghosts, the more dust there is." She barely noticed the touch and continued, "Ghosts are stronger in the sand." Then, picking up a small knife with sharp claws, she sliced a deep gash into her palm, releasing a torrent of blood. The others, including Maru, stood beneath the yellow dust, unconcerned, but her fresh wound was already closing, almost without a trace of blood. She explained that they could also harness a portion of the ghost's power, and that in the sand, their wounds would heal faster. But if the wound festers, she grimaces, her voice turning cold, then we could die. So everyone be careful. She warns, turning her hands, her voice strained. Our abilities are only at their peak in the sand. Outside, nothing seemed different, while below, Uli, panting, hadn't paid attention to her words. Upset, he couldn't understand these meaningless instructions and had to listen again. Of course, the most important thing is using his ability. He looked up at the ghost beside him, then began to move, his eyes bloodshot. But what ability did he activate? Just as Uli finished speaking, he bit down hard on his own mouth. His bite was so strong it drew blood with a single snap, but strangely, yellow scales flowed into the wound he created. Suddenly, Uli was invigorated. His blood vessels surged as if a powerful force coursed through him. He clenched his fist, the tendons and blood vessels bulging on the back of his hand, his eyes wide, the blood vessels in them clearly visible. After absorbing the yellow scales, Uli felt a powerful force surge through him, his eyes glowing like the scales themselves. A sinister smile. He gently loosened the black tendons in his other hand, then pulled out one of his own fingers, now engulfed in flames. She tried to run as fast as she could, but suddenly, Yu Yangunbong raised her hand and walked away. She then looked at her mother, who cared nothing for others, and told her not to interfere. Chanang, hearing the anger, tried to dissuade her, saying it was too dangerous for newcomers. But she just stared down and whispered, "Okay, I'll do it." It was something they had to do, adapt or die. Meanwhile, the ghost's nose twitched as if sensing someone or something. Then she turned, looked to the side, and smiled. A sinister smile. She ignored everyone else, focusing solely on Maru, giggling at him from afar, but he sensed something was wrong. What was that thing looking at? The ghost shrieked, extending a hand from which a soft, white tendril emerged. Then a monstrous form erupted from her palm, growing at an impossible speed, lunging straight toward him. Caught off guard, Maru couldn't react in time, and the attack brutally pierced his body. Chanang watched the assault unfold from above, speechless and tense. Maru roared as he fell to the ground, clutching the wound on his shoulder, his hands and shirt stained with blood. He fought through the agonizing pain, gritting his teeth as the monster lunged toward him relentlessly. It crashed to the ground, the earth trembling with its power, as Maru stared in shock at its massive shadow looming over him. Though blinded, the monster still knew exactly where he was, and Maru could only shiver at his impending doom. Just then, its green hand lunged for his face, but the ground shook violently, cracking apart as if something was about to burst forth. Suddenly, a massive monster erupted from the ground and charged toward him, its stronghold so tight it threatened to tear apart. His eyes bloodshot, he bared his teeth and roared in the direction of the monster's scream, and the massive beast was subdued by one of their own. He braced himself, hands on the ground, when another figure hurtled towards him with incredible speed. Planting his feet, he leaped into the air, claws extended, and struck the monster's head. After stabbing the monster, she spun in the air and landed gracefully, but the massive creature retaliated, pulling her in with brutal force. Witnessing the bloody scene, she rejoiced, believing it was over and that he was the one who summoned the monster. But unexpectedly, a sandstorm surged into the creature's wound. Then, its wound tore open, gradually returning to its original shape. The head wound completely healed. It let out a triumphant roar, then grabbed the body of the huge monster rolling on its neck. The two panicked as the girl, overjoyed, released the wound, wanting no more part in it. Yet she grabbed the monster. With immense strength, she ripped the monster away, tossing it high into the air. The man suspected it was dead, its grip finally loosening. The monster's hand was ripped from the ground, and it stared in disbelief. The monster shrieked, clutching her tightly as it spun around, its immense strength forcing the girl's hand against it, causing them both to cry out. But then he was yanked back the other way, the force of it echoing in a deafening roar. Then he squeezed his neck so hard he gasped for air, his body shaking as he struggled to pull his hand free. His mouth stretched wide, revealing soft teeth and a long tongue, as he was drawn closer, desperately screaming for help. Elsewhere, Yuli tore off another finger, thinking to himself as the monster's scream was cut short, replaced by a faint crackling sound. This shock caused him to abandon the other man, immediately collapsing to the ground. Yuli then realized, with eyes shining like a flashlight, that he could use his detached hand to defeat the monster. The monster, enraged by the broken hand, choked himself, thinking, "Die!" The monster's neck was completely crushed, then ripped from its body and sent flying. The wind scattered his senses, and his headless body soon collapsed onto the damp grass, while his head, propelled by Yuli's power, rolled away. He wouldn't let the monster's wound touch the gold cut, but knew he had to kill it. Looking down, enraged, he saw the monster's mouth near the gold cut and heard it say, "Don't blame everything on me." His anger flared, fueled by her defiant attitude. It was all her fault, and she needed to admit it. But before Shauna could stew in his anger, he clapped his hands, praising her strength and noting the unprecedented number of people gathered. But her face suddenly fell. She realized she'd lost someone. A new person had lost their head. Meanwhile, Hanmaru took off, knowing he couldn't face that monster again. He clutched his wounded shoulder, head down, and ran, telling himself that hiding was the only way to survive. But suddenly he collapsed once more, gazing up at the sea and the massive black shadow looming before him, utterly bewildered. What else could there be? Aiyan stood far off, listening to his story without a word, powerless against the fleeing monster. Kangchana stood next to the monster, but what was it? She thought it was a performance, then realized something few others would. The monster seemed to have deliberately targeted her. At that moment, Ian turned to her, raised his hand and said it was Kangchana's room, telling her to go find him, which snapped her awake as she wondered if there was something more. The monster is dead, but the gold mine remains, staring directly at her as a large white door appears before Hanmaru. Around the door, gold mines flew, and he couldn't understand why a gate was here. Then a large amount of gold mines poured out. Then, a monster screamed as it emerged from the gold mine, slowly stepping out of the gate, while he quickly silenced it by clamping his hand over its mouth. His whole body trembled as he wondered why he had touched that thing. Uneasy, he peeked out of the grass to see where it was now. No. He stared at the door, lost in thought, unaware that the monster had crept up behind him, elsewhere in the forest. Unseen by anyone, the man screamed from afar, rushing back to Kangchana and the standing Iyan, yelling for him to run. But what had he done? He quickly got up, brushed off his head, feeling a bit dizzy. But seeing a lone house in the mountains, a chance for survival, he rushed towards it without hesitation. He screamed and desperately searched for a hiding place as dust and dirt swirled around the house. Even with the smoke seeping into the house, fear began to creep in. What was that? Though he'd escaped inside, worry still gnawed at him as he peered out, wondering if the monster would give chase. But when he opened the door, he saw the monster's shadow standing outside. That worried him, and he shouted, "You bastard, is this how you treat me?" Now that he's stopped running, he can see the monster's face, which seems almost human, even self-sacrificing. The only difference is that the monster has no eyes, just sharp teeth, and more sharp teeth on its head. Seeing those teeth, he thought, I need to escape this thing. What's that leaf-like thing on its head? What should he do now? Suddenly, a sound pierced his thoughts. He tried to open his eyes, observing where the sound came from. It was the door's lock. He entered the yard, disguised as an old woman, who then asked, "Who's there?" Her vision obscured by a thick, blinding bone, she reached out to move it. But how could such a thing exist in broad daylight? I can't see anything. Hearing the old woman's voice, the monster immediately turned its head. The old woman approached, but her vision was too poor to see anything in front of her, yet she laughed with a bright smile. The yard was filled with bright, sharp teeth, and he watched from the house, worried for the old woman's corpse. He cried out, realizing it was an old woman and he had to help, but even with his resolve, fear still gripped him. Sweat poured from his brow, but he didn't have superpowers. What should I do? Think. In his moment of fear, he recalled Yi Yang-yun's words. They, the demon Lasat, possessed the power to heal wounds in the sand. He was like a dead man. A thought then struck him. Rather than save a stranger, he should flee. He turned his back to the door, deciding he had to live first. The old woman, trying to see more clearly, shielded her eyes and asked, "Who's there? Is that Zhang Shap?" The demon Lasat, hearing the name, repeated it over and over. Zhang Shap, Zhang Shap. The old woman drew closer, wondering why there was no response. Coming close enough to see, the old woman panicked, realizing it was a demon, not Zhang Shap, she sought, a towering figure of bone. Panic-stricken, the old woman fell, then rose, exclaiming, "Ah, what is that?" The demon gazed at her, slowly repeating the name, Zhang Shap. She pointed forward, commanding the sharpened stones to fly straight at the old woman. With a gesture, the stones swirled forward, striking the demon and drawing blood. In a panic, the old woman closed her eyes, but when she felt nothing coming, she slowly opened them again. Before her stood Maru, shielding her from the stones with his body. Though injured, he smiled, asking if she was all right. The old woman was worried for him. She was okay, but then he collapsed. She rushed to his side, seeing his hand torn to pieces, blood dripping. Her grandson's hand. Even so, he reached for her, but she fled. He was consumed by self-pity, cursing his weak powers, wondering why he only possessed Zhang Shap's demonic abilities. He was as sharp as I am. How important are superpowers, really? He was gravely injured, but the demon behind him didn't care and simply smiled. He was still blaming himself, thinking that if he didn't have powers, he would die and be unable to save the old woman. As he thought this, his consciousness began to fade, and everything blurred before his eyes. Even so, he didn't care, crying out, "I don't want to die, please save me." But with so much blood loss, he could only weakly plead, "Please, someone save me." His immense power caused him to fall, and his brother's attack weakened the demon, leaving it gasping for air. He clutched at his torn neck and fled, abandoning the old woman lying nearby. Chana was shocked to see the demon, unable to recover from a new recruit's bite. She couldn't understand it, but with the focus of a seasoned captain, she pushed it aside and pursued the fleeing demon, a third-class demon who wouldn't escape her grasp. She immediately jumped for the axe to take down the demon, grabbing a stone and stabbing it through the demon's head. With all her might, she squeezed it until blood dripped from her hand and mouth. Then the stone transformed into a sword, the demon's superpower. The demon was doubled over, and she unleashed her power, hurling the stones at him relentlessly. But when she looked up, they were circling her. Her eyes flashed yellow as she unleashed her power, using the sword to deflect the stones back from whence they came. The stones struck the demon, causing him pain, and before he could recover, she leapt forward, plunging her sword down. With a swift strike, the demon split in two, unleashing an agonizing scream. Then the demon split in two, and after the stab, she gently fell to the ground. Blood now covered her face as the demon disintegrated into dust. She rose and went to the old woman, who was still lying on the ground, lifting her gently as she asked, "Are you okay?" The old woman slowly awoke, asking, "Are you awake? It seems you've forgotten everything that happened." She stood up, looking around. What happened? Not wanting to worry her, she lied, "It's nothing. Just a wild animal from the mountains." The old woman was furious. Those wild beasts again. At the same time, she was relieved the demon had vanished with the sand. She reassured her, "We'll take care of it. You don't need to do anything." She advised, "Go inside," then watched as the old woman closed the door, knowing it was hard for the children. As the old woman went inside, her face turned serious and she turned to Maru, but then she turned away. Chana stood before him, observing carefully. "What is this new demon doing?" She had to admit, "I've never seen such rapid regeneration." Looking at her reattached hand, she wondered if Maru only possessed Lasasu's 1-0 demon ability. Ah, damn it, what the hell? He stared at his phone, reading the notification. Luckily, I'm starting work now. The sight of the other demons running around saddened him. The soft touch made his soul soar. Oh, I don't want to go at all, he sighed. That day shocked me so much I'm still not fully awake. So I went to bed and declared, absolutely not. He told himself, even if finding a job is urgent still. Saying that, he drifted off to sleep. The truth is, he still needed to think. Maru quickly pulled Chana into bed. Come on, let's sleep first, then wake up. The room fell silent as Maru lay in bed, trying to drift back to sleep. But it was no use. The images of demons running amok, fighting and shouting, "Come back!" filled Maru with fear, waking him in a cold sweat. Huh? He sat up, breathing heavily, fear gripping him. He stared at his sweaty hands. What the hell was that? Why is it so gloomy? Panicked, Maru looked out the window. Oh, it's already bright out here? He threw open the window to see the world outside. But before him, a burning mountain smoldered, and he gasped, "What is that? Is Mount Geisen on fire?" But then, as he reassured himself that the fire wouldn't reach him, a demon appeared in the burning mountains of Geisen, standing motionless amidst the flames. It was a screaming demon, making terrible noises. Suddenly, a girl with long black hair appeared, using her power to extinguish the demon's fire. Using the demon's power, she screamed, surrounded by water droplets as her eyes turned yellow. The water fell upon the demon, who sweated and shrieked. She screamed, using the demon's power to unleash freezing waves upon it, slamming its wings shut. Then, closing the demon's wings, she landed and reported to her team leader, "Team leader, the demon never appears in the nightclub." The team leader knew but couldn't explain. "I order you to focus on preventing the fire from going out." The ice around the demon was slowly melting. The team leader retrieved his weapon, channeling his strength, ready to fight. "Let me have this." He rushed to the demon, screaming as a dark power emerged, like that of a demon. Its eyes widened with fear as it broke free from the ice, falling back to where it came from. The team leader jumped up, planning to attack the demon, who in turn channeled its power into its staff. It struck the team leader head-on, the force of which knocked him unconscious. He crashed into the tree behind him, the blow heavy and agonizing. The team leader was no exception, bearing the full brunt of that devastating blow. Seeing her leader injured, the girl rushed to his side as the demon's lava-like protrusions grew ever larger. From then on, a violent wave of lava erupted. Seeing the demon's terrifying strength, the team leader was deeply disturbed. Why? As the demon grew, so did its power, but the probability. He couldn't understand why it was getting stronger. At the Seoul headquarters, the entire building was ablaze with light, every system blaring warnings. Yang Yun, overseeing the main office, stared at the alarming red screens and asked for a status report, but the data analysis remained grim. Warning signals are coming from all areas, and over 20 earthquakes are erupting across the country. She watched the screen and reported that the lava demon's form had completely changed, and Yang Yun wondered why this had started last week during the OT. As she pondered, someone announced that the director was receiving an emergency call from the Busan main office. The call was answered, "Seoul main office, go ahead." Somewhere in the mountains of Busan, a man calls out, "Oh, sister." He introduces himself as Bai Migi Omsik, the person in charge of the Busan main office, and asks if she's okay. "When did you come to Busan?" The situation is tense, and hearing that made her uneasy, so she cut him off and got straight to the point. He smiled, realizing a gate had appeared on Mount Kim in Busan, unleashing a terrible power that hadn't closed in 3 days. Upon hearing this, she was shocked. What was happening? He continued to describe the scene. A demon's head emerging from the gate, accompanied by the sounds of death, as hordes of demons poured out. The demon was slowly emerging from the gate, and chaos erupted as everyone fought for blood. Why hadn't the gate disappeared? At that moment, a demon with a red-headed hat appeared, and she offered a temporary explanation. The demon's screams suggested it was worried about something. At this time, she screamed and shouted, her legs trembling, before uttering sounds no one could understand. He continued, reporting from Busan that the demon was still screaming, repeating the phrase, "Bring Han back here." She heard the demon screaming, "Bring Han back here." "Who is Han?" He listened on the phone, wondering what was going on. The man on the other end replied that the situation on Kim Tingsan Mountain in Busan was dire. He calmly responded, "Ah, I know." He prepared to descend, promising to handle things and call back later. Indu ended the call, spotting his objective. Without hesitation, he leapt, falling like a star crashing to earth. As he neared the ground, a primal roar tore from his throat, and his eyes began to change. He began to exert his power, distorting the space around him as he stood at the edge of the gate. A teammate turned to see him standing there and immediately asked, "Who is that?" Suddenly, he appeared and, grabbing Indu's hand, warned her of the danger. She heard a loud voice, and the demon turned toward her, a laughing face with a mouth full of sharp teeth. He leaped behind the girl, using his legs like swords to stab at her. The girl finally noticed him, narrowly dodging the attack and falling to the ground. Though she dodged the blow, she was paralyzed with fear, and the demon pressed his attack. Amidst the chaos, Indu unleashed his magic, gradually opening a gate, then widening it further. The other side of the gate was above Lasat's head, also known as Space Vest. He reached through the gate, grabbing the demon's head. He raised his head, and the demon's blood poured out like a waterfall. Everyone there was astonished by this ability as he landed and greeted them, saying they'd all been through a lot. He cheerfully shook hands, promising to take over from now on so everyone could rest. But seeing Indu, the happy man broke down in tears. The girl was curious, asking the captain who that was, and he turned, excitedly explaining that she was new and wouldn't know him. He's the first member of the Golden Demon Special Forces to wield the incredible power of the Lasat demon, and Indu begins to prepare for battle. He lowered his hand and they rested. The captain eagerly introduced Indu, the most powerful Lasat demon user. Then he witnessed the black and purple spots stretch forth from his hand, as everyone watched them spread across the mountain. Those bright spots soared into the sky with a deafening roar, eclipsing the moon and casting a purple glow from every mountaintop. The girl stared intently, wondering what those strange black and purple spots could be. Even the captain admitted it was a first for him. "I heard he has space powers," she asked. "Is that the strongest?" All those black and purple spots stretch across the land, and behind them stands Indu. With all his might, he reached out to open the space gate, revealing a desolate, empty valley on the other side. At Thonko Mountain in Seoul, the inferno rages on, consuming everything in its path, turning lush forests to ash. The demon Lasat is overwhelmed by the Seoul destruction team, whose captain appears to be at his limit. He tried to distract one hand to free the other, but both were exhausted. He had to release his hold as a sea of fire engulfed the forest. Though unstable himself, the captain could only shout for them to run and wake up. In mere minutes, the demon Lasat awaited the attack of two, as the captain turned his head. He desperately erected a barrier against the demon's might, but Lasat struck him with overwhelming force. The axe's weight nearly pinned the captain to the ground as the demon relentlessly hammered down. The barrier was at its limit, about to fail completely, and the demon's axe finally broke through, striking the captain and sending him reeling in pain. The axe sent him flying, and the demon Lasat's immense power filled him with terror. The demon hurled the axe, aiming to kill, but he dared not look, instead bracing himself behind his shield. After death. But strangely, nothing happened for a long time, leaving him struggling to understand what he was seeing. Before him, the demon was struck, frozen on the other side of the gate. It was the Hindu holding the demon's head. He dragged the demon back through the gate, pulling it away. That immense power created a sound that shook the mountain, and the demon, dealt with by the Hindu, immediately ceased its rampage. It sat still on the ground, and after witnessing the demon Lasat's treatment, he smiled, his gaze shifting to the next location. He kept his hands on his ability, this time the ability to completely transform. At Mount Tuyet Not in Gangwon, a member of the team is struck by the demon, who seems to be trying to speak. Suddenly, one of his fingers extended, striking the prone figure, who cried out in agony as the demon attacked. Behind the demon, a space gate opened. The demon was pulled into the gate, and the woman assured everyone that meant he was in Busan. At that moment, the Hindu was as cold as ice, observing the demons he had pulled back through the space gate. He observed them, then shouted for all to gather and began to unleash his power. Mana surged around him, and with a signal, a wide-mouthed demon waited. Then the other demons roared in response, their numbers overwhelming. They were in the midst of a demon onslaught, but he simply pointed a finger. He then unleashed a dark power, a technique known as space cutting, and with a single strike, cleaved their heads. With a single technique, he cleanly sliced through the surrounding demons, their blood flowing like a waterfall. This display of power stunned everyone into silence. The new girl and the team were shocked, sweating, never having seen such terrifying strength. The Hindu left one demon screaming, not completely cut, but missing a hand and half its body, as he walked back to the end, almost face to face. He dragged the demon up to immobilize him, then turned and called out, "Demon, come back here." The demon bowed his head. The Hindu asked why he'd been wandering outside all week as the demon stood by, repeating his words. He pressed on, asking who he was, but the demon only echoed the Hindu's words. "Who is he?" The demon echoed, only repeating our words. The Hindu showed no mercy as the demon fell, leaving no other choice. Now consumed by poison, the demon vowed to kill them all. But it was too late. He killed the demon, its blood splattering across his face. Calmly washing the blood from his face, the Hindu makes his next decision. They will breach that door. He dragged the person down again, purple energy emanating from his hand. From there, a drop of water trickled onto the door, and that power struck it directly. The door was immediately pulled into Hindu's spatial dimension, vanishing into the void. Watching this, the Busan team captain couldn't contain his excitement, while the new recruit sensed something profound, relieved to have him as a leader. He heard the leader was about 50, but didn't look it, while Hindu maintained a cold face, slowly regaining his strength. Silence returned, and those around the table wondered if it was the power of that space. Morning at the Seoul headquarters. Mrs. Yangun entered, and upon her return, Hindu immediately stood up. She refused to believe it, placing her hand on the TV screen. "This is the information he asked for," the Hindu replied softly. At that moment, a yellowish-pink figure appeared on the screen, and she wondered why he needed information from someone so young. He replied that the noisy ghost was searching for someone, then gazed at the people appearing on the screen. On the screen were Diokman's past actions, and she wanted to know why. In a dark place with a scary red hue, there were yellowish pinks, very colorful, but they all looked very small. A giant ghost with long hair and a woman's form was about to appear. Its eyes widened as it lurched forward, bringing Han back to the Special Forces office. Han Maru, dressed in Western attire, stands before the office, his shirt straightened, a testament to his seriousness about this new job. But no matter how prepared he was, his face remained pale and worried as he finally arrived. He remembers his mother wiping away tears of joy, proudly declaring that her son had become a public servant. Now that she's gone, she has no regrets. The proud image of her face, etched in Maru's memory, still brings tears to his eyes. He was so happy to see his mother cry like that. He always doubted his abilities, but could he really succeed here? Inside the office, Achman's ghost suddenly appeared, reeking of bitter wine, and said, "You're Han Maru, so what? I told you, you stumbled in here, just as drunk as ever. Why did you come? I don't need a ghost." Achman pulled him aside, but upon seeing the man before him, he grew angry. "Oh, you're here too?" Seong Uli, with a deep, fierce expression, glared at him, his voice menacing with each word. "Captain Ha, is this why I couldn't get a job at the Seoul headquarters and ended up in Gangwon?" Achman smiled, enjoying their pain, and asked how he could have known, saying that someone as capable as him shouldn't have that problem. "I heard Uli was becoming increasingly unhinged, Captain Ha." He smiled for 2 hours, his hand on the doorknob beginning to shake, saying, "However you came here, welcome to the group." Meru quietly observed everything, his own anxiety growing. Finally, the moment arrived, though he couldn't fathom what lay beyond. The door creaked open, and in his mind's eye he pictured a dark place with red lights and piercing red eyes. Beads of sweat trickled down his face. But inside was a scene more terrifying than he could have imagined. A group of blood-streaked people hauling and cutting something on board, accompanied by music. He was paralyzed with fear, convinced he was about to die, until the leader called out, ordering the healer to save Achman from digging his own grave. Even a little kid knows better than to go into a cave like this. Inside, there's a 30-square-meter room, a standard size for a construction crew. The area was littered with machinery, all connected by tangled wires in the water, a scene of flooding and filtration. Maru looked around. The old man looked at his wife, appearing quite different than he'd imagined. The Special Forces captain turned to him and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Go Diokman, the captain here, age 41, with 12 years in Special Forces." Then he introduced a short-haired, brown-haired woman with pale skin and glasses. Yoo Gi-gun, age 36, 7 years Special Forces. Next up is a middle-aged man, tall with thick skin and a cool demeanor. Kimmy Park, 51 years old with 7 years in Special Forces. And finally, there was a young man with big green and red hair called the male Yoo Gi-gun captain, only 21 years old and a 1-year Special Forces veteran. Diokman quickly added that he had a good feeling about this lucky, albeit nervous, newcomer. So he figured he'd found a kindred spirit. But first, he needed to get used to things around here. Then, Maru flashed what he thought was a friendly smile and greeted him. Yuli heard the call and nodded, but Maru's so-called friendly smile seemed to ignite the green around Yuli's face. He had a face, a mouth, a tongue that was written in letters. A tongue. A flash. In a small province on the outskirts where there isn't much danger, and Yukop was frank about this. And in poorer areas where the threat level is low like here, everyone has less work, and it's safer. He propped up one leg. Yukop's style. All talk, no action. Yukop, guessing his thoughts, continued. But don't think everyone here is useless. Many skilled people volunteer to be here. Maru asked, "Who volunteers?" Just then, the door opened again, and a white-haired woman with sharp eyes entered, drying her dripping hair with a towel. Maru looked up, startled, and their eyes met. That face made her freeze for a moment. But before they could talk, Ms. Jiwen chimed in, complaining about the staff, how she had to go home at night to wash her hair and come back. Chana quickly washed her hair, soaked it in water, then returned to her desk, washed her hair, went home, did something. She was always tired here, just dead tired. She put her hair up in a messy bun, glancing at the two gossiping beside her. Chana blinked, thinking, "He's here, but he shows no emotion when he looks at me." A chill ran through her. So he really doesn't remember anything after waking up. He was simply late, but quickly recovered, his face red with anger as he realized his salary could increase by millions of won. After saying that, EUCX immediately changed his tune, stepping back to his desk, knowing he could act, but choosing not to. He put his headphones back on, coldly glancing at Maru, and went back to work. Maru's lips curled as he asked a few probing questions, then, "What?" He glanced at the alarm system on the wall, then sat down, waiting for it to ring. But as the afternoon wore on and no shots were fired, the golden light streamed in, painting the room in warm hues. The clock ticked slowly, each sound echoing in the silence. Maru brought a cup of coffee, hoping for even a little sleep. How careless of him. He leaned back in his chair, radiating happiness, a joyful smile plastered on his face for a full hour. It was strange, so they didn't care about their origins, but it was the right thing to do. To kill for the people. The Hangover team was always a warm and happy team, and now they're planning a welcome drink for the new members. The sound of the bell made him happy to be here. Many don't know of the dead, yet they live and work well. As a specialist, he must do his job well. This place is truly happy. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, at the high-level specialist office, a purple-haired woman stood before the elevator, a set of reports in her hand, information privy only to top-level insiders. The elevator descended, finally stopping at floor B. The elevator doors opened, and the woman in high heels stepped out into a state-of-the-art room filled with modern technology. In the center of the room, an Indian man waves his hand before a massive glass jar, turns, and asks how things are. The woman with black hair, EUI, took the report and warned that they needed to be careful, as the fate of the dead had become more stable. He didn't answer, absent-mindedly touching the glass jar, his thoughts unknown. Outside, the sky begins to darken, the sun fading, painting the horizon with a faint orange hue. Night is coming. The Indian speaks, realizing why they've appeared so suddenly. As he spoke, he couldn't bring himself to look at the other woman, his eyes fixed on the masked figure holding his breath. The Indian was in a daze, realizing their sudden appearance wasn't the issue, but rather the coming of day. The Indian touched the glass jar, inside which a blank-faced young man with white feather-like hair was tightly bound, no different from a caged bird, but the Indian felt nothing as the situation was becoming increasingly unpredictable. Before leaving, he put his hands in his pockets, leaving only one request, that the leaders in the areas be ready to go. Though the world seems peaceful, that peace is merely a facade. The situation is confusing, and those in charge must be ready to deal with any unpleasant events. Hanmaru took a sip of bitter liquor, his face tense and shocked. As he watched the meat sizzle on the grill, the Indian knew the day was coming. Jiwena shook her hand and fell, her strong dancer's pose unwavering, even as he worried about death and hoped they could live happily. Maru agreed, but his mind raced with unanswered questions as he turned to his team leader, who seemed different. The Indian, wearing a necklace and holding burnt meat, looked happy as he replied, "I heard that on that day, devils will appear in many low-density areas, so we'll need to work harder." The higher-ups had predicted as much. Maru imagined a terrifying scene. An entire army of devils, fully armed, working together until their dying breath. Ji's imagination ran wild, filling him with dread as he realized that countless devils would soon appear, spelling his doom. The captain, clad in his ominous uniform, raised his hand, hinting at a secret. Jiwena was optimistic, raising his glass and saying, "Okay, let's just drink." Ipakit sat alone, silently enjoying his drink. The young man was drunk, bored, and just wanted to go home and sleep, while Ma Shana reminded everyone to drink in moderation, as they had work tomorrow. But Uli Han, the young man full of resentment, drank himself into a stupor at the table, still lamenting his transfer, while a golden figure with a four-fingered hand and sharp nails appeared, a hand clearly not of this world. Suddenly, dozens of hands emerged, their arms stretching with a painful sound, followed by a horn and a sharp, hard noise as the devil's sinewy heads began to appear. And elsewhere, a phone rang like a bell. Everyone was enjoying themselves, but the ringing of a bell signaled them to stop. Ji-Woon, phone in hand, declared from the mountain that the devils had appeared and the alarm had been raised. He doubted they would show themselves again. Chana immediately took off her shoes and stood on the platform, demanding to go. Uli also took off her shoes, wanting to help Chana, and asked to go with her. But Chana refused, insisting that Han Maju go with her, shocking the young man. The car rolled down the road, empty-handed, as Han Maju stared out the window, sensing the coming storm of devils. I'd only just started working, and things were already this difficult. I just wanted to enjoy my salary, and I was feeling a little sick. Then, silence. Chana screamed, breaking the air, and Han Maju turned his head around. She just drove and told me to forget what the captain said. I don't understand, and I'm a little scared. She looked at me. But how can I forget? She said those things are already on their minds. The main office has too many capable people who will take care of it. Speaking of which, even the lonely green-haired man's eyes welled up. We just need to work in this office. It's fine here. Don't overthink it. Just focus on killing the devils that appear. But then she praised Han Maju, saying he had a special ability to kill and that she looked forward to seeing it. A compliment that made him blush. The car fell silent as he blushed, sweated, and thought about being praised like that for the first time. Do you remember biting the demon Lasat's neck? I've never seen anyone with your ability before. You still don't understand what your ability is, do you? Do you remember the demon Lasat? So the demon before me was struck by that special ability? You asked again, what exactly is my ability? She smiled, telling him his ability was the sin of killing and eating demon flesh in the right way. A revelation that filled him with dread. I can't believe that's my ability. Just then, a demon appeared before them. Suddenly, a stick impaled the demon's mouth. Chana pinned the demon to a tree, stood beside it, pointed, and asked, "Now, shall I eat this one too?" She was ecstatic, thinking that if she ate them, they wouldn't be able to regenerate, and urged him to try it. He held the demon's hand, thinking that if he could devour it, it wouldn't recover. He needed to make the most of his ability, imagining the demon as a simple snake to make it easier to swallow. After saying that, he took a bite, intending to devour the demon, but he only dared to nibble at its hand. Chana was furious. "I told you to eat it. Why did you do that?" He cried, unable to eat it, while she shouted at him to hurry, sensing his fear. The next day, at Zhang's headquarters, he lay exhausted on his keyboard, practically dead. Suddenly, Guanli appeared at his desk, asking how he felt about facing the demon firsthand. "You look like you're about to die. So what? Instead of telling me to take care, you're angry that I do nothing for you." He was angry at the desk, saying that because of a weak person like you, someone with his abilities has to sit at home. The more he does, the more he seems to love you. So he's angry. Do you understand? After he left, he lamented his failure and how disappointed he was in you. Just then, the alarm blared red, waking Chana, who called out your name, Han Mazu, only to find your desk empty. In the restroom, Han Mazu was a wreck, clutching his head and lamenting his actions, trying desperately to regain his composure. How could he have eaten the demon's food? He left the toilet, his hands and feet shaking, every day. He couldn't stand it. Just then, Chana appeared, asking where he was going, and Mazu was shocked, his heart pounding in his chest. Chana asked if he was hiding in the toilet, worried that yesterday's meal was too rich and hard to digest, upsetting his stomach. After that, you saw Chana take a long breath, and you continued, saying this job didn't seem right for him, then turned away with a cough. You continue, saying that skills alone don't guarantee becoming a special officer. Many will remain ordinary, yet endure constant surveillance. I'm afraid the surveillance afterward won't be pleasant. You seem to agree there was no way out. Weakness is better than dying on a mission. Do you think living under surveillance and dying is better? More importantly, your weakness could lead to mission failure, and many people will die because of you, not for you. You told me firmly that if I didn't think I could do the job, I should take the initiative. And then you approached me. At this time, two people face off. And since you're here, I'll be frank. If you weren't, there are plenty of others who could take your place. Hearing this, I was a little confused. Having said her piece, Chana simply left him standing alone in the corridor. Meanwhile, at the Seoul headquarters, Deokman is working hard to find Han Maru, wondering where he is. It's time for you to run. Meanwhile, Chana looked at his desk as usual. Meanwhile, at a bridge in the city, Maru gazed at the scenery, content with his peaceful life, away from it all. She said all I had to do was endure surveillance to live, but death is preferable. I just kept repeating myself, that day is coming. When the numbers increase, I'll live. Mom, I have something to tell you. I stopped suddenly. Where are you going? Meanwhile, on Inwang Mountain, my mother answered the phone. Ah, I'm on Inwang Mountain. It rushed into my head. Don't go to the mountain, it's too dangerous, as I've said. My mother asked me to repeat myself as the signal was breaking up. Then she looked around and wondered why there was so much yellow sand on the mountain. I was terrified, scared to death. Then the phone went dead. I was afraid because my mom said there was yellow sand there. Meanwhile, on Inwang Mountain, the action team was dividing up tasks when a long sleeper suddenly appeared. As I was assigning tasks, I noticed a new recruit standing motionless. I touched his shoulder and asked what was wrong. Judging by the new recruit's expression, he looked up at the tree, where a laxate ghost was devouring the hand of a wicked man. It will take the skin from your hand, blood will flow, it's a ghost. And he was here after a call with his mother. He was afraid, running as fast as he could, not to be with mother. The new recruit was shaking, his face drained of all color, staring at the body on the ground, butchered and devoured by the ghost. It was unbelievable. It was all a setup to eliminate the Inwang Mountain team. The captain stood firm, knowing the rescue team was too late. He looked to his superior, Captain Ha. The captain used a special technique to help him, then ordered, Tan Bin, call for support from headquarters in Seoul and hurry. No more soldiers must die. Yes, sir, he replied. Meanwhile, near the sea and close to the Inwang Mountain warning, a phone appeared. He held up the speaker and began dialing, needing to use this phone because he couldn't get a signal inside the yellow lines. Back at headquarters in Seoul, Yang Yun told everyone that the Inwang Mountain team had called for backup. She pointed to the screen, explaining that if the ghosts escaped the yellow zone and entered the green, civilians would be in danger. Therefore, we need to help them quickly. There's no time to waste. She rallied the team, ordering everyone to move out and rescue the trapped. A car sped towards Inwang Mountain, and he leapt out, offering a quick thanks. The road to the mountain was temporarily blocked with warnings, but he watched the crowd prepare to climb, undeterred. Looking around again, he didn't see his mother, meaning she was still trapped on the mountain. He asked the mountain rescue team for help. His mother was trapped on that mountain, but he shook his head. No, it was too dangerous. No one could pass, not with those beasts lurking. I worried, what kind of monster could it be? They ran so fast only to meet their end. I searched for another way past the Inwang Mountain team's defenses, scaling the mountain, my hands gripping the rocks. I struggled to climb as my mother pleaded with me to wait for my child, but the yellow sand on the mountain grew thicker. The woman with Hanmaru's mother was being targeted by a purple glare. What to do? After that, I only saw Hanmaru's mother filming someone doing something, so she turned to hit her old friend. But she can't hit her own mother, and Yubin is fine too. A shadowy figure emerges from the sand, suggesting someone was there before, and it's getting closer. She peered through the yellow sand and a hand emerged, startling her. Hanmaru, after climbing to where the person lay, she looked up at Maru on the rocks, asking what he was doing. Why are you here? I pulled out my phone, showing a picture of my mother and Yubin's mother. I saw you on Facebook, that's why I came. She shouted, how did you get down here? Clearly worried, telling her to be careful. Yubin's mother told her that he was her son, asking if she was responsible, and she overheard Yubin's mother praising him, which frightened her. That's right, she's stable. Now she just needs to get married, but it seems she hasn't found anyone yet. I'm all grown up, Mom. Be careful. You don't have to say things like that anymore. Mom quickly went down the mountain before she appeared. Suddenly, the sound of leaves falling echoed around me. The ghost had arrived. The ghost's mirror shines brightly as it cracks a terrifying smile. I'm paralyzed with fear. What do I do? Maru's face was drenched in sweat. The situation was dire. The ghost remained motionless on the tree's edge, and I'd never faced one so powerful. Tung clutched his chest, his stomach churning, sweat pouring down. How could a weakling like him save his mother? He saw its dark nose, unmoving, a weight on his chest, and he worried, asking what to do, warning her to be careful, not to fall. After that, I only saw the Englishman fall to the side. His mother worried, but Maru was careful. Hearing his mother's scream, the ghost turned and rushed toward her. He didn't hesitate to try and take down the ghost, but he tripped, smashed his face on a rock, and tumbled down. He was sweating, realizing it was too late. The ghost was opening its mouth wide, charging straight for his mother. It rushed forward, and his mother was terrified. He tried to ignore the blood running from his nose, but then everything went silent. The ghost immediately collapsed, and the man fell to the ground, wondering what had just happened. He could only see 3 lines of gum stuck to the ghost and stopping the bleeding, and more gum appeared, sticking to the ghost. His mother pointed to the ghost on the ground, asking what was on his head. He didn't understand what his mother was saying, so he stopped and looked at his head. Gum-like fragments, like the ghost he defeated, appeared on his head. He was confused, his hands and feet shaking, wondering why there were so many blades. His memories suddenly surfaced, taking the form of the third-level ghost. Apparently, this was the ghost's ability. Then, a sharp pain shot through his body. His clothes tore, and something began to emerge from his back. It was a sharp thorn, and he manipulated the gum fragments with his hand. Looking at the gum fragments on his hands, he still couldn't understand why he could use the ghost's ability. Remembering how he cut its neck, he realized that he only had this ability when he ate too much meat, preventing their rebirth, and that he must have absorbed the ghost's power entirely. He couldn't hide his joy. If he could use this ability, he could defeat the ghost. He saw the ghost lying on the ground, weakened, but he didn't understand why this mountain of a ghost had reappeared. Meanwhile, at the hero's crash site, a figure appeared as he lay at the cliff's edge. Looking at the pale man, they asked if he was all right, introducing themselves as Seiyun headquarters employees in blue and red vests, asking him to calm down and state his needs. The old man raised his voice, asking how strong the ghost was and where the hero's team was. Mr. Jun stated that the ghost was strong enough to wipe out his entire team. The old man sighed, confused, noting that while their captain had the ability to sacrifice himself, he couldn't understand why he would. The old man smiled, his face close to the new hero. There were no special ghosts back then. Guang and Masu were now closer to the ghost. He was frightened, sensing something ahead. The ghost rose, and on its own began manipulating a wire, like Masu's. So, this is the ghost that can capture the abilities of special personnel. He sighed, realizing the wires were stuck all over Masu's body. A drop of blood fell as the wire stuck to his face, blood running down. Realizing what had happened, he said the ghost was the same as his, and his skills had been destroyed. The ghost moved slowly, a bright mirror on its forehead reflecting his image, and he didn't hesitate to remove the wire from his face, even though it caused him immense pain. He removed all the wire from his face, the ghost's wire, then threw the blood-soaked strands to the ground, for they could ensnare his opponent. He slowly raised his hand, mirroring the ghost's every move, stopping him in his tracks as he stared in horror. He returned to his mother's side, sitting with Yubin's mother, who anxiously asked if Marua's mother was all right. He was worried and rushed to his mother, kneeling down to ask if she was okay. But Masu's mother had been struck, blood running down her neck. He was worried, as wounds from those with gold don't usually heal. His mother was even more worried for him, the blood-stained child, warning him to be careful. He tried to reassure his mother, showing her his shirt, saying she wasn't hurt, thinking he needed to protect her since no one else would. Then he turned back to face the ghost child, determined to scare it away. He urged his mother to run, wondering what was left for her, but she was distraught, asking why. He turned back to smile at his mother, telling her she had a special role to protect people. Then, he slowly entered the gold-stained pit, promising to return home. He immediately rushed to where the ghost child was, picked him up, and laid him on the ground beside himself. Then they both pulled each other down, as his worried mother called out, "Maru, are you okay?" But it was too late. Maru and the ghost child were gone. A while later, Maru woke up the injured man and, gritting his teeth, pulled himself up to the edge of the stone. He scanned the sand, watching for the ghost child. He had to separate it from his mother. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he didn't fight it. If it stayed here, it could hurt her. He needed to wait for the rescue team. Meanwhile, the two main team leaders arrived at the ghost team's location, only to find a bloody scene of ghost children attacking the members. The ghosts notice them and begin attacking the ghost team members, drawing their attention. The leader wonders why the ghost team is acting so strangely. The old man explained that their ghostly appearance made them easy to identify, as the ghost team glared at them. The old man calmly laid out his plan. He needed to find their bodies to act, because eliminating the bodies would eliminate the ghosts. He tried to absorb as much as he could, while Mazu observed the ghost child's rapid recovery. Seeing the situation, he turned to flee, realizing things were not okay. But just then, he heard the ghost child's words about his mother. Enraged, he turned and pointed at the upright scum, the ghost child unflinchingly repeating his mother's words. The scum scurrying around the ghost child. But everything went smoothly, without a hitch, shocking him into drawing his knife. The ghost child began to control the scum, ordering them to fire. Even though it was just a piece of trash, it hit him squarely. He was in pain, he said. He didn't give up controlling the trash to attack the ghost child, but this time the trash turned on each other, stabbing the ghost child and causing him pain. He was happy to see him die, but then the ghost child learned to pull the old scum out. His wound healed quickly, and he remarked that the ghost child was recovering too fast, making things difficult. Suddenly, he recalled Ms. Chana's words. "I remember the day you went out with Ms. Chana." Mrs. Chana stood beside him, slightly annoyed, saying he hadn't heard her while he lay on the ground, covering his eyes. Sweating and breathing heavily, he struggled against the difficult scum, his body failing him. She reached out her hand to help him up. She said he feared the opportunity would pass, pulled him up, and said they'd heal faster in the gold. Undaunted, he replied that if she was hurt, he'd feel it, and if she couldn't recover, he'd devour the demons. But thinking about it, his words angered Chana, who shook his hand, causing him pain. "Ah, I'm sorry. I'll try harder. Don't cry out." The girl then asked how to get rid of that demon. She realized they needed to sever it before it could create gold, adding that he was only capable of support and couldn't face the early demons. She said that, but was happy about his recovery ability, telling him not to be afraid when fighting demons. He began to fight, encouraging himself. "Right, I can recover well. Why fear it?" Maru thought, realizing his skills could now inflict wounds. He kept pushing himself, but his swordsmanship was still inaccurate. He needed to focus, to concentrate more. The demon taunted him with his mother's name, but Maru gripped his sword, knowing this was the only way. He was confident, he smiled, he had won, but contrary to his expectations, the demon spat out a sharp tooth and used it to hold the sword. Seeing Maru's shock, the demon stared with closed eyes, sensing the end, and struck the killing blow. He seized Maru's neck, and before the pain could register, Maru's teeth were shattered. With one hand on the rock and the other gripping his neck, the demon struggled to breathe and screamed in agony. He moved his face closer, demanding to know why, as Maru watched in shock, his hands trembling. His hands gripped the rock, his cheek muscles bulging, but the demon seized the rock, faltering, and Maru leapt up. Suddenly dragged away, Maru was breathless, utterly exhausted. But even so, his hands still gripped his neck. Maru's eyes closed, then opened. He straightened, struck hard, and both he and the demon crashed to the ground. His face flushed, his hands trembled, pain racked him, and he struggled to breathe. Maru was in shock, his teeth clenched, blood flowed, and he knew he had to act fast and use his power before it was too late. Suddenly, the demon grabbed him, severing his neck. Despite the blow, Maru was in pain and shock, hitting the rock, his teeth clenched, his hands aching, his neck severed. He took a deep breath, held his wound, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. Exhausted, he fell silent and let go. He stared at the demon lying on the ground, still clutching the rock around his neck. Maru's head turned, he saw a flower, his eyes widened. What was that? His eyes darted as he saw it standing, shaking the rock on its neck, and he was shocked. Feeling the hot blood gushing out, he braced himself against the ground, but the bleeding wouldn't stop, and he couldn't recover. He stared at his blood-soaked hands, hesitating. How long can we hold out? With the demon closing in, time is running out. If I fall, what will become of us? Just then, Bong heard a voice calling him, and Maru awoke from the dream in a sweat. Chana was shocked when he woke up, asking what time it was. He collapsed, crying out that he was losing control. Maru clutched his chest, feeling a suffocating rage like death was near. Chana immediately countered, telling him he had to overcome it. She was furious, saying if he couldn't overcome it, the feeling of dying would become reality. She turned to Maru, thinking she was his last defense, and he fought, knowing that if he fell, his mother would be in danger. In the misty forest, a man's voice echoed, "Maru! Maru!" Maru's mother wandered through the fog, calling, "Maru, my son." Her voice hoarse. He hid behind a large rock, clutching his pain. Maru was terrified, his hands clenched around the sharp metal, trembling. The mirror on the devil's face reflected the candlelight as the hand holding the metal shook. Remembering Chana's resolve, he stood, determined to kill the demon, even if it meant his own death. Maru was terrified, his hands clenched tight around the sharp metal, trembling. Maru saw the mirror on the ground, still feigning weakness, and knew immediately that the old man was dead. But his body was killed elsewhere. He held his head, and the two ghosts wondered who killed his body. Meanwhile, Maru touched the wound on his neck where the ghost had disappeared, realizing that with the ghost gone, his wound had healed as well. Fortunately, the heavy atmosphere that made him uneasy had lifted, and he was free once more. Now he could finally go home to his worried mother. He sensed Maru's presence behind him, standing perfectly still. He turned to see who was holding his hand. The figure breathed, raised a hand, and ate. He was shocked as forgotten memories flooded back. The ghost's body dissolved into black smoke, shocking Maru, who wondered why his father caught him then. That thing was strange. He was confused, but that ghost was strong, its ability strange. He decided to comfort him, hoping to absorb its power. Remember the snake, the ghost, to bring happiness to the storm. In about a year, the ghosts will fall like rain. That is the prophecy of a fairy with a preordained ability, and he knew he must grow stronger to protect his mother when that day arrives. Maru was silent, approaching the ghost, his cold eyes assessing him as he slowly savored his essence. After his meal, under the bright sun, Maru checked his still bleeding mouth. From now on, he vowed to devour any strong ghost he encountered. His eyes shone with an unreadable light as outside Seoul University Hospital, the white building stood against the green sky. Han Maru's mother found it amusing that he didn't believe her, but asked again about fainting on the mountain. But right after, she nonchalantly bit into an apple, saying she didn't remember a thing. Han Maru was a little annoyed, but gently asked again if she really didn't remember anything. At first, he was grateful his mother didn't remember what happened. Lucky. He pictured his mother seeing a monstrous figure, unrecognizable, and realized it was too late. The monster with the gnawed mouth and sharp teeth was closing in for the kill. So, did his mother go there? Her words ignited his anger. Thinking back, his father disappeared on that mountain too. Was it because of that scream? He remembers a mountain rift, the red sky like blood, and a memory from his youth, standing before a monstrous figure. Han Maru turned pale once more, sweat pouring from his brow, a mysterious bloodstain appearing on his face. Then a drop fell, surrounded by a sickly yellow. Another figure, covered in blood, was learning a new blood art. In his mind's eye, he saw a black, fanged monster, its gnashing maw tearing at his father's arm, leaving him dangling in the air. That vision clouded his mind, leaving him breathless and disoriented. What was that? A strange memory. At this point, Maruo heard it and quickly approached, asking, "Ah?" Maru saw him suddenly rise, his skin white, and suspiciously wondered why he looked so green. Han Maru raised his hands to protect his neck as the man reassured him, saying he was ready to work. The next morning, at a construction site marked by a yellow building and the National Assembly flag, an angry voice boomed, "Han Maru!" He lay at the door, fear be damned. "How do you know my name?" He nodded, raised his voice, and greeted them with a good morning, to which Aoji immediately retorted, "Good morning what? Where did you disappear to yesterday without a word?" Next to a picture of a familiar young man, it was clear that it was Seon Uli, smiling at you, scaring you away. Han Maru turned around, furious, and apologized. Just then, Kang Chana stood up and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention, my husband wasn't feeling well, so I told him to go home." That's what shocked him, but she only responded with a cold stare. Ioji asked, "What? Are you kidding me? What is it that you don't remember?" But Kang Chana simply replied, "I'm sorry." Ioji wanted to ask if that apology was the end of it, as if work didn't matter at all. "I've been so good to you," but Chana didn't respond. "I've never been good to anyone." As the tension between them rose, the bell rang, and flags flew throughout the office. Kang Chana quickly changed into his uniform and told the other person, "Level 2, this story will continue." Even Han Maru couldn't sit still and stood up to join them, saying, "I'm going too." But his words were met with disbelief, and much later, on a mountain beneath a clear blue sky, the group wearily trudged upwards. Han Maru, exhausted, still thanked Kang Chana, apologizing for getting her scolded, but she ignored him, telling him he should have left because she was so heavy. She hiked up the mountain and after a while asked, "Why are you back?" Han Maru, drenched in sweat, replied with unwavering resolve, "Because I'm ready to fight." Kang Chana heard this and remained silent. Then suddenly the echoing sound of a heavy beast reverberated through the space, revealing the distant yellow form of a giant monster. With each step, the ground shook, and the echoing footsteps grew clearer. A fully formed monster with a swollen belly lumbered into view. The monster reeked with a faint, unbearable stench, loud with anger and the will to fight. She then recounted the team's events, how the level 5 scolding surprised Han Maru, and how the proud animal face continued, describing the scary monster group leveling up, shocking him more and more. The sound was like the sun. He was so confused he couldn't believe his ears, and lamented how hard it was to kill. Then, crying, he hugged his head, filled with self-pity because he'd given up, and so dared not say a word. That left the EU South in utter confusion, as the Brit yearned for a pat on the head, desperate to be recognized. Kang Chana, her eyes fixed on the monster, called out, asking what the loud scream was doing. All while the image of it clutching itself, scratching its body incessantly, was burned into everyone's minds. leaving her to wonder why it trembled so violently. But then, a hand stopped everyone, and suddenly he yanked his hair up. A mirror-like face appeared on his forehead, reflecting the screaming figure before him. Hanmaru thought, impressed, "Finally, it's time to show them how much stronger I've become since Ingguang Mountain." Due to his reflective ability, his hands instinctively gripped the monster's neck as he thought, "I'm no longer useless to the team." The stench of sweat permeated his arms as he used it to overwhelm the monster, relentlessly attacking and driving it into the sand. Namyu Seok, overwhelmed by the stench, pinched his nose and cried out, realizing the monster's power. It was the power of sweat. But Kang Chana couldn't take it anymore. The monster was shaking on the verge of collapse. She was overwhelmed by the stench, but he pulled her back, shocked, and asked how someone of her level could be defeated by a smell. Meanwhile, Hanmaru and the monster continued their smelly contest, leaving Kang Chana and Namyu Seok at a loss. Hanmaru, tears streaming, stubbornly declared he had to get stronger, knowing the whole team was at risk. Thinking that made the stench even worse, he stubbornly pressed on. "Don't underestimate me. I'm faster than you." With tears streaming down his face, his forehead shone with determination, but his face was clearly strained. The Emperor pushed forward, facing the monster head-on. A battle of wills, human versus beast, hands locked in a desperate struggle to overpower the other. Both were determined to face each other, their expressions stubborn, neither willing to lose. Like a shot, he thrust his hands forward, sending the stench of sweat into the monster's face. And he won. Kang Chana and Namyu Seokoke hid their feelings, showing no resistance as they watched, before deciding to wash their faces in a nearby spring, ridding themselves of the lingering sweat. Kang Chana waved his hands after washing his eyes and looked down, while Hanmaru slowly washed his eyes in the river. She explained that by consuming the screamers she could absorb their energy, causing Hanmaru to pause. After cleaning herself, she stood and clarified. "Right. The last screamer I ate had a counterattack ability, which I used to defeat this smelly screamer." Behind Nam Yu Seok OK, he replayed his actions, reliving his excitement. He burst out laughing at the memory, mocking his sweaty attack. What ability was that? He couldn't even recognize his own dumbfounded face. Weird. So what? Not wanting to embarrass him, she smiled from behind the wall and praised. "No. You did very well. You've made a lot of progress." Hearing those words, his face flushed crimson. But Kang Chana's face was far from praise. She just wanted meat, and each word she spoke vibrated in his head, sending shivers down his spine. Kang Chana and Nam Yu Seok didn't stop to rehash what just happened. They simply turned and left, telling Hanmaru to rest up while they checked the PM machine. And then they came back. Watching the others leave Hanmaru, he could only take a deep breath. Still reeling from the humiliation, he could only blame himself for being so loud and strange, and for getting slapped. This was his chance to erase his dark past and gain recognition. But then, a large shadow appeared behind him, and another voice caught his attention. From behind the man silhouetted by the sun, a voice cut through. "Hanmaru, right?" Blinded by the light, he could only ask, "Who are you?" The green-haired man glared at him, asking if he was the one who killed the Class 5 child on Inwang Mountain, and then suddenly pulled him down, catching Hanmaru off guard. The man studied him, then exclaimed, "Only a level 1 ability?" Hanmaru paused. But... Then, with a sudden smile, as if seeing something interesting, he stood and extended a hand, offering an invitation to join the Sul team. Hanmaru's face hardened, struggling to believe what he'd just heard from the smiling Indian, who seemed to know the protagonist's heart. Sul. Maru was afraid he was being tricked, but the man's honesty made him reconsider. He'd heard the Sul team was full of monsters. No, treasures. After the chaos, Maru grew even more suspicious, wondering why he'd wanted to persuade him. The Indian's smile grew wider, his eyes honest, as if stating a simple fact. He had the ability to see the hidden potential in others. Upon hearing this, Hanmaru grew even more suspicious, his eyes narrowed as if searching for the truth, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled to speak about hidden abilities. Later, back in the office, the Indian EU rushed in, calling out, "Director!" Visibly uncomfortable, the Indian EU followed him out, asking where he'd been and why he had to sit through the whole meeting like that. The Indian, unfazed, simply shook out his shirt. After a few seconds, he turned back with a gentle smile, explaining in an excited voice that he'd been meeting a new staff member. Quite an interesting character. Getting close, she asked quietly, her eyes devoid of emotion. "Are you Han's son? Are you Mr. Uli's son?" However, the Indian was hurt and embarrassed, apologizing that his ex-wife hated him and didn't want to meet him after the divorce. He then excused himself, saying he was talking to the new staff. His face was etched with sadness and boredom as he looked at the documents, and EU watched him with gratitude, asking if he still thought the last accident was strange. Within minutes, the Indian's eyes shifted, and he embraced her, sensing her tranquility before leaving. The streets outside were quiet. A lone level 7 Esper stood in the cold storage room, bathed in light. In that dim light, his face was expressionless, a question mark etched upon it. Back in the office, the sun shone brightly. Hanmaru sat, clasped his hands, smiled, and kissed them, his breath held in his heart. He then imagined a bright future, the office bustling with activity, and Maru smiled, his hands full. But then he remembered the dangerous level 7 Lasat, and his face flushed with determination. Back in the office, Maru knew safety was paramount, especially for those on the front lines. Content with his thoughts, he smirked, knowing that no matter what, his skills were undeniable. Suddenly his smile hardened, the path became difficult, and before him was Uli's dark, displeased face, his eyes slow, cold, and loud. "Hey, level 1. Maru was confused. Uli stared into his eyes, muscles tensing in his neck, mumbling, "Why do you keep mumbling all day, huh?" Not at all. He was still happy to vent his anger, and his words often chilled Maru to the bone. "A level 1 talent like you sitting in the office all day is utterly useless." Uli continued relentlessly, as if someone with such ungrateful, exceptional talent shouldn't even dream of being in the main office. Hanmaru blushed, his smile faltering, unsure who was truly useless. Uli's rage was a torrent, his eyes blazing as he roared, "You bastard! What did you just say?" Even in a panic, he instinctively used every ability to slay the monster, but those words struck Maru's heart like an arrow. He was stunned, face red, speechless, sweating profusely, and seething with anger. How did he know? Maru felt betrayed, unable to bear the EU man's pathetic attempts to beg for forgiveness. How much longer could he endure this? EU was like a helpless child before Kim Y Park and EA, leaving the man smiling like a child, then turning around to pour oil on Maru's wounds, saying it was enough. That the coolest place at this time was that man's heart. Mai Tai and EUG approached, and Tiger called for everyone to stop the commotion. Maru was thrilled, having created a touching image. Captain. Days later, she could barely contain her smile, admitting she'd been hiding in the bathroom. Realizing this battle was a major step forward. Maru was so impressive, she wanted to be with him completely, but only knew the beginning, making it all the more frustrating and humiliating. He turned to see the other side, his cheeks flushed. Kong Chana slowly drank water, his eyes scanning the room. At least no one seemed eager to approach. Meru pondered this, looking at his phone, realizing everyone here thinks they're useless. Chenchu wondered when he decided to contact him about India's reputation. In his heart, he resolved to call you one last time, to forget this shame, and to step onto the main stage. Uli's hand tightened around her neck, her own hands blocked. His eyes were dark. No, this time he had to let her go. But he forced himself to speak. Despite the anger around him, he couldn't stand the boredom. Uli asked Maru if he wanted to join him, to strengthen their love, their money, their team. After hearing Maru's answer, his gaze turned to the towering mountain, and the two boys struggled to breathe as they climbed. Though exhausted, Uli's face was filled with rage, while Maru sighed, "I can't stand being around him for another minute. I'm going to end this quickly and call the new boss." Uli hushed, saying the death film could go, but Maru, wiping sweat, wondered why. He pointed to the smoke-filled house, telling Maru to look up. To their shock, the prince emerged from that very house. Uli shouted for him to follow, but Maru wondered if he was really that confident, ordering him around like that. They halted before the smoke that obscured their vision, billowing even more intensely from the main door. What could it be? The prince emerged, even more intense than before. Perhaps the level 4 scream had returned. Inside, the smoke lingered, but the corridor remained unchanged. Maru was extremely cautious. Fortunately, no one was home. He didn't know where the scream was hiding, so he had to be careful as he tried to pull Uli back, calling out, "Hey, did you hear me?" He waved his hands in the light, his eyes regaining focus, but he didn't rush to act. Maru looked like a man possessed, screaming, screaming, screaming. But as the moment passed, nothing changed. Uli was so confused, asking why. Maru seemed to be escaping a problem, but deep down, he saw a nation still struggling. Uli was above. Maru, scared and desperate to escape, exclaimed that they were in danger and had to report to the police immediately. But he found the exit door was locked, and panic began to set in as he struggled to open it. Maru couldn't wait any longer and used his back to break the door. It was too big. He couldn't open the main door. How could he escape? He was suspicious and looked back. Could the scream have come from the door? Maru was running away inside. Uli also tried to break down the door, pounding on it relentlessly until it finally gave way. The more he looked, the more he transformed into a lonely monster, battling Toddy. Growing weary, Maru regretted being stuck with the crazy ghost he despised. The 7th grade lonely monster scream seemed to move, opening its eyes as it approached a nervous Maru who was sweating profusely. The 7th grade lonely monster's scream echoed as a strange face emerged from the smoke, its mouth moving with ease. The face slowly morphed, meowing like a cat. Miss Lonely. Each word echoed, Miss Lonely, Miss Lonely. The face spoke in pairs, its transformation unseen, as Uli slowly examined his broken fingers, wondering when the change occurred. Confused, he broke all 10 fingers, but the door remained unyielding. He stared at the golden door before him, preventing its collapse. Meanwhile, the patience in Maru's hand was slowly transforming. Enraged, he grabbed a wooden chair and slammed it against the door, creating a deafening crash. Please, Maru, break it. Raise the chair and smash it against the door with all your might. The sound of the vaccine terrified him. But no matter how hard he tried, the door wouldn't budge. He took a deep breath, realizing the door, the wall, even the mirror door were unbreakable. Could it be that the lonely monster's ability was to lock him in the house? He turned, looking back. Suddenly, a sharp pain, a powerful blow to his back, slamming him against the nearby wall. The next day, he was in terrible shape, clutching his neck and tearing off his shirt, a terrifying thought echoing in his mind. Oh God, he'd been trapped for over an hour. The confusion was back. Perhaps some in the office were worried, as his health had been failing for some time. But 2 hours passed without incident. At this time, Hanmaru no longer seemed afraid of the disease, but clenched his fist in anger, wondering how they could forget him so coldly. Meanwhile, in an office building, a man stood clenching his fist on a table, exclaiming in fear that he was in great danger. Overcome with rage, he lamented how they could forget about training the team in Busan, then drifted into a daze, still unprepared for the task at hand. Nam, how's that file coming along? Check this sentence for me, will you? Nam EU immediately replied that he was still working, leaving her shocked that time was running out. I sent it here, Yu said quickly. At the same time, Kang Chana sat at the computer, typing away. She grabbed a USB, stood up, and turned to the X-Man team, making him panic. Ignoring him, she announced, Captain Go, the file's here. Go D. OK Man received the file and left, not forgetting to say goodbye. Thank you, everyone. I'll explain the sentence. See you tomorrow morning. Hearing that, Ji-won wearily sat down on a nearby sofa, taking a long breath after finishing her morning task and making a cup of coffee. Now I can rest a bit. Then she suddenly remembered G1, Chana, EU, X-Man, and Y-Pack. EU and X-Man worried that Hanmaru and Seong-U Lee had been gone for over 3 hours. Ji-won suggested taking 2 people to check on them, fearing the worst. Ji-won glanced at her, noticing her strange behavior and worried about her condition. She reassured him that she was fine and that they were close to their destination. Kang Chana was still upset, but they reassured him they were leaving. Soon they arrived at the place where Hanmaru and Seong-U Lee were trapped. X-Man had just entered the house and began to look around, asking where the 2 of them were. Just then, strange sounds echoed down the corridor, and he fearfully asked, "What's that?" Hanmaru and Seong-U Lee saw them and desperately warned, "No, don't close the door." But it was too late. The door closed. Maru, seeing the body, lost it, crying out, "Oh my God, why did everyone come here?" Uli was also distraught. The last 2 looked down, and Ji-won, standing nearby, asked what was wrong. After hearing the situation, he immediately went to the door and touched it. She turned and asked if the child was inside, refusing to come out, and Maru confirmed it. Then, Kang Chana stepped forward, signaling everyone to clear the area. With that, she transformed her sword into a red-hot blade, closed her eyes, and struck the door with all her might. But the result was the same as when Maru and Uli tried to escape. The door wouldn't break. Ji-won was shocked, then stepped forward, raising her hand, revealing a large black dot on her slender hand, and said, "Let me try." That black dot touched her muscles and transformed into a black sword. She brought the sword to the door's lock, softly, lightly, to try it. She quickly went into work mode, trying to break the lock on the door with a kick, but gave up and ran back to Jiwon's hand, claiming the hole was too small. The baby's pain reminds Mom of her own, and she's so upset she doesn't notice Maru nearby, laughing. Oh my god, the baby named the ghost again. How cute. At the same time, Uli's car swerved to intercept Kang, and the male lead tried to intervene, urging him not to just stand there. He looked back and nodded, wondering what he could possibly do to help. Meanwhile, Maru had run off somewhere, his skin roughened, so having a skin on the scene is useless, huh? Seeing you here? Uli was surprised. Enraged, he wondered what Maru had done. If you're so good, use your magic, your counterattack ability. He looked at the body. If you don't look at the object or it's too far away, I can't use my ability. Upon hearing that, EU's fingers curl into a deep V shape, implying he can't help. The next day, the two face off, and Uli wants to join the fight. He turned to Chana and Jiwon, asking if anyone could save them. Was there anyone else in the office who could help? Jiwon smiled with his eyes closed, offering no response as the team leader began training the group, finally back home the next day. EU grinned. Kim E-Park was back. As if on cue, Kim E-Park appeared behind them, leaving everyone wondering when he'd arrived. As if nothing had happened, he calmly replied, "I can't see anyone, so I came here to see." The group stared at him, wondering what kind of person could be so quiet, and when he had arrived. E-Park searched for an escape, fiddling with the door for an age, then suddenly slipped to the floor and lay still. Maru found it difficult to understand. What kind of performance was this? Was he asleep? She nodded, saying that team leader Kim mainly handled office work and she'd never seen him use his abilities. Hearing this, Maru and Uli fell silent, their expressions uneasy. The team grew anxious, watching E-Park frantically check the door handle, each desperate to help, yet helpless. Suddenly, Ji-hun clapped, demanding everyone's attention. Ms. Fanchen said, "All right, everyone, focus. Let's think of a way out of here." Uli, losing patience, angrily replied, "I said there's no way." Hearing that, Ji-hun insisted, "Don't you want to be stuck here?" While they argued, everyone waited for their team leader, but Lasat did nothing. Maru's face flushed at the thought of being stuck here with Lasat until dawn, and everyone was silent. Just then, Maru saw Kang Chana standing against the wall in the corner and wondered why she was silent as EU SOS declared that no one saw anything. "Why did you scream, Sakun Goili? It was going to kill us all. What kind of person looks at something like that? You said there was a loud sound and the house was shaking." While everyone was still in shock, Kang Chana rushed into the room, shouting that the sound inside had stopped. She ran to another room and threw open the door. In an instant, she was shocked by what she saw. The walls of the room were changing drastically. She looked up, noticing the house's corner collapsing, and others rushed over, exclaiming that the house was being torn down again. Sakun Goili recognized the demon's intention. "I understand. This is the purpose of the Lasat lonely secret. He wanted to." Ngap trailed off. It turned out the Rakshasa demon was still sleeping in that small room, watching over something. Then he raised his hands, clasping them together. Uli watched the room being dismantled, realizing that only his remained, then turned to the Lasat demon, understanding he was finally alone in the house. Maru was terrified, consumed by rage. If he didn't kill that Lasat demon, he would be forced to die here, trapped like prey. At that moment, Maru broke out in a cold sweat, confused as memories of 4 years ago flooded back, to a house in the countryside, a green garden where his 2 grandfathers sat. The further Khana walked, the happier she was to call out to her family, her grandmother, the more love she felt. Her brother looked overjoyed as he ran to her, calling her name, Chana. Seeing the 2 sisters so happy holding hands, Chana felt a warmth in her heart. The sky was beautiful, so she told her grandchildren it was time to go home. That night, her brother was so happy he couldn't sleep, wishing they could always be together like this. Even the little boy wouldn't let her go, begging her to stay. He said going to university meant he could come play with her and her brother, and she happily agreed. But holding his hand, she knew. Then something caught her eye, a drawing on the wall of 3 smiling people, drawn by her brother, which made her beam. But what's this picture? Her brother happily says he wasn't scolded for drawing on the wall at all. Even she was in the picture, awake and explaining as her grandmother praised her beautiful drawing, a picture of their happy family. That happy family portrait is vivid in Kang Chana's mind, but then a yellow haze begins to obscure the beautiful image. It spread across the room, tainting her childhood memories, and Kang Chana, overwhelmed by the yellow aura, couldn't react. No, she wouldn't let it destroy her home. She bit her hand, drawing blood. From her wound, a blood-red sword began to form, and she pointed it at the wall where the Emperor emerged. She strained, her green veins bulging, both hands and the sword trembling with each push, driving the blade along the wall as she braced herself with one foot. Suddenly the sword materialized, water pouring from it, threatening to shatter. She pricked her finger, offering it blood, urging the blade to drink. The sword drank her blood, growing stronger with each drop. But the power was too much, slowly consuming her, creeping up her neck and face. Yoji, witnessing her aunt's power, frantically yelled for Kangchana to stop, warning her of the danger as Hanmaru slipped through her aunt's body and into the interior. He mustered all his strength to pull her away from the wall as the sword, affected by the outside force, shattered with a deafening sound. Kangchana watched the sword fall from her hand, disbelief washing over her as she stared at the familiar wall, at the picture of her brother. Gazing at the wall, she saw her happy family, their home, and their capture by the Emperor. The three members of the Ioji group chattered on, then suddenly stopped, shaking their heads and stammering. Ioji was worried about Kangchana's fragile state, but she didn't react. "Kang, are you okay?" Hanmaru asked, noting her exhaustion from using too much power, but he still doesn't understand why she's like this. Ioji is shocked as the new arrivals slowly reveal the truth. This is Kangchana's grandmother's house. That left Hanmaru in shock, and her next words only deepened his despair. She lost her and her brother in this house because of Alasat. It was here she awakened her ability, the memory of that horrible night forever etched in Kangchana's mind, the image of the vengeful spirit that took her daughter's life, leaving her powerless on the ground. Hanmaru was saddened by Kangchana's story. She was exhausted, breathless, and drenched in sweat as if reliving a nightmare. A South EU car accident, hand in hand, the wall fell. Lucky I thought the whole house would be destroyed. Even the EU OG group rushed to help her, and she said, "Let's go out before the wall moves again." She grabbed a rock that fell from the wall and asked the person next to her if they knew the saying. Ji-won-min smiled confidently, surrounded by rocks. Time passed, and night fell, as strange sounds echoed from within the house. The walls bulged as someone relentlessly stabbed at them with a sharp knife. Exhausted, he leaned against the wall, confused by the sudden collapse. Those behind him were no better, all relying on each other to regain their strength. At that moment, a monster peered into Maru's cave, startling him. It was Yuli, his face blue with rage, no longer daring to point his hand back at Maru. "Hey, change the song!" he screamed, shocked by Yuli's face. "Ah, so fast." Though weary, he struggled to his feet with a sigh. His hands ached, his stomach growled, and his throat was parched. Then a hand reached out from behind, touching the wall in his grasp. Kangchana, after resting, stood up to help, saying, "Let me do it." He looked at her, surprised. "Oh, you're awake? Take a rest." But she couldn't refuse his offer, saying she was fine, and before Maru could react, he grabbed the wall. Hanmaru revealed his true colors, avoiding her gaze as he spoke. "I heard this was her house." Looking around, he remarked, "It's so clean. I wondered if she still kept it up." Kangchana hid his emotions, turning away as he answered, "Because I was still waiting." This made him wonder, what was she waiting for? She turned, her eyes wide with hatred for the monster she could never forget. The harbinger of the screams that had destroyed her family now returned. He asked her how she knew it would come back. That scream stirred dark memories for Kangchana, and she felt like a death god had found her, breaking her into a cold sweat. Her whole body shuddering as she stared wide-eyed at the monster before her. It's a tall monster with a knife-like tongue staring at her, a sharp, blood-red blade of hair clutched in its hand, and she senses it's different from the others. She turned to see a figure in the distance, slowly approaching, a towering form shrouded in darkness, with piercing eyes. At that moment, all she could do was stare in wide-eyed terror as the monster with flowing black hair regarded her coldly. She longed for her hair's shine, but knew it possessed purpose and intelligence, not just a mindless killer like other monsters. Her eyes steeled. She could only reach out her hand. This was the monster she sought, especially when humanity soon realized that the monster would return the following year. Hanmaru then asked Kangchana why she was in the gang. "Even with your level 7 ability, you're disappointed because I only care about the monster that killed my family. You know, you just asked a question that doesn't lead to another, and I have no grand ideals, just doing this for the money, but the salary here is good." Before I could finish, you blurted out that you're going to the Seoul headquarters instead of using me, right? The higher salary there must be quite tempting, judging by your surprise. Oh, how did you know? She then mentioned seeing Hanmaru and Yuli talking when she returned that day. Realizing his plan was exposed, his face flushed crimson all the way to his cheeks. Ah, no. I haven't decided yet. But she couldn't hide her smile, simply saying, "You'll do well." She turned to the wall, ready to continue because of him, but before she could speak, a deafening sound grabbed their attention. Even the others were worried about where the sound came from, and Nam Yu was scared to even speak. Realizing the house had changed, everyone rushed outside in shock. It had begun, and they were eager to escape the hall. Hanmaru and Kang Chana quickly followed, though he was still disappointed she hadn't calmed down, remembering her words. "Because of you." He wanted to know what Chana was going to say. That thought echoed in his mind all night, until the next morning, as the first light touched the deserted house. After a chaotic night, everyone took a breath, scanning their surroundings. Nam Yu's car, exhausted, asked where he was, now that he knew how to join the team. Someone loudly replied that he'd be working by now, but this name was definitely lost in Busan. Everyone rested in the hall, regaining their strength, wary of any surprises except Han Maru, who glanced at the man in the yellow coat lying there. He slowly looked at the person lying to the side. Maru seemed jealous, unable to believe that Kim Wai Park was sleeping soundly while they were trying to find a way out. Suddenly, a loud ringing echoed through the hall, and everyone braced themselves for what was to come. Han Maru stood up, saying they had to call Kim Wai Park, but before he could act, he saw Wai Park's body turn completely green. The sight of Wai Park's face chilled Han Maru to the bone. "What happened to your face?" Wai Park laughed ominously. "It's time." Suddenly, a door burst open, and a monster with the same green hue screamed, beckoning others to join. Everyone assumed he was responsible and rushed down to confront him, demanding to know what he'd done and if he'd used his powers. Kim Wai Park was being very noisy, and then he got scared. He nodded to explain, I shot a mushroom," and he nodded, smiling comfortably, "Sorry." But Yuli Kang Chana seriously reminded everyone, "Why did you do that? Look, they just saw that monster crying like a child, calling out, 'Dad, oh, oh.'" Then arms reached out from beyond the door, followed by more screamers, girls rushing in, shouting at the top of their lungs, "One! Me!" Suddenly, they all turned their heads in a panic as more and more creatures poured through the door, screaming, "One! Me!" as they charged toward the Han Maru group. I watched as the horde screamed toward me, like a family of monsters. They shrieked relentlessly, poised to attack, and I realized with dread they were all level 7. How could we fight back? They drew closer, and those behind screamed a warning. They were coming. Kang Chana and Seong Uli, heads bowed, prepared to strike back. Chana conjured a sword and declared she would handle it, urging everyone to stay calm while Uzeok activated his Lasat ability. A layer of invisible, sand-like air surrounded the defense, and Uzeok stood to form a bond, using the ability of the invisible Lasa. Chana, outside the defense, completed her sword and charged at the Lasat. With a single slash, the Lasat before her was cut in two, but Chana swung too hard, and her sword became lodged in the wall. She was in shock, paralyzed, her grip too tight. The sword stuck again. The Lasat knew how to think. As she struggled with the stuck sword, another struck her blade and fled. Kang Chana stared, teeth clenched, unable to dodge the blow as the Lasat opened its maw, revealing a black, swollen tongue. Just then, Han Maru leaped out and bit down on her shoulder and neck as the Lasat's strangled cries echoed out. Her hands rose from her ribs, reaching for the front of her head, then she pressed her thumbs together. Having done that, the Lasat's body fell before Han Maru, and the house shook violently. Sensing the Lasat's movements growing more erratic, EU Se Oaks cried out in fear. "Come on, the Lasat is going to break through." Maru's house was thrown, his mouth filled with blood. "There's no time. He's taken the ability." Maru stood, eyes turning red, looking up at the house, eyes bright yellow, head enlarged. The Lasat's ability reflected, activated, and lifted the house. Se Oaks of the EU stared at Han Maru, back straight, shoulders square, hands rigid and raised high. This posture was hard to watch. He looked ridiculous, unbearable. He raised a thumb, teeth clenched, and said, "Wow, I'm a little lost, but it's good." He saw the other Lasat approaching, and Han Maru cried out in anguish, unable to move, just as the elder Lasat swung with devastating force, threatening to shatter his skull. Se Oaks Uli clutched his bones, turned, and said, "Hey, Class 1, it's dangerous. Run to the basement." Han Maru looked at him, saw the yellow thing behind Uli, and warned, Hey, wait, take care of yourself first." But just then, the Lasat behind him bit and clawed at his shoulder, and Se-Oak's Uli injured his waist. The others seized the opportunity to pounce, but Uli turned and pulled them away, screaming in fury. Die! Just then, Han-Maru struck two Lasat, impaling them. But what pierced them? The sharp legs of the massive Lasat that appeared behind him. That's Yi Yu Ji-Yun's ability. She closes her eyes, turns, and the 6 eyes on her forehead shine with a golden light. Ji-Yun raises her hand, pushes up her glasses, and with a perfected power, pushes Han-Maru away. Meanwhile, Kang Chana fought with a deadly grace in the tight space, his sword swift and precise, a match for the monsters. Standing in the basement, the three watched the duo effortlessly cut down monsters like grass, while Han-Maru's eyes were drawn to Yi Yu Ji-Yun, sensing an even stronger aura than before. Han-Maru chuckled for 2 hours, pretending to compliment her cool fighting, making Yi Yu Se-Oaks feel ashamed as he tried to justify their defensive position. Observing the surroundings with a distant gaze, Ji-Yun noticed something was off. Why were the Lasat constantly emerging from that room? Upon hearing those words, Han-Maru looked over, and without a second thought, he abandoned his post and ran out of the basement, prompting Yi Yu Ji-Yun to scream, sensing his intentions. He ran straight to where the two were fighting, shouting for them to let him in. They both turned to him, instantly understanding his intentions. Han-Maru charged forward, leaving Shana and Uli to worry. He leapt, passing through the Lasat crowd and into the room, then dashed down the stairs, landing firmly on the ground. But when he opened his eyes, what Han-Maru saw was not what he expected. Dozens of Lasat stood before him in the darkness, but in the middle was the Lasat that attacked them, now curled up like a fetus, waving its hand. The other Lasat looked up, and as soon as it finished, it turned and ran, knowing the house was about to collapse. The creature's body was right in front of him, the swirling yellow dust stinging Han-Maru's eyes. Terrified, he sprinted forward, unaware that Uli and Shana were waiting. The speed of the approaching entity increased, and Uli and Shana reached out to him. Han-Maru jumped forward, arms outstretched, reaching for his hand. Their hands met, gripping tight as Uli pulled him with all his might. The force was so strong, Han-Maru flew forward and crashed to the ground, but thankfully, the house-holding charm fell completely. A second later, and he'd be hiding under that blanket. Han-Maru stood, exhausted, as Uli stared at the Lasat's back. There was nothing there, only the memory of a beautiful family and a warm meal she still held dear. Han-Maru sensed her discomfort, thinking that with Hana gone, she wouldn't have to worry anymore. His eyes changed, and as he touched his brow, the Lasat's power waned. His gaze fell upon the Lasat's body lying on the ground. In stunned silence, Uli watched Maru fall into the monster's flesh, pinching his nose and fighting back the bile rising in his throat. "What are you doing?" But there was no answer, as Han-Maru wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes now a different color. Maru looked around, put his hands forward, and thought, "Luckily, there's still smoke in here. I can use it." The final stage of the Lasat's ability to pull him away began to waver. Then, even a wall was pulled away behind a huge block, leaving Uli and the others speechless with shock. Han-Maru strained, moving the wall before him to create a space just large enough for a person to pass through. His ability was limited, but Maru pressed his hands against the wall, trying to push it further, even if the change was minimal. He strained to see, but there was no one there. The man who'd made the noise had already stepped into the office, carrying 2 boxes of food. Han-Maru announced, "I'm home." The man smiled, happy for his Busan bread. But as he approached Office 001, he was surprised to hear a voice, Han-Maru, without his glasses, lamenting how hard he worked to buy it and wondering where everyone went. He headed to the lounge, calling out to see if anyone was there, and reached for the doorknob. At the same time, his phone rang and the captain answered, "Long time no see, Director." "What's up?" "From far away in India, I asked Han-Maru to go to the main office, but he refused, so I'm calling to ask you why." The man held the phone but didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the scene before him, and then he sighed. The captain spoke slowly, describing the scene before him. 2 women embraced in a warm bed, while 4 men huddled together on a thin mattress. Uncomfortable but connected. The captain smiled and told the Indian that the phone rang. Perhaps familiar with the Manhwa team, before a swift cut sliced Han-Maru's body into pieces. A voice called out to Han-Maru saying this had to be returned from 7 hours ago. Walking down the street, exhausted, he realized how much easier life was as a student. Han-Maru sighed, still drained from the battle. Suddenly a sound came from behind, and Han-Maru turned to see a white car pull up beside him. The car door opened to reveal Uli, sitting inside with tearful eyes, a mirror of their intertwined feelings as she sighed, "Han-Maru, get in." Han-Maru bowed, smiled, and pleaded, "Good morning, please. Let me come with you." But Uli's tearful eyes turned cold, warning him to go away. With that, Uli's car sped off, leaving Hanmaru seething in its exhaust fumes, furious at her heartlessness. Hanmaru agreed, noting her strange personality and overly polite attitude. Uli laughed, bowing again, thinking that despite being handsome, rich, and smart, his bad personality made him unfriendable. Hanmaru agreed, laughing along, but secretly wondered why he felt like a failure, since he didn't have friends either. Hanmaru and Namuli arrived at Seoul headquarters, where Min Kwang greeted them. The car laughed, bowed, and greeted him. "Oh, you're here, our level 7 expert, Hanmaru." Hanmaru pushed him away from a hug and asked, "Level 7 ability?" Ji-won, having overheard, congratulated him on absorbing the level 7 expert's ability. Hanmaru was overjoyed, and so was the rest of the team. Suddenly, a hand slammed the table, interrupting the conversation. "What's going on?" "No way." Kang Chana's face was serious, his voice direct. "I didn't think you were just a level 1. You're confusing me. What exactly are you implying?" Kang Chana explained that the ability to recover the astral plane and control other levels is certainly not something a level 1 can do. Upon hearing this, Hanmaru turned pale. He wasn't just a level 1, was he? Kang Chana nodded, urging him to recall if he'd encountered any other levels before taking on a job. Hearing that, Hanmaru was worried, silent, and confused. How could he forget something so important? Meanwhile, behind Kang Chana, a strange red smoke began to intensify. Immediately, Hanmaru sensed something was wrong, and then black ink appeared at his feet. He was shocked. What was that? A crushing pressure bore down, making him sick, and he cried out, suddenly remembering something terrifying. Kang Chana reached out, saying, "You're safe here with me." Her words made Hanmaru uneasy, thinking about her mysterious past. The black ink surged. What are they doing? It fell, and as they watched with curiosity, did Hanmaru feel no fear? Hanmaru was ashamed and refused, wondering what was going on, but Kang Chana calmly explained that Hanho only had 1 year left to live. "I don't care." Your absurd words, like a flash of lightning, shocked Hanmaru, but his heart still struggled. "Hey, you don't care about me. What does it have to do with Hanho?" Kang Chana turned away, no longer wanting to deal with him or Deokman. Deokman smiled when Han didn't care and got hit. Hanmaru's heart screamed, then said no. Kang Chana left with Kim Dong, and as they climbed the mountain, Hanmaru was exhausted. Another hour gone, the night watch, the others checking the BMP warning equipment. Kang Chana stood before the bookshelf, writing down information. Reading the report, Hanmaru was confused. Why was the captain so upset when no contract was even signed? He wondered who was watching her, muttering to herself, "Right, like the expert said, we were almost dead. Instead of worrying about that, we should be thinking about how to survive the Lhasath flood. But we know too little about Lhasath to even talk to them." Then a bell rings, shocking Hanmaru. "Who's calling?" Kang Chana hangs up as the bell rings on the other end, signaling an emergency. Kang Chana answered, "It's me. Kang Chana here." On the other end, a bloodied Nam-yu-se-ok gasped, "It's Lhasath. He's here. The captain. He's been hit too." Nam-yu-se-ok, wounded and bleeding, cried out, I'm on my way." "Be careful," Kang Chana anxiously called out. "Hello? Nam-yu-se-ok?" Kang Chana was shaken, helpless, uttering in disbelief that the captain was scared, and even the level 10 ability user was attacked. Hanmaru was shocked. "What? That thing took down a level 10? Kang Chana warned, "That's right, and it's coming this way, so be careful." Kang Chana drew his weapon, ready to fight, and warned that this Lhasath was strong enough to defeat a level 10 ability user, as a red light suddenly appeared in the mud. Hanmaru and Kang Chana were on edge as a Lhasath emerged from the yellow mud. It spoke, greeting them. Hanmaru and Kang Chana were shocked. It could talk. They laughed, saying it was great to meet them and that they could talk for a while. Hanmaru was shocked that the Lhasath could speak. Kang Chana replied that it was a Lhasath, and it smiled, saying they didn't want to fight, just talk. Hanmaru, hearing this, questioned what he was talking about, but Kang Chana, remembering Nam-yu-se-ok's warning, cautioned him not to speak. Hanmaru replied, seeing this as a chance to learn about Lhasath, who came to kill them, but remained a mystery. He paused, then asked Lhasath in English where they came from. He answered, "We came from Naraka." Surprised, he asked, "Naraka, where is that?" He raised his demonic hat and replied, "The abyss of hell." He explained that it was a dark cloud where the dead were imprisoned in eternal conflict. Hanmaru wondered about something else, what Lhasath was like when he was alive. Hearing this, he broke out in a sweat, his voice faltering, realizing who Lasat was. The image of green skin shocked Han Maru, and Kang Chana recognized it too. It couldn't be. Lasat was once a star. Utterly bewildered, Han Maru hesitated, then nodded, admitting his involvement as Lasat spoke in English, signaling it was their turn to question him. Surprised, he nodded and started to ask questions, but Kang Chana stopped him, warning him not to speak to Lasat, who was only feigning friendliness. She warned him, but he was the one who attacked Captain Go and Nam, revealing his weapon as Kang Chana took a fighting stance. Lasat, hands on his head, pleaded for an end to the violence, but she wouldn't listen and immediately launched an attack. She moved with incredible speed, but he just laughed, mocking her inability to avenge her brother. Enraged, she stood frozen as he calmly removed the weapon from her face, explaining that her laughter was the cause of her brother's death. Kang Chana's mind flashed back to her brother's stabbing as she cried out his name. The boy turned to her, his voice trembling. "Sister, run." Then he collapsed. Kang Chana rushed to his side, cradling her brother's lifeless body in her arms. Kang Chana's pain intensified, and tears streamed down her face as her heart pounded. Back in the present, Kang Chana's mouth bled. Lasat had deliberately stabbed her as she died protecting her sister. She was the one who was supposed to protect her. It was right. Kang Chana fell. Han Maru gasped, and the expert's rage ignited. He rushed to her aid, but when he saw the wound in her heart, he gasped. She'd been stabbed. He saw her laughing and wondered how she attacked, because he didn't see anything. Could her ability be speech, an attack with words? Lasat whispered. "Now, what's the matter? The hurtful little girl who cried all day for her family is dead." "No," Han Maru gasped, her mouth trembling. He patted her, saying, "Don't," seeing the pain of Kang Chana's expert. A stab straight into her face made her faint, but Han Maru remained calm, turning to face the woman who was now frozen. Her man stopped just centimeters away. He was confused. His body wouldn't move. A light strike cut through, piercing his heart, and Han Maru panicked, realizing something had just stabbed him. Han Maru was dazed, his eyes bloodshot. He struggled to see Kang Chana lying still, thinking, "I never had feelings for her. I only saw Kang as a strong and admirable expert." Kang Chana wept, frantic with remorse. Han Maru braced himself, embracing her as crimson blood flowed like a thorny wave, causing him immense pain. The meology. We can't resist the captain's spirit. Henry Go, only 19, was also killed. He smiled, saying it was over, and collapsed. Exhausted and drained, with only cold blood running through him, he resisted the mental attack to save them all, before collapsing to the ground. A sound echoed, shaking his entire body. He was incredibly strong. A pair of black-gloved hands emerged, followed by Yuli carrying Han Maru. "What are you doing, Class 1? He asked. Han Maru was ecstatic. Their leader had arrived. Yuli was furious. Why did he let him consume that fool's old shirt? He turned around, surprised that he wasn't dead yet, and Maru, enraged by the old shirt, screamed, his tongue snapping back into place as he smiled, boasting that his throat was too strong to be hurt easily. They laughed, telling him to try harder, which infuriated Yuli, who demanded to know what they meant. Han Maru was just as crazed, smiling, both in the same boat, chattering about the terrifying name and color as the two Han Maru groups nervously eyed the screaming figure before them, a figure whose unhealed wound wore a person. He turned to warn his uneasy teammate. "Hey, he can read memories and launch mental attacks, so be careful." Yuli stood over him, cracking his knuckles, his face a cold, emotionless mask as he stared down at his enemy, utterly fearless. At the same time, Lasat's leg joints were crushed, his body shaking as he tried to stifle his cries of pain. On the contrary, Lasat remained calm, his taunts echoing, so this was long before his father acknowledged him. His muscles crushed, Lasat still laughed, his voice booming. "Ah, so you're like us. Devoid of feeling?" Lasat began to recall a memory Yuli had stolen, and he laughed maliciously. Of course, it's no surprise the abandoned son of that woman's husband. The Madflower had to kill herself. His memory flashes back to that terrible day. A young Yuli frozen in place, desperate to act, but a roaring laugh erupts from the ground. Maru watches Yuli, unfazed by Lasat's psychological assault, laughing like a drunken fool. He laughed, so what? Yuli seemed completely unfazed and went straight for Bob, who was holding Lasat's neck. His voice remained calm, devoid of confusion, blaming his mother's weakness. His cold eyes flickered, his words growing colder, declaring that only the new man could exist. Lasat, though struck, continued his verbal assault, predicting Yuli's downfall, his voice a haunting echo, questioning how he could ever match Han Maru's strength. Yuli, unmoved by his mother's death, now stood firm, his anger plain on his face. But then a golden light erupted, aimed straight at his left chest, seeking to pierce his heart. The sound of a hammer striking flesh, a blade hitting an arm, and a man's triumphant laugh. Maru didn't sacrifice his arm for Yuli. Instead, he turned to Lasat, ready to strike back. Lasat didn't retract his sword-like tongue, tasting the man's blood as the blade sank deeper into Maru's hand, and a scream echoed from the street. Lasat's tongue was crushed, softened, and bleeding, the pain causing the body to shake uncontrollably. But in that man's face, of course, was Maru. He forgot the pain, his expression full of love, looking at that wonderful sight. Luckily, Maru still knew where he was. The golden bull rumbled, thinking about avoiding a beating. Full of anger, not thinking. Seeing his coworkers suddenly appear like ghosts, he grabbed his old shirt, shaking his head, still not stopping. "Mr. Ulidun, wake up, what's wrong?" Uli was about to step in, shrugging helplessly, admitting he wasn't as strong as Han Maru, who said his head hurt because of it. "But you're even more important than me." Uli suddenly woke up, his handsome face brighter than before, despite the pain. Uli confidently answered that it was Class 1, and this sudden change forced Maru to obey. Maru knew this, but whether he said it or did it, he couldn't be sure, asking how they could approach him with that tongue. Others might not have noticed, but Uli, eyes wide, saw the bloodstain on her shirt and spoke of the situation. But Maru ignored him, fixated on the blood on his own mouth, unable to stop. "Oh, what's this?" The wound isn't healing itself. Uli quickly caught Chana as she fell, while Maru stared, wide-eyed, at her blood-soaked body. In a heart devoid of life, if the mass persists, the wound remains vulnerable, unable to heal. He abandoned them, running in the opposite direction, desperately seeking a way to rise and sever that deadly tongue. Maru decided to use himself as bait so his comrades could escape, drawing the monster's attention with a taunt. Blood doesn't discriminate, and if someone stands in its path, it won't hesitate to follow. Seeing that he had become the monster's target, Maru knew his chance had come. He couldn't stay long, and like a bullet he ran, headbutting his colleagues as he went. "I'm Ulidun. Protect the captain. I'll use my new ability to destroy it." Uli heard the code and muttered that it was crazy. That ability should be used in the vacuum of space. Chana covered her wound, blood staining her scar, and with her last breath asked him to help their team. He rushed to help Hanmaru, and inside the forest the yellow flock's footsteps echoed, kicking up mud and debris. Behind him, the monster's gnarled feet kept pace, relentlessly pursuing him. Maru and the yellow flock sped up, desperate to survive. The yellow flock watched the forest burn, but all he saw were the trees that kept talking. He worried, thinking, "I don't see any trees around here. I can't go in the house." The situation grew dire, and Maru, eyes closed, cursed his fate, wondering what to do. The car door was forced open, and Uli frantically urged Hanmaru to come closer. A few seconds later, all 4 doors of the car were opened. Maru knew what he was planning, and though he understood, he was still furious, watching the protective net get torn away. What a waste of an expensive car. Maru unleashed his fury, a jealousy beyond measure, a power surpassing Ian Enrich's, and leapt from the car, trapping his foe inside. Lasat wouldn't give up, unleashing a tongue nearly 10 meters long, aiming right at their car. This was Maru's plan all along. He quickly jumped to the front seat, ready to show off his skills. And just like that, Lasat was trapped inside. Uli, who was hiding nearby, immediately slammed the door shut, shouting to his colleague that the door was sealed. Hearing that, Maru and Ian lured Lasat, the red-haired man, into the car alone. He slammed the last door shut, looking up, mission accomplished. But before he could finish, Lasat's razor-sharp tongue lashed out, a blur of motion, and his body was torn to pieces. Uli cried out Maru's name in anguish as Lasat escaped the car, as if victorious. After Maru, Uli was his next target, but before Lasat could move, a hand from behind gripped him tightly. Maru was torn to shreds, and Uli was next, but Lasat suddenly turned to see Hanmaru standing behind him. His face was pale and cold, and the black shadows of Maru began to descend. A multitude of Maru's hands emerged, one after another, filling the cramped car, all reaching out. Lasat sensed the danger and turned, but it was too late. Countless hands reached through the window, opened it, and dragged him back. Maru's teeth tore into Lasat, a relentless, agonizing assault on the monster's flesh. At 20 years old, Lasat was in agony as the small figure dared to bite into his car's teeth. And the Maru inside began to drag Lasat in. He tried to escape, but the force was too strong. As Lasat was torn apart and the person inside remained, Uli grew worried, wondering how long Hanmaru would remain trapped. Inside, silence reigned, not a sound to be heard. His face contorted, pale with fear. Why couldn't that name escape him? Shana, witnessing his struggle, urgently asked what was wrong. But inside the car, Lasat was like a goat in a wolf's den, surrounded by Maru. His flesh torn, blood flowing, Lasat gasped. "Don't. Let's talk." Feeling sorry for him, Lasat used psychological warfare, saying Maru couldn't be as violent as the 4 stars. Maru's eyes widened, his face paling as if he'd seen something terrible. Maru's memories flood back to when he was a helpless boy, unable to fight back as his father strangled him. But that doesn't hurt him, and Maru's father continues to lift him into the air, determined to kill his son. He looks on, speechless, doesn't he? Lacey had understood his pain, so hurting him was all the more satisfying. "What do you think now that your father's dead?" Maru frantically struck his hand away. The force of the attack made his earring ache, blood trickling from the wound. His hands trembled, and he could barely hear, but this was what he wanted. Maru gazed down at Lasat, tears in his eyes. "Don't be fooled by the pain of others." Lasat suddenly looked up, opening his mouth as if to speak. But Maru didn't give him a chance, shouting that Lazit was useless and shouldn't listen to him, as the Meru King's hands pulled Lazit's head down with all their might. Then, gripping his hand tightly, a massive explosion erupted inside the car. Channa witnessed the explosion, and, ignoring her pain, tried to stop him, but Uli pulled her back, urging her to retreat. One explosion after another rocked the car, threatening to tear it apart. Then, a final deafening blast painted the scene in blood, like a crimson summer rain washing over the wreckage. Channa's eyes widened, her face flushed, her composure lost. Even Uli was ready to let her go as Channa moved closer to the exploded car. She placed her hand on the car, the force so strong it drew blood, but she didn't care. Channa focused all her strength on pulling the young man from the wreckage. Uli didn't touch her shoulder as she sighed, her voice small, saying it was too late. He must have fainted. But Channa refused to believe it, trying to persuade him and herself that he could recover. Without another word, she dove into the car's explosive debris, hoping to pull him out before it was too late. Uli watched Channa, who was still amidst the raging explosion. He reached out, mimicking her, and began to touch the car's explosive core. Uli yanked him back with surprising speed, but as he pulled them away, he felt weak, truly dead, and a burden to others. Contrary to the chaos around him, Maru huddled like a newborn, sinking into his own sea of consciousness. His eyes closed, and in his hesitation, he couldn't think. He was dead. Recalling the final scene before the explosion, he was stunned. What was the devil's last sentence? Maru couldn't hear, but he read his lips. The first word was, "Ah!" and the second word was also, "Ah!" His mind grew increasingly clouded as the explosion lifted him, and he uttered, "Your destiny." His eyes snapped open, his head reeling. What destiny? Then suddenly, "La la la, wake up!" Maru opened his eyes and awoke. But this wasn't the real world. It was another sea of his consciousness, a space filled with red, glaring eyes. Suddenly, a large black hand with sharp claws emerged from his stomach, followed by the rest of the demon's body. But Maru felt no pain. The demon rose, a mouth full of teeth still clutched in its hand, its tongue long and familiar. Maru trembled, cold sweat pouring from him. Where was he? The monster's name echoed, a smile crept across its face as water dripped down, and it asked, "Remember me?" Maru trembled, fearfully gazing at the monster as his memories resurfaced. At that moment, Hanmaru felt a primal fear as he stared at the towering monster before him. A nightmarish fusion of 3 wolf heads on a single, massive body, easily 2 meters tall. The monster's heavy breath inspired fear, its gaze a vision of hell. A 3-headed wolf capable of devouring souls. The monster salivated, its eyes slowly sizing him up as if sealing his fate. And Maru trembled, terrified of the sludge behind his father. The monster's father. His father didn't just take him away. On the contrary, he was shocked when his clothes were lifted, his face dark and scary. The horn demanded all kinds of nonsense for a child. He had to fight, not run. Maru cried, tears streaming down his face, asking why. He looked down at his small body, his face still slightly changed, but he spoke every word, because he could. Maru's father said that if that's the case, then he has the strength to get Adi. Ignoring the boy's fierce resistance and releasing him, even though he was as strong as a tiger, he still insisted on taking his old shirt. Had that man somehow touched his son's heart in front of that monster? Maru fell to the ground. His brother June trembled, his face covered in mud, stifling sobs. His eyes wide with terror at the monster's face, he was utterly defenseless as the beast toyed with him, its massive maw agape. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Uli desperately tried to break free, clinging to the hope that a bit of yellow dust remained to save his uncle. He couldn't control his sludge. The yellow dust was gone. Chana rushed to check, but Uli could no longer see, struggling to turn his head away. Though she saw Maru's lifeless body, Chana couldn't bear his despair, gently lifting him and placing him in her palm, pouring blood into him as she cried, "Maru, can you hear me?" As she spoke, Maru's bloodied hands clasped together, holding hers tightly as they both stared at the scene before them. Uli exclaimed, "It can't be." Hanmaru lay unconscious, spewing yellow dust from his nose and mouth as Uli frantically tried to pull it out. His weakened body suddenly rose, eyes vacant, mouth agape, as if trying to absorb the last vestiges of life to escape the bloody chaos within. Hanmaru was covered in blood, a monstrous figure consuming his own lifeblood, desperately searching for something. Uli and Chana were stunned, unable to comprehend the scene before them as his body began to heal. He took a few steps before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Just when everyone thought Hanmaru was up to something, they found him fast asleep on the ground, looking peaceful. Uli and Chana didn't know how to react. Uli saw him sleeping peacefully amidst the battle, and enraged, stomped on his brother, asking if the sludge was his doing. That sludge enraged him. Clutching his aching back, he cried out, "What are you doing?" Enraged, he grabbed Maru's shirt, demanding to know if he'd just made a royal like that sludge, and what if that was the treasure sludge's ability. Treasure sludge. Then, as if waking from a dream, he realized, right. He remembered the forgotten memory, the memory he saw in the treasure sludge's mirror, how it used its ability to predict. The treasure ability isn't newly acquired. He's had it since he was young. I remember that day so clearly. I had to fight alone while my father watched, emotionless, because he had forced me to. Why did he do that? Then, as if struck through the heart, he cried out in pain, shocking Uli. Hanmaru collapsed, and the sludge on the ground also fell. Why did you do that? You have to tell me. I knew it. Chana, familiar with Hanmaru's state, stopped Uli, saying to wait a minute and let Hanmaru rest. It seems the sludge isn't the treasure this monster seeks. We shouldn't have told the sludge's owner so quickly. But she was direct, turned away and argued, and we still don't know why he created the yellow sludge. In the darkness, Uli asked Chana what would happen if he became dangerous like the sludge. But Chana, with unwavering confidence, declared he believed Hanmaru would never be a threat. He knew he was helpless, only able to turn and look at those behind him, each breath a struggle. All he could do was look away, indifferent to whatever happened. Then he turned and left me, Kang Chana, there with Hanmaru. Even though Kang Chana didn't believe his own words, he could only breathe deeply, saying he believed, but later on the speeding train, Hanmaru leaned against the door, exhausted, watching the others but still lost in thought. A storm of screams. What could it be? When did I become a monster? Shh, he looked up at the sky. The hateful image of that storm of screams shocked Hanmaru, and he recoiled against the train door, crying out in disbelief. Someone who witnessed his scream asked what was going on. He turned to see Nam Yu-seok behind him, looking uneasy on the subway. Not wanting to embarrass himself, Hanmaru saw the sweat dripping from Nam Yu-seok's face and stopped explaining, convinced he'd just seen something impossible. He was nearly silent as he gently whispered to Nam Yu-seok, asking if he had time to talk, but then he turned and left. He shook his hand, completely disagreeing, saying his decision was to not talk to colleagues after work. Hearing this upset Han, hurting his mood, calling him cold-blooded. I thought of him as a close colleague, but now I need to focus on taking him down. It was Nam Yu-seok calling, shaking his hand as he shouted, "Kim Woo-ju, why are you calling me?" Then, in a bar near the train station, a drunken Nam Yu-seok, face red, beer in hand, pointed unsteadily and declared he was leaving the Gyeong Mountain team with a simple, written order. Kim Woo-ju was stunned, and Athi looked on, a bit dazed. Nam Yu-seok saw Hanmaru beside him, beer in hand, lamenting his fate. But it angered him. Why did Hanmaru want to follow him? Completely drunk and covered in beer, he'd lost all composure, lamenting his loneliness and desire to belong. He didn't see himself as an outsider, smiling naturally at Uju, asking why he wanted to quit after their first meeting. Kim Woo-ju's head was pounding, his mind racing as he began to tell his story. A story of constant discord within the team. Hanmaru commented on the link, not saying anything, but angrily asking if it's true that many in the GYE team bully others all day. Namyu Seok remembered his dark past, offering her a smile but remaining silent. Hanmaru was shocked by his words, the evil that lurked within the team. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. In this line of work, there are plenty of bad people, some even more dangerous than Lasat. It makes me think of Seong Wanli's words. What if he becomes as dangerous as that wolf? He also fears that he, being slender and not good-looking, might become as dangerous as Lasat. After the party, the three walked through a small alley to go home. Namyu Seok walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, leaving Han Maru to carry Kim Wooju on his back, and he was angry at Hong Hok for the wait and the long road that soaked his shirt with sweat. He asked the leader where he was going, and Namyu Seok pointed towards a brightly lit restaurant down the street, near Kim Wooju's parents' store. He opened the door, turned back, and said to take him to his father so they could go home, but suddenly something struck Yu Seok in the eye, making him turn around. A voice cried out, "Who is Nam Yu Seok?" Before him stood three figures, their eyes cold and piercing. Realizing the situation was dire, he turned to leave, but ran straight into someone who made Yu Seok scream. A terrifying voice boomed, announcing someone's arrival. Red hair and a pale face appeared, standing before Nam Yu Seok with a grin. He was happy to see Kim Wooju, but instead he found Nam Yu Seok like this, and before he could react, he was struck. Without hesitation, he struck Yu Seok, consumed by rage and curses, demanding change, then oblivion. And defenseless, Yu Seok could only lie on the ground, suffering. He grew more enraged, pointing and shouting, threatening to tear the office apart. Today, someone would pay. Hanmaru, stepping in, quickly grabbed his hand, asking what he was doing, reminding him that they were colleagues. The redhead looked at him and asked who he was. Still polite, he introduced himself as a colleague of Nam Yu Seok from the flower team. Hearing this, he laughed, a chilling pressure filling the air as he remarked, "Ah, so the team's gathered all the sickos, huh?" Then he retaliated, striking the man across the face with brutal force, demanding to know who dared slap him. He was slammed against the wall, the impact jarring him, and he winced as blood trickled down his face. The president couldn't stand it. Seeing his men so miserable, he just wanted to kill him. And Han continued to shout, lost in a dream of a woman he didn't even know. Hanmaru slowly awoke, his hands bloody against his face. With cold eyes, yellow blood, and a nosebleed, his gaze lost its cool edge as Hanmaru, displeased, glared at them, his mouth twitching, ready to kill. The red-haired man continued to strike Nam Yu Seok, who could only suffer the humiliation. All because he blamed the protagonist, and they were punished for months. Han didn't hesitate to push Yu Seok, making him uncomfortable and swelling his face, but he still didn't raise a hand, only screamed. Screaming, he couldn't take it anymore, tears streaming down his face, consumed by rage. From behind, Hanmaru slowly awoke, his eyes bloodshot, yellow blood trickling from his mouth. The restaurant door burst open, and before the red-haired thug could react, a foot slammed into his face. Han felt the sting of his own hair being used to strike him, a pain even greater than the blow itself. The red-haired gang all jumped to their feet, confronting the attacker. "Who are you?" they demanded. Uli's face was cold, a vein throbbing with anger as he repeated the red-haired man's words. The Ganghwa team members were killed. Turning to Han Maru, Uli threatened, "If you cause trouble here, you'll die with me." Maru snapped out of his daze, his anger replaced by a sudden realization of his recklessness. He covered his mouth and asked, "Why are you here?" Uli didn't hesitate. "Not here to cause you trouble anymore?" The story goes back a few hours to when he saw Han Maru grabbing the shirt of South EU's nanny car, angrily refusing. Something caught his attention in the distance. Han Maru and Uli spotted a tuft of hair under a man's hat and immediately recognized Kang Chana. She glanced in the mirror as his eyes met hers, both unsure why he was being attacked, but she was determined to get him out of there. A booming voice interrupted her, asking why it was so easy. The soulless woman held the red-haired man's hand, shook it, and said, "You killed half my team and then fell." Meanwhile, Kang Chana, a girl with glasses, stepped in to stop her from taking Namsu, insisting they still had unfinished business with South EU's nanny. She made her point without hesitation, pressing her head against the mirror, staring the other person down, warning them not to cause trouble. Pause. The woman asked her teammates if the man was being blamed, but the red-haired man stood up angrily, saying he didn't care. Han, experiencing his feelings, was not happy, but angry, declaring they were dead. Then Han went up and lured them to Uli's car, agitated in the distance, while another man, excited to fight, put his hands together in anticipation. ready to punish them. Uli also stepped back into the taxi, ready to fight the other two without holding back. Behind Kangchana, Ariana warns Hanmaru not to get involved, preparing him for a battle that will make him ugly. The red-haired girl, still seething, prepares to smash the chair down on his head. Then, like a flash of light, something powerful struck, hitting the man's ribs and sending him reeling with a shout. And the one responsible was none other than Kangchana, who effortlessly wielded a tree branch. The blow sent her sprawling, clutching her leg, writhing in pain, screaming. She was terrified as the branch shattered before her, a stark warning to stop. Just then, a man in a suit, but with a boisterous demeanor, interrupted the fight. Han questioned him, asking what he was doing. "I just went to the restroom and you're fighting civilians?" Kangchana looked at Han, immediately asking, "Who are you?" Han politely identified himself as the Royal Air Force's Air Force captain, requesting her captain's presence. But before she could respond, the captain's name was used as a weapon, striking her face with a resounding blow. She painfully turned back, but Han stood firm, shaking his hand, looking at her. Han was shocked to see the person he'd just hit fly away, questioning if she was no ordinary person, asking why she dared touch his team members. Han then looked at Nam Yu Seop, still in pain on the ground, and recognized him. It had been a long time. Seeing Kangchana hit the remote control, a cold sweat ran down his face, and a strange sound escaped his lips. He couldn't believe his eyes. Han dared to strike the captain. A woman! Chana was bleeding, her face red and swollen, and the captain sputtered, unable to contain her rage as royal power surged within her, eyes glowing, gums green, and blood-tinged sweat beading on her brow. She couldn't hold back. Seong Uli, seeing the chaos, frantically tried to stop Hanmaru, but he was too late, just a step behind. Han was shocked, asking the woman's name, but before he could finish, Hanmaru struck her face, spitting on her in a fit of rage. The blow was inhuman, striking the man beside him, slamming his head into the ground with a sickening crack. The force shattering the chair and splattering blood against the wall. After being spat on, Hanmaru gradually regained consciousness, but it was too late. The royal aura he emitted filled the room. Even the South Korean authorities in Seoul watched in disbelief at the layers of mud before their eyes. What was this? Why is royalty here? And next to Seong Uli, he was completely helpless, giving up on his uncontrollable behavior. He wondered what had just happened and asked Han, the leader of Kangchana, if he was okay, as she gradually regained consciousness, washed the blood from her nose, and turned to him, saying the royal was not created. He knew he messed up, but couldn't admit it, so he just apologized, saying he lost control after seeing her hit him and bleed. He gave up on helping her up, and suddenly the captain burst out laughing. Han seemed at ease, but the royal's impact was clear as his eyes rolled back, and he struggled to stay conscious. Then, overcome with excitement, he sat up, a wide smile spreading across his face as he asked if he could create a royal himself. Han approached Hanmaru, extending an invitation. "Who are you, and why did you create a royal?" His crazed tone barely concealed his long-held interest, and he placed a hand on his shoulder, asking, "Want to join my team?" He pictured his past trauma, surrounded by thugs, and seeing that same look on Han's face, he refused. "I'd never join a team of scoundrels." Knowing it wouldn't be easy, Han didn't press, simply touching his face, as if guessing something. Then he laughed, showing respect for Hanmaru's team, saying he couldn't let them leave so easily. Han watched Royal, who was wandering around the restaurant, and an interesting thought occurred to him. He had a royal too. Han made an offer. A fight, a battle between the GIE team and Ganghwa Zhou. Han stood amidst the crowd, raising his hands to the cheers, seemingly bored. Han's words made the Hanmaru group feel like they were dealing with a madman. The GIE team? Then he saw the eager crowd, not even a smile among them. No one dared to imagine what was coming. The captain calmly ate his seaweed, ignoring the Hanmaru group's objections, and simply ordered everyone to line up. Gong Huazhou didn't want to lie and disagreed with Han's approach, but before she could protest, he silenced her. Then the sharp-tongued girl challenged him. 3 fights, winner takes the south of the European Union? Han presented her like a war prize, flaunting her. With every word Han spoke, sweat poured down. If he won, they'd forget the South European Union ever happened. Han, not forgetting Hanmaru, raised his voice, then yelled, "Listen to the flute's strange sound." He wanted to trample them underfoot. The people screamed, reminded of Han's deceitful ability, the ability to create that emperor. It took them a long time to calm down, so his smile was as sharp as a man on the bridge. Han gently raised his hand to hide his words to Maru. If he accepted the challenge, he promised to keep it secret. Gang Chana was furious, his face darkened by Han's sluggish attitude. He didn't want to hear it, but the captain knew it all. As a battle for the Fallen's identity, the team that asked for first place lost. But Han still needed to mention everything, like the ban Han didn't want to break, but wasn't killed by anyone, making him very unkind. The Hanmaru team stared at the offensive name, and Yuli hastily removed his hat, trying to avoid the impending battle. He instinctively reached for the blood of the bloodthirsty, self-centered Hanmaru who, as a member of the team, could only fight, and wanted to fight those with the ability. Hanmaru stopped in his tracks, asking loudly if he was crazy. Maybe you're just like that bastard. But Yuli wasn't the only one who wanted to declare war. Even Kang Chana seriously considered it and spoke the team's name. They accepted Yuli's declaration, a move that left him in disbelief and fear. What did you say? But before the war, he reminded the others to create a symbol with the two in front, and to find a way to stop time during the battle, alarming Hanmaru and Yuli's car. Why? Without another word, Han tells the two of them to simply go to war and see who wants to go first. Yuli, who had been waiting for this moment, smiled coldly and stepped forward, saying, "Let me go first. I don't like to wait." Meanwhile, Han asks his subordinate who their team was before, as the man with glasses slowly removes them. Han activates his ability, revealing eyes that are black and yellow. Within Han's eyes, a demonic shadow emerged, piercing through his opponent's abilities, a storm brewing as he locked eyes with the towering figure. That name echoed in his mind as he spoke with his teammate. Han's ability was to attack by breaking the opponent's body. This was Han's chance for revenge, to repay Yuli for his mistakes. Han clenched his wooden hand, remembering how he'd been made to cry for so long and how he'd teach Han some manners. Then, those tree-like hands surged forth like bloodthirsty monsters, heading straight for him. The trees lunged at Yuli's car like gaping maws, but he stood motionless. Just as they were about to touch him, he gently lowered a finger, his cold eyes fixed on Han, and the trees were instantly severed, falling to the ground. Yuli's power seemed natural, but the red hairs was weak, or so it seemed, for Han had another plan in mind. Han smirked, gripping his hand as if channeling power, savoring the moment. The severed trees, now under Han's control, ensnared the red-haired foe, closing in on Yuli's face. Caught off guard, Han smiled, boasting that he could control all the broken pieces. And Yuli felt the crushing fear as the trees tightened around his neck, each step becoming unbearable. The red-haired man watched as Han's power encased Yuli, leaving him motionless and dripping wet. And Han approached, surprised, wondering how Yuli could possibly use his power now. Han, thrilled, transformed his arm into a sharp weapon, menacingly close to Yuli, savoring his fear, confident in his victory, and taunting him about his impending defeat. He heard Han's question and smiled even as the weapon loomed close. There was still a way to win by taking down the guy on the ground. Immediately after that scream, he bit down so hard it created a deafening noise, as if an invisible force from within was rearranging all the wires around him. It even created a flash, blinding the red-haired man momentarily, but before Han could react, Yuli's grip tightened around his neck, stealing his breath. Without waiting for a reaction, he coldly announced Han's punishment, the first round of the 5-bone flower fire. His voice was soft like a god's, but his actions were anything but. With a mere touch and a gust of wind, Han's body was torn in two, unleashing a scream of agony. But Yuli wasn't about to let Han off so easily, relishing his control as he prepared the next strike, demanding Han listen to every word, stand straight, reduced to nothing more than a fish on a line, weakly screaming in pain. He smiled gently, like a god, and announced the next sacrifice would be bone. Han screamed, his eyes filled with terror as the pain consumed him. The team leader behind him, also in harm's way, was coldly observed and called out. Han turned to look at the two teams in front of him, enjoying the announcement of the next match, ready to proceed. Kang Chana decided to go next, tying up his hair for the match, but as he passed Yuli, she blamed him for being too reckless. He barely had time to ask what she wanted. With a cold face and confident stride, the next fighter steps forward. Deng Kao once again uses his demonic sight to assess Chana's abilities. She can manipulate blood to inflict pain. Han simply said, turning to the only woman on the team stepping up to fight, "It's your turn," smiling fiercely. He reached into his shirt, then pulled out 2 ribs, tearing the flesh from his sides with demonic blood. Han turned to face her, ready to fight, and used his bones to attack. Chana knew it was too dangerous to kill him, so she pleaded, "I think it's best if neither of us uses pain. It's too dangerous." But Han didn't care, and even used his power to create massive bones from his back, forming large legs like a rabbit perched on bone, ignoring her words and attacking with full force. Ada then unleashed a flurry of dance-like movements, quickly closing in. She swiftly conjured a long sword, successfully blocking the woman's attack. Chana put everything she had into creating an opening, forcing Ada to defend against the attack from behind. But in retreating, she fell right into Chana's trap. She didn't even try to use her power to turn bones into ranged weapons, but the faster Chana easily dodged those attacks. Proving that equal strength and speed can shatter a plan, she must minimize the hits and force her to retreat. Chana quickly used her sword to sweep the ground. She unleashed a devastating, direct blow with all her might, a single strike with no hesitation, as if channeling every ounce of power to rupture her opponent's very being. The force sent her reeling backward, blood splattering onto her stunned comrades. The North's leader was struck. Kang Chana, realizing she'd clashed with her opponent, anxiously asked Han if she was all right, admitting she lost control of her strength, but the others were too busy celebrating her victory. Wow, she's gotten so strong. Even Han Maru doesn't know she's contributing 10 more points. Kang Chana's face was red, and though she didn't turn around, she looked innocent, saying she just screamed because she'd never fought a human before. Unbeknownst to the three who celebrated her victory, a certain member of their group turned, watching them all. Han was sweating, unable to believe what he was seeing. Han heard only of the Gangwa team's weaknesses, and seeing his teams lose, he was no longer as happy as before. He hastily asked the Maru group if only Han Maru was left, while Kang Chana struggled to believe Han was so determined to move her group. Knowing Han wanted to see Maru's skill, she questioned the need for further matches after their 2 out of 3 victory. But Han, unable to conceal his anger, revealed his true intentions. Of course, he wanted to see Maru's ability, so he set 3 points, refusing to let Kang Chana's group even watch the match. She couldn't believe what she was hearing, but before Chana could protest, Maru stepped forward and confidently accepted Han's request. It's okay, just play and set 3 points. He didn't hesitate to seize the opportunity, directly countering Han's request with his own condition, a direct fight with the captain. The others were shocked, unable to believe what they were seeing. Are you crazy? Only Seong Uli is helpless, regretting his foolish actions. The captain, though amused, couldn't help but smile. Only the glasses-wearing man behind Han remained silent, using his ability, and something made Han miss him, even scaring the devil in Han's eyes. The demon in Han's eyes was furious, clawing at them as if to tear them out, causing Han unbearable pain and tears. Han clutched his bleeding eyes in pain, alarming the others, who asked what was wrong. The bespectacled man trembled, drenched in sweat as Han writhed in terror, wondering if he was even human. Han said this because behind Han Maru a purple aura appeared, like the countless teeth of a monster's maw, and Han, terrified, wondered who had helped him. Hearing the captain's name, he stepped forward and told Han Maru that fighting them all wouldn't work, and that a good person should take their place. Han agreed, cutting his hand and ordering a subordinate to bring someone to replace him. The replacement was none other than Kim Uju, a tall man who was still trying to understand what was happening, worried about his parents, but the captain simply stroked Uju's face and said not to worry about a thing. Han then pushed you forward, telling Han Maru to fight Kim Uju, his team's strongest member. But Han, ignoring his words, simply said, "Han, please be quiet. I'll talk to you later." Then, turning to Kim Uju, he added, "Do your best, Uju. If you do well, I'll take care of you." Han Maru stared at the person before him, the same person he was happily chatting with just hours ago, now his opponent. He couldn't believe it. His eyes widened in surprise, wondering why. Before Han Maru, a massive head emerged from the snow, a monster he could now see, lurking behind Kim Uju, spewing taunts and insults. A useless disaster that should just die. He realized it was a memory of Kim Uju's past, and something within him was controlling him, shocking him. But the monster within Han Maru gloated over Uju's pain and Nam Yuseok's attack, and Kim Uju's expression instantly vanished. He didn't stop, ignoring Maru's control, and unleashed his long tongue, declaring that not everyone can see the pain of a weak, useless monster, so why the look on his face? The monster quickly stopped him, begging him to stop. Then suddenly that tongue, like a knife, sliced him to pieces and lunged forward. Before Kim Uju could react, a single strike pierced his heart, causing him to scream in agony. He realized he'd inadvertently eliminated the last person who could take Uju, questioning why the monster broke so suddenly. Seeing its tears and sweat, its anger, it simply uttered 2 words. "Sorry." The words he spoke surprised him, Han Maru didn't understand. Then, an explosion, a blue explosion, struck the man. That was Kim Uju's power, the monster unleashed. A blue, acid-like energy quickly consumed his body, filling the air with steam and amplifying Maru's pain, even affecting those behind him. Kang Chana saw him and called out to him, and Miss saw me discussing the situation. Then Nga was taken away by the leader of that martial arts team. They don't want to hear the dog's whimpers or be interrupted in their match. Then Han gently tried to hold his hand and asked what was wrong. He finally looked at his bloodied body and asked if he understood the burning poison. He was in extreme pain, his skin crushed. He only noticed the words he spoke because of the pain. Though his body was failing and his skin was crushed, he remained strong, vowing never to surrender. Han remained composed, while Kim Uju, guiding him from afar, urged him to attack quickly and end the match. The Emperor, from Han Maru's mouth, still stood, but quickly recovered, thanks to his power. He slowly rose, telling Han that he didn't care about the rules and was ready for the next battle. Fueled by rage, he turned to Han, ready to deliver a knockout punch. Looking at him, Han remained calm, replying, "Think simple, huh? Rules are a must, you know," the captain said, resting his hand on his chin. 8 times, Han immediately drew a gun, jabbing his chin as if picking something up. Han Maru, climbing towards Han, felt a powerful force from above, slamming him to the ground as his teammates were drawn in, pulling his knees down with him. Even in his weakened state, he couldn't escape. He fell to the ground, crying out in pain. "Seong Uli!" Through gritted teeth, he gasped, "This power, it's crushing me. I can barely breathe." Seok struggled to control his breathing. He reminded everyone that it was their captain's ability. "Ge Yi Yang San. Just breathe briefly and you'll endure." The others looked forward, eyeing the tall figure standing at the front, thinking, "That is the one with long-term power control." Immediately, a force struck from above, revitalizing his bones, shattering them in the air. He was in pain, bleeding, injured, and exhausted. Han watched the yellow substance thicken, then reached into it, testing it. He noticed the more pain he endured, the more yellow spots appeared. He looked at his opponent, writhing in agony, and remarked that his ability was quite unique. Han Maru lay on the ground, tears streaming, racked with pain, struggling to understand. A ghostly face with long teeth flashed in his mind, making him think, this captain can see Han's power. But Han's power seems quite strong. Before changing anything, he needed a shift within himself, struggling to awaken. To stop Han, he had to distract him, find his weakness through sheer will, and not be defeated by the captain. He looked at Han, his body shaking, but he could still face his enemy. Though the captain's past remained a mystery. Why, with his ability to see Han's power, can't he see it clearly? Then he realized something. Han seems to have no weakness in his spirit face that he could exploit. Or, as Han put it, a spirit name with no weakness. He relentlessly pressed the captain, enraged and trembling. Han, losing patience, knelt and threatened Han Maru with his sword, warning him not to test his temper, questioning his abilities. "If you don't talk, I'll cut you down," Han threatened, sword to his neck, making him nervous as Han went wild. The blade kissed Han Maru's neck, then snapped in two as if struck by some unseen force. It was Uli's chariot ability, and he looked up just in time to see Kang Chana seize the opportunity, biting his own skin and drawing his weapon. With one hand she grabbed a small knife, bending her sword, her feet struggling to keep her upright. Gathering her strength, she lunged towards the captain. Sword in hand, she dripped blood towards Han, but he remained calm, unwavering, and unleashed his power once more, amplified 20-fold. Another force slammed down, breaking Kang Chana's body. She couldn't withstand the sudden blackout. Even Uli and South's bodies were shaking, sweat pouring down their faces as they screamed in pain for an hour, until Han slowly stood, turning his aching body. The captain looked at Kang Chana unconscious on the ground, and calmly explained to her and the others that when the power increased, breathing became difficult, and without enough oxygen to the brain, they lost consciousness. Seeing her motionless, Han Maru called out her name, Kang Chana, while the captain, still focused on his objective, took the weapon from her hand. He turned his cold gaze to Han Maru, who smiled and said, "Now, no one can stop us." Seeing him struggle to stay awake, Han continued, "Let's pick up where we left off." Han Maru breathed deeply, struggling against the power that threatened to consume him. The captain, hearing a knock, called out, "It's late. Who's there?" Han lost his patience as the store closed, but behind the door, the black shadow remained motionless. A dark, secretive energy seeped through the door, quickly enveloping those lying in wait inside, leaving the captain to question its true nature. Kang Chana discovered the essence and smiled, knowing it was finally here. though late. A group rushed in to save the special staff, realizing their loss would be great. Someone quickly pressed a button, sending an urgent message to Captain Go Deokman, who stood outside, ready to strike. With eyes as black as night, the dark energy flowed and a demonic song began. The eye's name is no accident, and Han embraces that quality, dots appearing all over his head. Soon, only a patch of Han's head remains untouched by the black substance. Han didn't understand the space he'd fallen into. What was this? Why am I so shiny? This is strange. Han knew something was off, but he couldn't explain it. Meanwhile, Han Maru was panicking, unable to see, hear, or smell anything, as if he no longer existed. This sensory deprivation was infuriating, and he clutched his head, his eyes brimming with tears, unsure of what was happening. The eye was focused on the knife, unaware of the black hand creeping up behind him as Go Deokman moved in. Han quickly fell unconscious. Afterward, Deokman looked at Han Maru, who was nervously shaking his feet nearby. Maru's spirit began to fade. He even bit his hand until it bled, desperate to feel something, anything. He was panicked, numb, and utterly helpless. Deokman approached, grabbing Han Maru's neck with one hand and his bloodied hand with the other, stopping his fading spirit. Deokman confidently reached into his chest, retrieving the two still bleeding eyes and quickly placed them into his sockets. As the two eyes returned to their sockets, the darkness vanished, and the chocolate's dark space flowed into Deokman's eyes like black smoke. The British team's special forces, along with Han Maru and I, lay unconscious and motionless on the floor. Deokman took a deep breath, deciding to stop the bleeding and then rest. The other forces began to regain consciousness, quickly grasping the situation as Han approached. Deokman slowly raised his head, hands clasped, his voice hoarse. "Officers, Kang Chana and Uli, why didn't you talk to Han Maru?" Han turned, enraged. Did Kang Chana want to quit being an officer? Kang Chana nodded, apologizing. If the captain spoke with the Jia Yangsan team leader to resolve this, Deokman refused. His cold eyes fixed on her. He could never let this go. Soon after, the scene shifts to the main office, where Han Maru is locked in a room, watched by 8 silent figures. Han Maru sits, hands clasped, still frowning as usual, but inside he's deeply confused, wondering what to do. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the office, a tense meeting unfolded as Yui Yang proposed managing Han Maru from now on. Deokman was furious, saying it was impossible. How could they say that when he could create gold like a ghost, a dangerous person? She slammed her hand on the table. Look at the clash with the Gaia Engzan team this time. If he uses that ability in front of people, what then? Deokman casually replied, "That won't happen." This incident started with the Gaia Engzan team attacking first. He said, glancing to the left, that he didn't even know the captain just took the fall, the director in the film. It's not like naming the team is the director's responsibility. Yang was angry, asking why she said that in front of the director, but the director waved it off, saying it was okay. Kang Chana said that with special skills, personality isn't important, Indu continued, saying Captain Jia Yangsan is a talent needed in the battle with ghosts, no matter what he is. He smiled, saying it's best the captain avoid Gangwado. Deokman immediately retorted that Han Maru was necessary in the battle with ghosts, and even in life, he was no problem. Moreover, these two will manage their close relationship, and of course, the cool captain lured 2 family members into this. Kang Chana took Yuli's car to scare him, huh? The opponent remained silent, asking if the captain would take responsibility if Han Maru caused trouble. Deokman confirmed that she was free to go, and as the meeting adjourned, she and the others rose to leave, only to be called back by Director Yuli, who asked to speak with her. Yuli turned, a hint of anger on his face, but he said nothing, letting Kang Chana and Go Deokman leave first. The meeting ended, and Han Maru, relieved, hurried after the other two, eager to know what happened. But everything was fine, or so he thought, failing to grasp the captain's true feelings. Deokman, seemingly emotionless, spoke softly, but his words pierced like needles. 3 months of discipline for all 3 of them. He was angry. These crazy guys always made him carry the burden. This time, thanks to the team and Kang Wado's responsibility, things were okay. But if trouble still brewed... He carefully reminded them not to forget that the director of Indu was a very scary person, as Indu stubbornly created an oppressive atmosphere for the whole team. He laid out the conditions for his son. If Han Maru loses control and causes chaos, he asked Uli seriously if he could eliminate him. But Indu was more serious than I thought. He took the order, sat down, and made it clear this wasn't a father's request, but a director's order. Han Maru was no longer seen as someone using legal skills, but as a resistor, highlighting the problem's severity. A self-reliant person, no different from evil. He reiterated that Hanmaru might become their enemy, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere in the room, as Hanmaru joked around, placing a snail on someone's head. Hanmaru smiled, clearly heard, and stood up with a childlike expression, unable to believe the gang management he was witnessing. The snail's room was a mess, with bare feet, a pair of shoes, a shirt, and a soda bottle strewn about. "This is the only way to keep an eye on you and avoid any confusion." He smiled, saying they'd work together, and even after work, they'd be together, 24/7. Oblivious to Hanmaru's disgusted gaze and inner turmoil, Snail led him to their shared workspace. Hanmaru couldn't concentrate with those eyes boring into him, like he was about to be hammered. He shook his head, clicked his tongue, and stammered, I want to say," but EUG glared at him like a snake, warning that if he dared to make a mess in the office, he'd pay the price. Yukok arrived, telling them not to blame him even if he was spreading dust. Maru heard his voice and felt the warmth of his face, thinking, "Because of you, I came to this mountain." He looked uncomfortable, but could only breathe. The North Star's needle leaps, creating a halo, then covers his mouth, and the sound of breathing makes Maru nervous. The young man's yellow coat, "Poor thing, you can't breathe." Maru's tolerance for this mess is wearing thin. Hanmaru was furious and sought an escape. He couldn't even breathe, and he couldn't stand being treated like a monster. Then, right in front of the restroom door, he ran into Uli, who seemed to see him and immediately made a noise. Hanmaru remembered Uli's words. He could no longer see him as human, but as a monster who spread gold dust. Who knew when he'd become an enemy? And still, he looked at Maru with suspicion. Maru's fear was written all over his face as he shouted, "What are you going to do to me?" But Uli's reaction was unexpected. "What does it have to do with me? I don't care about you." Hanmaru watched him walk away, sweat pouring down his face. Why was today like this? He just wanted to take a deep breath, but before he could, a voice called out, "Are you okay?" Hanmaru was losing it, telling them to stop. But who would have thought Kang Chana, the expert Kim Uju once mistook for someone, was the one to intervene? Before answering Maru, she turned to the person accompanying Kim Uju, explaining that as the gang's newest member, he was free to ask questions. Uju had finally met the expert. She then turned to Maru, still breathing, and asked to see his eyes, but he couldn't react, only able to shout for an hour. "They're afraid the gang won't be able to protect you if something happens," the voice said. "You're all the same, Chanan, bro." "Maru, don't sit there. Forcing me to work in the office forever is too much. It's boring. Repeating paperwork, even the documents." Clutching the paper, he wondered where to go. The captain's responsibility was just a way to keep him out of harm's way. Then, the door burst open, and two identical men entered the office, leaving Maru full of questions. Before he could finish, the pink pig's name tag flew and lodged in the man's mouth. Hanmaru hit the camera, blurring the photo, proving his stupidity, and his opponent still wasn't letting go, grabbing Maru's neck, his smile fading as he threatened to see what kind of dust the PM was. The captain's innocent blow immediately bloodied Maru's nose, and he bowed like a spring, his face turning black and pale. But he remembered Chanan's earlier words. They feared the gang wouldn't be able to protect him if something happened. His mind raced, warning him to be careful and not to cause trouble. The pink pig was still riled up, ready to strike, as Han issued a challenge. Transform quickly, or he'd tear off the old man's nose. Before the pink pig could react, the green pig made a face as if he were the one being attacked, and the pink pig collapsed, gasping for air. The green pig snapped Maru awake, who was confused by the book, hoping Hanmaru wouldn't suddenly appear, but he was already there, praising his close friends. "Yeah, you're the best of those with the Lasat demon's power. Truly amazing." Hanmaru was praised and declared the best, his head lost in the clouds. He was stuck on repeat, thinking it was impossible, while his colleagues behind him remained silent. He simply returned as usual, saying, "See you later." Suddenly, Hanmaru noticed something strange. Kim Uju, the new guy, was still standing in the corner, so he went to ask what was going on. In the distance, the sun began to set, and darkness fell as Hanmaru bowed to the bone, struggling with something in the cramped space. The dial in his spine seemed broken. No matter what he did, it wouldn't budge. Why wasn't it working? Uju felt guilty for constantly pushing people down, saying, "Sorry, I think I've been a machine for 3 days, afraid people would blame me, so I didn't dare say it." Maru listened and smiled, relieved that the others weren't blaming him for his mistakes. Everyone was so kind. No wonder Uju felt a weight lifted from his heart. He smiled and replied, "Thank you. I haven't thanked you before." Maru immediately shook his head, saying it was nothing, and that Uju could relax and rub the dust in his face. Uju's tone was tough, and Hanmaru started to sweat, stammering about the dust. Uju, seeing the yellow dust, assumed Maru was responsible, but Maru revealed a monster had appeared in the forest. Enraged, Kim Uju chased after Hanmaru, tears welling in his eyes, upset that he, the main host, didn't get the monster announcement. Hanmaru shook his head, saying that with this amount of yellow dust, it must only be Lasat Cup 1, so there's no need to worry. The power of Kamle's name in the morning still held strong. Yes, you are the best screamer. It's surprising that it gave Uju the confidence to step forward, because he is King Maru. Hanmaru arrived, closed his eyes, and bit into the Lasat monster, putting every ounce of strength into the bite. A chunk of flesh tore open, blood dripping. Hanmaru wasn't letting his guard down, even against a mere Lasat Cup 1. This was the only way to kill it quickly. The monster collapsed, lying motionless on the ground. Uju applauded Maru's quick handling of the monster, but Maru was far from happy, shocked by what he was now witnessing. Wait, what is this? The Lasat monster's body was torn apart, and a living creature emerged. Maru was terrified. Another Lasat monster appeared, or rather, the original Lasat had been reborn upon its old body, broken and missing a chunk of red flesh. The monster returned more dangerous than before, evolving into Lasat Cup 2 before Hanmaru's very eyes, and he could only kneel and question himself. He wasn't sure if it was sweat on his face, but why did he feel this way? Was it getting stronger? The Lasat monster in front of him slowly moved closer, carrying a palpable weight of danger. Kim Uju looked at you, wondering what to do. It seemed to have evolved into a long sleep. Run away quickly. Don't worry, I'll call the others. Hanmaru turned his head again, cautious, but Uju didn't have time to react as the Lasat monster pounced. His hands moved with deadly speed, bowing before Uju, who cried out. His eyes followed the hand's clockwork pace, and instinct took over. Uju ducked, unleashing green poison upon the Lasat monster. The Lasat monster, poisoned and injured, shook its head in pain and anger as Hanmaru watched it change once more. The more the monster was hurt, the stronger it became. The Lasat monster had turned to stone, preparing for its next rebirth. Its head continued to shake. The Lasat monster shed its old body in its sleep, and with a new body, it evolved again. More terrifying than before, Hanmaru stared at the Lasat monster, now in the form of a grown man. Kim Uju, terrified, nodded in agreement, asking when it would finally be strong. Suddenly, Maru understood something. What would happen next? No way. Seeing the red dot, he realized that each evolution costed a star. Electricity surged through his body, and he realized its length had increased. He glanced at Kim Uju, hidden in the shadows, knowing he had to tell him to run. He reached out, shielding Uju, his mind racing, realizing that during his time here, the enemy had called for reinforcements. He couldn't delay, trusting that Hanmaru would come to the rescue. Hanmaru smiled. "Tranan Uju, don't worry, I'm here. I'll calculate my strength." He said this and immediately ran back to the front as Kim Uju called out, "That's Hanmaru!" Hanmaru, deaf to the world, dove into his mind, recalling the powerful demons he'd absorbed. Perhaps their pain would fuel his strength. He leaped up, placing his faith in himself. He poured all his strength into the hammer, determined to strike true. But this monster had evolved, easily dodging the blow, faster and stronger than before. Not wasting any time, the monster lunged, its hypnotic power intensifying, but its physical endurance remained that of a normal person. He knelt, his endurance pushed to its limit, his body trembling uncontrollably as the monster relentlessly attacked with cold, heartless precision. Hanmaru's mind went blank. The shout no longer echoed with white venom but began to resonate with fresh blood, a piercing blow straight to the demon's head. Suddenly, Kim Uju appeared and rushed forward, but Hanmaru saw the demon's golden arrow and desperately tried to warn him away. Kim Uju finally reached the demon and unleashed his poison, but it had no effect. But that was it. The poison had no effect on the demon. Kim Uju suddenly collapsed, shocked to see the demon's arrow now aimed at him. Panic set in as he realized he'd been poisoned, but the demon, unfazed, struck a fatal blow to his skull, ending Uju's life. Not stopping there, he continued to thrust more attacks straight into his face, demon blood splattering everywhere. His whole face was bruised, his eyes wide with fear, and he was barely conscious. Unable to stay put, Hanmaru rushed out, clutching his neck as blood gushed from a deep wound. He then struck a layer on his body, splattering demon blood everywhere, and screamed in agony. The wound hardened, initiating rebirth, but Hanmaru lifted Kim Uju, frantically asking if he was okay, questioning why he returned to save him. Kim Uju tried to object, saying it was all his fault and he couldn't possibly run away, because all he could think about was Hanmaru. Even as his strength waned, he urged Hanmaru to escape this place. After refusing, Uju collapsed from exhaustion, and Hanmaru knew he couldn't leave him to die. He carefully put his shirt on Uju, calculating his next move. He couldn't wait for backup. He had to end this now. Removing his scarf, he focused completely on the battle. The monster loomed, 3 times more evolved than before, but Hanmaru attacked without hesitation. Maru relentlessly punched the monster's back, his eyes bloodshot, determined to destroy its heart before it evolved. The heart pulsed with power before his eyes, and Hanmaru poured his soul into the cloud. It hadn't evolved yet. He rushed inside only to find the girl devouring the heart. He had to absorb it quickly, but the monster was waiting for him, and its punch pierced right through Hanmaru's back. Hanmaru momentarily lost consciousness. As long as he didn't stop bleeding, he collapsed to the ground, a gaping hole in his back. The monster had successfully evolved, and as the hole in his head began to melt, Hanmaru began his rebirth, just like the monster he had absorbed. He was weak, evolved, and helpless. The monster grabbed his head, lifted him into the air, then slammed him down with all its might. Like a pro athlete, he sent him flying a good distance. Hanmaru was hit, but his body began to change, and he screamed in pain. But then he saw it moving towards Kim Uju in the distance, his body crushed, but his power still lacking. Hanmaru was crushed, his body taking the full force of the blow, but it still wasn't enough time for him to evolve. Then finally, he fell headfirst and Hanmaru was reborn. He remembered the monster's deafening scream towards Kim Uju just before he was crushed, and without a second to lose, he raced down the mountain, praying Kim Uju was safe. He looked down, a little nervous, running at full speed, but the ground was nowhere to be seen. The monster's evolution was too fast. At this rate, we'll be too late. He hurried, bowing to Kim, but when Hanmaru arrived, no one was there. Only 2 bags, 1 white and 1 black, on the ground. Hanmaru searched, but the yellow monster had vanished, leaving him to wonder where it had gone. Just then, the phone in the bag vibrated, and the information displayed answered his questions. The monster had moved to the area next to them on August 12th, and just then, Deokman's manager called, saying they were on their way to help. Deokman, not wanting to hear Maru, immediately cut the call, infuriating him. But time was of the essence. He had to find Kim Uju and get him to safety. He'd alerted the others, who were on their way. While searching, he heard a familiar alarm and immediately headed towards the sound, quickly moving through the trees. Hanmaru found Uju lying among the trees and rushed to his side, desperately trying to wake him, asking if he was okay. Hanmaru was horrified to see his hand covered in blood. He looked at Kim Uju's face, seeing only red, unable to even make out the crown. Hanmaru was frantic. Uju's eyes were closed, and he was helpless. His mind raced, knowing he had to use his gold to heal him. He didn't stop talking, pleading for him to open his eyes, his voice growing sharper, more desperate. But Kim Uju's hand remained empty, devoid of strength. Hanmaru, having given up on healing with gold, silently embraced Uju's cold body. Unbeknownst to him, he removed Semizeknath's shirt for Uju. He stood and slowly walked away, fixated on his fallen teammate, consumed by a single thought of revenge. He didn't turn back, slowly emerging from the hole as the glow grew increasingly strange. Just as Kang Chana appeared. "You just went up the mountain and kept in touch, but I'm already here, and the leader hasn't arrived yet." The gold digger couldn't even hide his unease as he frantically tugged at his shirt. Nam Yu, the gold digger, frantically pulled at his hair, fearing everyone would become a missing person if he didn't speak up. But he was on a public train. The noise would be too distracting. He silently pulled his hand from the hole. Uli began to shine as well, urging the driver to hurry, who reluctantly complied. The Uju group didn't sit still either, holding on to the tow rope, head bowed, and the red light was gone. Kangjana rushed to the trash bin, knowing she couldn't wait for the others. She had to find the ghost and stop her from reaching a crowded area. She stopped, her eyes fixed on something. In the thick mud, she spotted a glint of gold and found it. But then, to her surprise, Hanmaru heard her call and immediately turned around, rushing towards the big head in front of Kangchana, yelling at her to turn back. "Who wants to hear that? What are you saying? What are you going to do?" He still wouldn't give up, trying to tell Kangchana to turn around. He was losing it, towering before her, determined to get rid of the ghost. Kangchana, confused, calmly placed a hand on his shoulder, her voice like an electric shock. "Han, can you calm down and explain? I won't leave until you explain what happened here." He elaborated. "It's a ghost that evolves with every blow it takes." She was surprised. How did the ghost evolve? And there's still a human shadow in that pile of gold. The shadow darkens, revealing a thick, white, and chubby ghost. Kangchana was shocked. It evolved in the wrong place. Are you the one who dealt with it? Hanmaru held the ladder, determined to end this himself, to kill that ghost. With that, he raised the wooden ladder, aiming the head straight at its chest. Kangchana was shocked and pushed the ladder away, asking what he was doing. Hanmaru explained that he'd absorbed a similar ghost, and harming the dead could accelerate their evolution. Chana realized the situation was far more complex than she'd thought, and she panicked, sensing his unease. What had happened here? She scrambled to find a way to calm him. "Wait, the team's coming." But he replied in a completely different voice. "I don't need anyone's help." Kangchana questioned if he was trying to hasten his death by fighting the ghost alone, but Hanmaru was resolute. Even if it meant dying, he would kill that ghost. He pounded his chest desperately, blood gushing from the wound. Kangchana was stunned by the sheer force of it, her eyes wide with shock. She stood frozen, watching Hanmaru kneel before the fallen. The golden barrier had weakened, and the space around the grave was now visible. Kangchana broke out in a cold sweat, hardly believing her eyes. She looked at the rocks that resembled people lying on the ground as he fell. How many times have they desecrated the dead here? While she was still, the ghost appeared, rolled behind her, and prepared to strike a corpse directly in the head. Kangchana was shocked and glanced back as the thick gold blade suddenly attacked. Another hand intervened, grasping the ghost's pale hand, as Hanmaru, reborn, prepared to strike. His strength now unbearable, he squeezed hard. The ghost's hand, full of muscle, was equally hard. Hanmaru shook his hand, the ghost's blood spilling without emotion. The ghost retaliated, seizing Hanmaru's neck with its remaining hand, then raising him high. Then he struck Hanmaru down to the ground with such force that the earth around the grave shattered. Hanmaru, seemingly unfazed by the ghost's attack, stared back, noticing the untied ropes on its hand. Hanmaru grabbed its hand, squeezed its neck, and stared into the ghost's eyes as its hand slowly regenerated. Deokman shrieked, wondering why this was happening. The vibrations continued, shaking Deokman, and Kangchana looked on in confusion. The Hanmaru of the past, confused, tearful, and afraid, is a stark contrast to the man he knows now, as Maru lands another blow. It seems his strength is growing, unbalancing the ghost. Maru leapt up, fist clenched, as Kangchana watched, using himself as bait. It was the first time I'd seen him so emotionless. Why the sudden change? Hanmaru turned, lowered his stance, preparing for the next attack. The ghost quickly recovered, its hand now soiled, and lashed out again. It wasn't enough to just grab my hand. He immediately turned me against the bow, driving it straight into his stomach. That scream was piercing, its strength undeniable. One blow sent Hanmaru reeling 100 meters, his bow clattering as he crashed through the forest, until he crashed into a massive boulder, the impact echoing through the forest. Kangchana couldn't bear it any longer and rushed forward. "Hanmaru!" But Deokman arrived just in time, grabbing her hand and pulling her back, warning her to stay put, saying this was the ghost they couldn't fool. Kangchana stirred, and Deokman quickly filled her in on the situation, gently holding her hand. The green grass was filled with her image, his face clear in the grass. Why was Hanmaru here? Shouldn't he be home? Meanwhile, back at headquarters, Yui Yangyun was also deeply disturbed, as if a ghost haunted Gangwado. A man secretly announced through the screen that he'd received information from Captain Deokman, as the director of Incheon's headquarters, Gigi Umguk, turned in her chair. Calmly, she announced that the Incheon headquarters had sent staff to assist, and that she would report to the Indian president if Incheon couldn't resolve the issue. Yui Yangyun received the order and immediately replied, "Did you hear that? The Indian side is so confused. It's been 2 years since the ghost appeared in the mountains of Seoul." Yui Yangyun was shocked. All the staff there had sacrificed their lives, and hurting the people was too much. The Indian side remained calm, smiling, and said not to worry. The Gangwado team would be fine, especially with Captain Deokman there. Moreover, his eyes are sharp, yet full of confidence. And there's that young man, Hanmaru, the one he mentioned, always cold, with only hatred in his eyes. Hanmaru continues toward the specter, tireless, each step deliberate, drawing ever closer. A sight that shocks Deokman and stuns the old man. He rushed forward to stop Hanmaru, but Maru shook him off, fueled by rage, not shame. Hanmaru leaped into the air, and the monster turned to face him, flying to meet him. Not wanting to stand idly by, he grabbed his hammer, ready to strike, and they both lunged for each other. 2 axes clashed, a contest of strength, but the monster proved too powerful, its axe striking true and injuring the old man's hand. The pain in his hand makes Hanmaru turn back, just as the axe catches the old man, lifting him high into the air. Seeing the danger, Diokman moved to intervene, knowing the old man couldn't continue fighting like this. But Han Maru, oblivious to pain, eagerly reached for the axe. Enraged, with his hand crushed, the tall man threw his right hand at the old man, his mouth spewing gold as his regeneration seemed to accelerate. The wounds on his hand glowed gold, accelerating his recovery, and his broken hand healed with incredible speed. It pierced the axe's head before his very eyes, as Diokman fought on, striking the table and reaching for his mouth, hoping to strike the axe's head. Han Maru pulled back his hand. Both stood motionless for a moment, then collapsed to the ground. He delivered one final blow, severing the axe's neck, causing it to scream. He then swiftly brought down the axe, butchering the man, and Kang Chana's screams suggested there was no hope left for him. But Han Maru didn't stop, lost in some dark place, continuing his assault on the creature, his face devoid of emotion. He plunged the axe into the fruit's face, screaming until it died. Diokman, seeing the situation spiraling, yelled, "Han Maru, stop!" Kang Chana approached, wordlessly beheading the fruit with her sword. The head rolled on the ground, halting Han Maru's attack as it was now out of reach. He stared at his bloodied hand, exhausted and trembling. Kang Chana, Han Maru's wife, breathed heavily, her voice echoing as it all came to an end. Uli surveyed the scene, realizing it wasn't Kang's crew who'd solved the problem. Diokman looked away, knowing Han Maru was the one who killed it. Uli was shocked and turned to Maru, who had single-handedly dealt with the problem. The Uju sword-making ritual was carried out swiftly, the incense smoke enveloping the portrait, where Uju smiled serenely. The old man's relatives wept as if their hearts would break, unable to accept the brutal beheading. Even the Wado gang members came to pay their respects, heads bowed, their sorrow plain to see. Nam, Uli, and Han's husband waited anxiously, unable to accept the truth, as Kang Chana leaned against the wall, asking if they were all right. Diokman sat down, his voice soft, still haunted by what he'd seen, as Kang Chana asked how the Kim Uju case was resolved. Diokman replied that the owner had already solved it. Fortunately, his body was intact, and he was still alive. The man at the table said he abandoned the case and left, a serious matter that needs to be reported. "You didn't give up, even bringing out the flag so quickly. Give me some time to convince him." But Diokman replied firmly that he wouldn't return, saying he understood the feeling from experience. He then revealed his dark past, recalling a Zai ghost appearing in Seoul, leading to many deaths during the battle. "The team only had me alive," he said, his face devoid of emotion, before turning and walking away. Witnessing his team's demise filled him with despair, and Diokman turned and left Kang Chana behind. That day, he could never forget the beer cans rolling on the roof, Han Maru lying in bed, slowly joining the greatest of their group. His eyes still moved, perhaps haunted by that day, unaware of the purple-pink hole forming behind him. His bloody hand emerged from the hole, clinging to the wall like a vengeful spirit. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke appeared on the wall, and from it emerged a bloody hand, like a ghost rising from hell. That hand pressed against the white wall, staining it with bluish-red blood, leaving Maru in utter confusion. The Hindu opened the stain on the wall, stepping out slowly, using the ghost's blood to disguise himself. He wanted to talk. Seeing the invisible Hindu appear, Maru, paralyzed with fear, asked how he got in. He smiled, saying he came straight over after killing the ghost at the scene. Then the Hindu raised his hand as I carefully wiped the blood from my face with a towel. "I heard that after Kim Uju's work, you locked yourself in your room, refusing to see anyone." Maru sat up, tossing his sweat-soaked pillow aside, and asked if he was here to hold him accountable. Hearing that, Maru turned, eyes twinkling, wondering what he was talking about. Then the Hindu lowered his hand, his voice echoing, saying he was worried about Maru's path ahead. Sitting next to Maru, he leaned in close, his yellow eyes piercing. "I don't want you to follow in our father's footsteps." Looking at the face before him, he stopped asking about his father. The Hindu was confused, saying he and Maru's father were once commanders in a large army. Seeing him sit, Maru was ready to ask, "Really?" He bowed his head, then said, "We acted together when the ghost first appeared. The year is 1999, deep in the jungle, where a sniper's bullet shatters the silence, and Dukman finds himself lost." Indu couldn't react and called out as Han Suwan approached the scene. The Indian ambassador and the 6th Squad awaken and engage in battle, followed by a young man with glasses, slightly wounded. Han Suwan witnessed this and pulled out a bullet, then discarded it. Bullets everywhere. A storm of lead rained down. He rushed to the man and covered his head as a massive explosion erupted. The smoke billowed, a thick black haze, as the soldiers silently observed the scene. The smoke cleared and Han Suwan immediately checked on the monster. Indu was shocked as sweat dripped down his face, and a black shadow emerged from the smoke. As the smoke cleared, half the monster was destroyed, yet it stood, exhaling yellow gashes. Indu watched the sand swirl, wondering about the yellow cuts, and realized the monster was regenerating. He pulled out the bullet and the team opened fire, relentlessly shooting at the monster, whose newly healed arm unleashed a double shot at the soldiers. Hansuwan closed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. In the first battle against the demon, my team and Hansuwan were nearly wiped out, and Indu was weary of the blood, weary of it all. He gazed upon the bodies strewn across the ground, soaked in crimson. Indu approached, his eyes fixed on his own form. "Hey, great Hansuwan, are you okay?" He was so shocked. Everyone's dead. What in the world is happening? He's shocked by the sudden yellow light. What was that yellow slash? Suwan writhed on the yellow ground, his voice still shaken. He was exhausted and ran away, infuriating Indu. He chased after Hansuwan but stopped, his face pale. He reached out to the person in front of him, saying he'd been searching everywhere. "Why are you running into the forest like that?" "Something feels wrong," Indu thought, standing up in a panic. Before him, the monster's black shadow loomed, and he watched Suwan walk toward it in a daze. Great Hansuwan immediately ran from the creature, and at the sound, he turned to look. He said that if he wanted to live, he had to accept this. It was the only way. Indu was angry and chased after, asking what his mother was talking about. But then, purple smoke emerged, enveloping Suwan as the monster's body dissolved into thin lines. It opened its eyes menacingly, then turned its hand toward the body. He slammed his body into the creature, preventing any reaction before a single drop of blood could fall. Back in the present, he clasped his hands together. "At that time, the monster attacked us and you ran away, didn't you?" He placed a hand on his chest, saying that when the monster's blood entered his body, he gained power and gathered others with the same ability to form a special force. Maru then asked about his father. Indu explained that she'd tried to convince his father to form an anti-monster organization, but to no avail, as witnessing Suwan and his brother's mental state after gaining power had nearly broken his father's spirit. He said his father had only one goal at that time. Indu revealed the news that made Maru tremble: to descend into darkness. Indu continued, recalling how his father chose to become a monster rather than be defeated, dragged to the floor, screaming for him to leave. After hearing Maru's story, he asked what he meant by turn into a monster. He explained that those with their abilities always have monster blood flowing through them, meaning they could succumb to darkness and become monsters at any time. He imagined the monster lurking in the darkness. In the dead of night, Maru stared at a photo, thinking, "He looks so happy." He saw his father clearly, smiling, and wondered, so my father really became a monster and succumbed to the darkness? He recalled the words spoken before leaving Indu. "If you give up the fight against the monster, from that moment on, I'll have to see you as one." He sighed. "You'll end up like your father." The next morning, the warm sun bathed his workplace, but the snail, still anxious, noticed Maru hadn't come in again. He awoke with a scream, declaring he'd handle Han Maru's resignation at the Incheon office, surprised to see Chana in a coat. The clothesmaker said, "I'll go to Han Maru's house so I don't have to hear his voice." "I'm sorry." He put on a vest, mask, hat, and headband, thinking, "I'm late." Everyone in the room stared as Maru rushed to his seat, determined to stay with the special staff and uncover the truth. Indu's revelation that his father had become a monster was shocking, and his footsteps remained firm as he moved to a new location. Heavy footsteps echoed in the distance as he watched the man being restrained, calmly observing the scene as it neared its end. It was time for darkness to fall, and Indu's gaze was fixed on the monster as anxiety filled the office, the sound of breathing echoing through the room. Despite Jiwon's panic, the scene remained. "It's almost noon, everyone, let's eat." Maru finally spoke, saying he wasn't hungry yet and told everyone to eat. Of the nearly 10 people in the office, only 4 walked down the hall to the cafeteria, and Jiwon remarked that only 4 of them were going to eat. After Kim Wooju's accident, Han Maru's sadness was palpable, and Chana noticed that everyone was grieving. As night fell, the apartment lights shone brightly, and Snail emerged from the shower, his feet sore. Looking at Maru sitting quietly on the bed, Han Maru took out the trash while waiting for the noodles to cook, only to be surprised to see Chana from the opposite house. "Ah, the staff said you live here?" Hearing that, I turned around. She smoothed her hair and said, "Yes, it's convenient for work." Chana insisted that it wasn't just her living there, but also EU Jiwon and Kim Yi Park on the lower floor, and patted Maru's hand. He agreed, and as Chana reached out to take his bag, he quickly refused, saying he was fine. She offered to help him if he was too tired, telling him not to blame himself for Kim Wooju's death, as it was the responsibility of the entire Gangwado team, a statement that shocked him. Maru, struggling to accept this, refused, insisting it was his responsibility and that he didn't need comforting. Chana went ahead saying it wasn't comfort but to overcome. Everyone lives like that. She turned back, adding that every member of the Gangwado team had lost someone important. As they walked down the stairs, Maru wondered what she meant by losing important people. The beast in his hand was heavy, and it seemed to grumble, "Help me." Yes, it's a bit heavy. The scene shifts. A yellow warning flashes on screen, and the Do-X-Man buffer clings to the wall, preventing division of labor, a long-standing record. Official EU G1 from South EU Seoul, Han Maru left and then departed for Fanon. He felt pain, a stomach ache. Not so good since yesterday. Maru stood up and took off his jacket, while Uli remained silent. Suddenly raising his hand, he volunteered to go with Han Maru. Bowing his head, he looked at his clothes and asked how they could be sure Han Maru wouldn't cause an accident. Hearing this, he was so scared he fell out of his chair. Seeing this, Park and Jiwon rushed to check on him, asking what he was talking about. As the teacher donned Uli's uniform, seeing the man's sorrowful face, Jiwon, overcome with anger, demanded an explanation, and the three headed towards the ghost's location. Enraged, she blamed the car official, Mr. Yu, who carefully walked away, avoiding Han Maru's gaze, as he donned gloves and a mask, eager to find the ghost and unconcerned with the weak name. Just then, a tear landed on his forehead. Uli fell unconscious, knocking the monster to the ground. He gritted his teeth, his eyes fluttering, and then it rained. Slowly waking, he touched his forehead, wondering what had happened. Suddenly sensing something behind him, Uli turned to see a red-haired specter with a strange figure watching over him. He opened his mouth, gasped, and then appeared. Immediately, Uli rushed to his side. Looking at his red blood, he was surprised. Jiwon was awake, asking what was wrong. He opened his mouth, or so it seemed, as she carefully sat down to check. Uli noticed something ahead, A fat cat sat on the tree's edge. He picked it up, and Jiwon, surprised, asked if he knew the cat. Blood trickled down his forehead as he stared in disbelief. It looked just like his cat. Why was it here? He scooped it up, promising to feed it and keep it safe, but wondered why it was so heavy. Seeing this, Uli suddenly stopped, deciding to bring the cat to the office. Back there, the cat took out the gold, so it must still be inside. He checked the other door. She calmly pushed the door open, reminding everyone that it seemed to show them the picture, and to be careful. The whole group entered. Finding himself in a wild forest, Uli was shocked, realizing it was a picture, a wonderful one. Sensing something unusual, he immediately warned everyone, pointing out the cat. In a dream, a dark figure emerged, growing ever clearer. Its roar echoed everywhere as the great cat clung to the red-haired man's legs, Chichu Kue leaving a net at the mother and child's feet. As the painful memory of Jiwon resurfaced, she was in a daze, sweating and screaming, remembering her son, naked and calling for her. The image before her eyes was in harmony with the memories in her mind. Tearful, Jiwon was about to go to Chana, but quickly stopped herself. The EU official. There's danger. Tears streaming, she realized she had to go. It was where she first encountered the ghost, where her son was. She rushed off, then stopped, realizing it wasn't real, just an image. At that moment, Chana recalled the time before they realized the ghost had cast its spell, perhaps allowing it to read their memories. Maru pointed at the ghost before him, asking if it was just an illusion. Uli placed his hand on the answer sheet, realizing it was true, based on the ghost information in their blood. He drifted into a dream as the ghost reappeared. He remembered India's serious words. Those possessed by ghosts have the ghost's blood flowing through them. They carry the ghost in their hearts. Maru was shocked by his sudden realization. Could the ghosts that gave them the power reappear? Chana transformed, confirming their suspicions. There were ghosts on the wrong team, and of course the real ghost that gave Han Maru his power. She saw the demon and thought, so, it's come to this. If they couldn't kill it? Seeing the demon standing there, panic rising, she knew that if they failed, they'd face the real horror. He sat, head bowed, wondering what the others would do if that happened. Then he heard someone call his name, Han Maru, and nodded. The demon raised his hand and Chanian's voice echoed, "Don't worry, no one will die. We just need to protect each other." Chana and Uli Lian's song affirmed, and he aided her with a sword, leaping into action. She created a beautiful circle, flying to his level as Chichu bled, and Chana jumped down. She gently touched the ground as the two helped her clean up the demon, Chichu. Back in the room, a yellow carpet became a door, and a furious Yuli Liansong turned, demanding, "Another door? Where's that demon?" Chana approached Ji, the monster, who was sitting on the ground asking if she was all right. She was shaking, but seemed unharmed. The two helped each other up, and Maru realized the demon had lost her son to another demon, fueling his rage. Touching the door, Yuli Liansong urged everyone to find the demon if they wanted to escape. But upon opening it, they found only bodies. Observing the scene before him, he realized he was in the demon Paka's memory, and a tense fear washed over him. The image of the woman holding his hand filled him with fear, even as they faced their darkest hour. The demon's voice echoed as a creature writhed on the floor, its back now covered in green fur. He convulsed, his jaw unhinged, and he swallowed Maru whole, pulling him into his stomach. Green cotton fell from its mouth as Maru screamed. He couldn't stop. He was too fast to understand what the others were doing. It was too late. The others were down, their situation even more dire than his own. Only Maru could recover quickly, and tears streamed down his face. Wiping his mouth, he knew he had to act fast. Grabbing a stick, he leapt into action. He held the demon tight, biting down hard, and quickly tore its skin off. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground as dust swirled around him. The demon's screams echoed as the smoke began to clear, and he awoke to find his skin covered in green fur. Unable to absorb the demon's power, utterly exhausted, Maru turned to the others, asking if they were all right. Yu, Seok, and Tanyot's face were stained with tears as he thought he was dead. She explained that Li's wife had lost the demon in her hand, and tears fell as he gazed at the image in the black smoke. Maru shook his hand, remembering her words. The Wado gang had all lost someone important here, and he wasn't alone in his pain. I didn't hesitate. My brother Uli's body was covered with his skin, and I was fine. Looking at him, the king left, and Maru, consumed by rage, was covered in thorns. It was time to wake up, he said. Don't try to get me. He placed his hand on the door, reaching out to grasp Uli's hand, warning him not to open it, unsure of what demon lurked within. The door opened, revealing a radiant figure. He called out to Maru, his hand on the door, his gaze fixed on the person before him. That man was a young Uli, pointing his hand as he turned around to ask, "That's your memory, standing right there." He raised his eyebrows, felt his head, and turned back as a hand emerged from the yellow layer. His figure turned, stepping out of thin air. It was the demon. At that time, Uli yearned for power, begging to be granted it. Turning to him, he declared he wanted to surpass his father, leaving Maru in disbelief at his desire for power. He was desperate. If that's what it took, he'd face him. His hand clenched, and the king appeared. He kicked Uli, who screamed in pain and shock even as he laughed. Seeing this, he prayed that this path was over. He shook his hand, but the demon's hand was still there. Uli shook his hand again, but this time it was no use. His fingers thickened into nails as the demon relentlessly attacked from afar, leaving him in shock and agony. Seeing Uli face down on the ground, everyone was shocked, and Maru rushed to his side. Chana used her strength to draw the evil spirit's pain away, as Jigun shook his hand, ready for battle. The demon's full form emerged, his hand still writhing in pain, and seeing Maru's haste, he feared his purple face, a light sweat betraying the danger. He shook his hateful hand, attacking everyone from afar and determined to eliminate them as their screams echoed. But he knew the demon before him was far too powerful. Maru couldn't control the monster's entire body as it lay on the ground. That demon was too strong, and it took his hand. Maru turned to see the demon lying on the ground, but what was it doing? He screamed, asking why he was lying down, then looked up at Maru, wondering why he'd been hit so hard. I really want to be a powerful demon holder like my father, but it seems difficult now. He looked at Maru, shaking his hand. Uli clenched his fist. Without a way to fight this demon, even great skill is useless as the demon's power surged. Later, Maru readied himself and turned, but the demon's fingers began to swing, causing him pain and making it hard to breathe. I can't move. Maru's in a tight spot, struggling to breathe. If this keeps up, I'm useless. I thought he'd just collapsed, but his face was up. The demon's name echoed in Maru's mind as he lay on the ground. Maru's head was up. He went up with Dokman. What is your captain doing? Hurry. Diokman's captain replied that he couldn't move. His recovery was slowing down, and Maru was down and useless. He turned to Seonyu. What is he doing? Seonyu struggles to rise. Meanwhile, the demon's presence loomed over Yi Pak, Yi Yu Seok, and Yi Wen, filling them with dread. It began swinging its two long red arms, covered in appendages like its others, ready to unleash the same skills as Maru. Kangchana, enraged, bit down hard, drawing blood. She broke free, soaring away from the demon, then swung her hands down before thrusting her sword into its shoulder. Still not strong enough to finish it, she plunged her sword into the demon's shoulder, using her skills to seize its neck and pull it skyward. Chana looked down at the demon in surprise, wondering what was happening, while Maru was shocked to see her being pulled into the sky. How could this be? He wasn't being dragged into the sky, he realized. That's Seon Yu's blood. And the king looks up. Suddenly, blood from Chana's cuts on the demon's body flows down, forming countless red arms. Those hands reached for Chana, squeezing her hands and neck, causing her to cry out in pain, until Maru saw her silenced and ran back to the demon's name. He controlled another flying arm, the most ancient arm he'd ever made with Chana. What was it? Why can't I see anything? He choked out. That's the invisible force. Seon Yu realizes the power of his skills. Seon Yu thought if he could do it too, clenching his hand until it bled, the blood flowing, connecting his power to the demon's name. It was at that moment that Seon Yu chanted, and the sound of a butterfly pierced the demon's name. He glared at Seon Yu, pointing a finger, but Seon Yu simply told him to try it himself, saying that pointless accusations annoyed others. Maru was furious, clenching his fist as he spoke, while Seon Yu turned and uttered the word, Kun. Everyone gathered before the demon's door, a heavy atmosphere hanging in the air as Maru, drenched in sweat, stared ahead. Yu looked at the face again, wondering about the voice coming from it. Chana responded, saying it sounded like a demon's roar. Finally, it was his turn. Maru approached the demon's oddly shaped door, brown smoke billowing from within, and pushed it open with both hands. Suddenly, a voice called out from the door as Maru opened it, his father, startling him. The image of his father was overwhelming. The demon screamed, its roar so loud his head went blank. Its blood-red body was covered in mouths, each one licking a king's tongue, hidden in a dark, dusty area filled with smoke. It was a real demon, and Yu and Seok were stunned. But why did it have eyes? Seon Yu and Chana watched as the man in old-fashioned clothes stumbled around, frightening the girl. A hand tore off the shirt and the man ripped the old garment to breathe, shouting, "Leave the child!" The man in the darkness spoke, "How can I protect my loved ones if I can't even enter the dark? I must become strong. I have to do it." Maru overheard everything the man just said. Standing there, his face obscured, he seemed to recognize something. It seems there's more to the head of the family than meets the eye. He pondered. Do you want to lose your personality like your father? The head of the blood-stained clan, hands in his pockets, exposing his stomach, asked Maru, "Why does the head say that about his father?" Intrigued, he remarked that they were weaker than expected, tapping his fingers on the table. "What's low?" Jiguk replied, "This year's special forces are awake. The number isn't important, and that's Seon Yu's father," Mr. Indu said. He simply acknowledged it, placing the documents on the table, but their abilities were lacking, especially Jin Yang, and the documents were tampered with, and Chinhan Gangwado is unreachable, the secretary reported. Ji Yum stormed out, angrily demanding they contact the others to check on their situation. Back in the present, the storm raged, baring its teeth. The situation is dire. The group stands on the precipice, facing the storm's onslaught. They seem desperate to disappear. The group must be terrified facing that storm. Suddenly, Yiyu shouts, waiting and pointing at the storm, which slowly fades away as Maruo looks down, realizing something. His image is also different from normal characters. I don't want to face someone so scary. Bathed in yellow light, Chana sacrifices herself after Jiyu's call. It seems it's showtime, she told Hana as she focused on the dark room's door. Chana replied, "Everyone stay here and wait." "I'll go alone," she said, using her blood to create a sword. Jin Woo stood by the river to stop her, while Maru looked surprised by Chana's decision. "It's dangerous to go alone," he warned, trying to stop her. "I want to handle this myself, as practice for our next encounter," Chana said, her face serious as she turned back. Wielding a sword stained with demonic power, she pushed open the demon's door and stepped inside. She walked towards the demon's door as Maru, enraged, ran after her. How am I supposed to fight that thing alone? No way. Even with Yuli Tiayuner's arrival, she was still losing to the demon. How could she possibly win? Well, he decided to see for himself, opening the door and following Chana's path. From the darkness, lights began to flash, and from that light, another demon emerged. Her entire body glowed red, like the demon they had just defeated, as red as Chana's sword. Maru stared in shock, realizing there was yet another demon. Standing in the darkness, surrounded by people, a red glow emerged, and her yellow eyes shone brightly. "Who is Han?" Maru and Seon Woo peered through the door, wondering. They were shocked to discover something terrifying, as it gradually transformed into a demon-like creature. Its body was red, and its height wasn't 6, but closer to 8. and it began to melt into blood, like a demonic creature, suddenly shattering Shauna's sword-like blood. Her tall figure, sword in hand, shielded something of immense power as Maru burst through the door, calling out to her, "Don't come here, I told you to let me handle this." She turned, sword still raised against the demon's onslaught. "No, that wasn't right." "Learn to ask," Maru shouted, her armor marked with a water droplet like a bright red tear. "Princess Kang, you can do this." Chana heard this and immediately realized something, closing her eyes as the door began to close. Suddenly, the door slammed shut in front of Maru and he turned to Xianwu. "Hey, why'd you close the door? I don't know what's going on in there." Maru doesn't understand. "Okay, so you can win here." Xianwu calmly answered, his hand still on the door when a loud sound echoed like a bell. Everyone outside was in awe at the sight before them as the door creaked open, revealing a hand with sharp, demonic claws. Maru was stunned by the sight before him, Kang Chana's exhausted, bloodied face and hands. Exhausted, she announced her victory, but her legs began to buckle. Exhausted, Chana went to the restroom, knocking on Maru's heart. Then Hoang Hoot called her Princess Kang. He took her, his face still showing surprise, as Xian Wu stood beside him, convinced. Good job. If she knocks on the door, new cooperation is needed to win, so Princess Kang must act alone. Now, only two remain, and Jin Wu asks if the captain fears Dokman and Nam Yu Seok. Yu Seok confirms, but wonders why there's no door to the bed. He looked up and asked, and Seon Wu replied that the first time he met a demon in the mountains, its ability was similar to the male public figure, a strange, black demon present in the bones of Yu Seok's mind. "Ah, right, you remember, a year ago while searching for Yang Ji I encountered that demon lost in the mountains. You remember Yang Ji hugging a bag, facing a bald, skeletal demon in a white dress?" Jin Wu asked the captain if it was his ghost. He opened his mouth, wiped his hand on a rag, and said, "I don't know, it must be the captain's ghost." How could that be? The team looked to their captain, a surge of excitement rippling through them, though some couldn't help but feel the captain was useless this time around. Yu Seok looked as pale as a ghost, relieved he didn't have to face the scariest demon, while the captain was reminded that the member's safety is what truly matters. Yeah, the captain was right. All that matters is everyone's safety. Maru shook his hand, and Chana turned to face the group. "Everyone's been through a lot, but you need to try harder, instead of being complacent." Yu Park turned to Yu Seok and asked if he'd found the cat. He shook his hand, answering politely, "Yes, this is home." The yellow dust gradually disappears and the demon's shadow is gone. The wandering ghosts become clear as the demon's door turns into yellow smoke. I think the captain said the ship has already landed, and Maru gently placed Chana on the deck, nodding with a folded shirt. He smiled, raising his hands and saying, "Come on, get her to the hospital first. Everyone's tired. Let's all go eat grilled meat tonight, and I'll treat the whole team after this hard time." Suddenly, Maru punches the captain in the face, turning his head with the blow. Maru grabbed the captain's shirt, demanding, "You're the demon, right?" Kojin Wu rushed in, grabbing his brother's shoulder. "Han Maru, what are you doing to the captain?" Yu Seok stood by, wringing his hands, unsure of what to do, while Maru, still gripping the captain, insisted it wasn't him. The captain had a stomachache from grilled meat yesterday. How could he eat again? The group sensed something was wrong, their faces darkening, while Godei Okiman, still confused, asked about his stomach. The group swarmed the imposter, beating him to the ground as they laughed, while the real captain watched, unsure of what to do. The group stopped and turned to see him stand. Then the blurry-faced brother ran, surprising everyone. He ran! The group chased after him, a loud crash echoed, and a white car sped towards the captain, revealing the real captain inside, his face bruised and battered. As he was beaten, Mr. Yu and Mr. Ok's cars sped out, revealing the scene of the captain's impersonation. The real captain, terrified, flung open the car door and fled into the alley, his eyes wide with fear, wondering what was happening. Who was beaten so badly? The demon-like captain began to turn into yellow dust, just like in the building. To reveal the demon, like a baby with a red body and 6 legs, it began to turn to dust and vanish into the air. While in pain and needing to go to the hospital, everyone dragged the demon here, pulling each other into the office chat room. "If the boss finds out, we're all done for a year. Keep this a secret." The entire group listened in silence, not uttering a word, their eyes closed as if they had just heard a confession of sin. A voice from behind called out to the captain, who turned to see Mr. Yu. "What's up?" she asked. "I have something to say," he replied, his face grave. "Remember the demon in your memory, Captain?" "I've met him before," Mr. Yu said, conjuring the image of the demon in her memory. Startled, she asked, "Where is he?" He shrugged, clutching his shirt as he stood silhouetted against the sunset, and said that perhaps the captain was there 20 years ago, in a luxurious villa nestled among the trees. Mr. Uli was just a boy then, short sword in hand, as he opened the basement door, calling out, "Dad, are you working in the basement again today?" But the man he called Dad wasn't there. Only a woman lay in bed with her back to him, saying, "Yes, Dad doesn't care about us, so don't pay attention to him." Hearing this, he fled the room and returned to the basement window in the backyard. He pressed himself against the window, peering through a gap he made in the condensation, his face twisting in confusion at the sight within. In the basement room, a man stood amidst a strange mist, his father, but now emanating golden dust. The more she tried to forget Uli's past, the more unbelievable it seemed. Ms. Tran Trung Mat Ngung said, her department head's words echoing in her mind as she remembered the golden devil with hair flying in the wind, a memory that had haunted her for years. But he pressed, asking if that day's events involved the devil from her memories. Mr. Uli, ever stoic, reaffirmed her suspicions. In the basement where my father worked, only that devil was there, but I was too young to be sure. However, after hearing the director's memories, I can confirm it was him, looking at her yellow face from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, a wave of sadness washed over her as she struggled to believe it. If the head of the print is that devil, why did he look at their family with his eyes closed? Her question left him speechless. He reached out, took her hand, and confessed his long-held goal. I was curious too. He lowered his gaze, explaining that he became a special official to uncover the secret of the print's head. If she became a powerful devil, he continued, looking into her palm, he could work at the Seoul headquarters. Just having memories isn't enough. Do you have proof? Uri calmly replied, I'll make my intentions clear. Then, turning away, he raised a hand and said, but I need one thing. Hearing this, she was surprised and asked again, one thing? Later, in a solid high-rise building, Kong Chana sat next to Han Maru, staring straight ahead. Suddenly, Maru spoke up. I can hardly understand her. Why are we here? He heard her turn her head quickly and calmly reply, I said it on the way here. He looked at her, standing straight in the car, while Yuri waved his hand, sitting not far from them, but clearly angry. Then he asked why he should be involved in the plan because of that man's petty thoughts, but before she could answer, he suddenly left. Sorry for the wait, everyone, but there's one thing I need. She retorted that it had nothing to do with her mother. She simply wanted to know his true identity. Hearing this, he straightened up, cursing the man who'd dragged him into this mess. He said, Han Maru, if you discard the gold card while off duty, the Guado gang will no longer manage you. This threat had its effect. His entire body swelled with rage upon hearing it. Just then, Chana placed her hand on Yuri's shoulder, gently urging him to stop. Maru looked up at her, and upon hearing her words, he immediately took off, suddenly remembering the destroyed house and broken walls he saw with Kana. Do you want to know? He asked. He recalled the ghost's scream, him killing her family, while she could only watch. Helpless, he gently released her hand, gripping his chair as the truth sank in. Then, he stood beside her, and the two gazed at each other for a long moment. He ripped off his vest, but Choknik revealed it was Urite Una, and he would take responsibility from now on, as gold coins flew through the air. Having secured Maru's cooperation in revealing his true identity, Uri immediately reached for her, his face a mask of fury, as if he wanted to devour Indu whole. Of course, he responded, as Indu, from beneath his chair, witnessed their chaotic exchange unfold, oblivious to it all. What was he going to do with his father? He closed his eyes, looking tired and helpless, and ran a hand through his hair. But contrary to his usual calm, Uri was out of control, acknowledging the relationship between the two. A father he'd never known. From the day he abandoned his mother's, he was consumed by anger when speaking of the past. Immediately after, he glared at the man, and the glass door behind him shattered from an unseen force. Yet he remained, watching them as if detached from the game. Uri's car sped towards him. Moments later, he charged, striking him hard and sending him reeling back as Indu plummeted through the shattered glass. After pushing him down, Uri lost his balance and fell from the roof with a crash. He looked down to see Indu falling from where he stood. At that moment, Kang Chana and Han Maru rushed to the scene, watching him, but not in a panic. He was going to kill the head of the Yu while Maru panicked, saying there was no gold outside. Uri watched them, worried but still confident. Indu was a straightforward devil, waiting for him to look down and speak. Meanwhile, Indu plummeted through the air, took a breath, and opened his blue eyes, his body overflowing with rage for his own child. He was panicked, truly angry. The next day, a deafening sound echoed at the Yuri group headquarters, and Yuri turned his head. He turned to the roof and shouted to Indu and Kangchana, pointing out the purple object floating amidst the black and purple smoke. In fact, that purple aura belonged to Indu, hanging upside down in the air, staring down at them, his wide eyes shining with a yellow light, yellow stripes emanating from his open mouth. The yellow stripes in the room thickened, and Chana and Maru panicked, remembering Yuri's warning. Just as Uri Tuner said, "Director, what is this?" She witnessed Indu plummeting from the sky, surrounded by ominous black and purple light. But no matter how dark or terrible it was, they ignored her and offered no explanation. Kangchana, standing behind him, coldly stated, "We're talking to the director that day. The director is connected to my family's death. I heard his eyes turned purple the moment he saw her, standing amidst yellow stripes swirling in the air. He didn't answer her question, but instead asked if only the three of them, Maru, Uri, and Chana, were looking at him, or the whole gang. Indu wasn't scared when he revealed his true identity, which he even presented as a kindness. He brushed back his hair and said no one answered correctly, then remarked on how strange this young man was. He lowered his hand, unleashing some power as the purple lights receded into his palm, and Indu slammed his hand against the floor. The purple lights receded into his palm as he unleashed a powerful space-bending ability, instantly plunging everyone into utter panic. Uri and Chana, along with two strange men, were also transported to this place. Hanmaru was confused, turning his head in disbelief, then rage. Why? Why did he suddenly move them? It turns out Indu has brought them to an unfinished construction site, where Yang Yun's voice echoes throughout. Indu returned with a calm face, standing still as the gentle wind blew through his hair. Yang Yun struggled to understand what Maru was missing, and called out to him from afar, asking what he was going to do. He remained calm, explaining that suspicion left him no choice. His life wasn't theirs to take. He raised his head, then two fingers, igniting a burning purple flame. Afraid of frightening the others, he drew a line in the air, and Yang Yun knew exactly what he was about to do, warning everyone to tear through space and avoid the color. Seo Muli and Han Maru quickly ducked to avoid the purple line that had just flown over their heads, and Maru turned back in surprise. Fortunately, they all managed to avoid his dangerous circle, scattering into a straight line as concrete poles split in half from his power. Yang Yun couldn't understand what he was doing. Clutching her hand, she looked at him and shouted, "Headmaster, wake up! What are you doing?" Indu smiled, looking down at them as if performing a ritual, and said, "Just removing the dust, for those who have seen what they shouldn't." Only Yang Yun and the Minister of Defense were caught up in this, and his words made her panic, drawing blood. Indu turned to Han Maru, sighing. "It's true, Han Maru's a good catch. Being caught by ghosts would be very painful." Maru, angered, pointed at himself, asking, "Why would I be caught by ghosts?" At that moment, purple clouds of light materialized in his left hand, as Indu curtly replied, "Perhaps because they are weak." Suddenly, half of his hand emerged behind Maru and Chana, bathed in the purple light. Just then, Chana realized the hand behind her and turned in shock. But before anyone could react, Chana and Yuli's heads were severed. Hanmaru turned to witness the bloody scene, watching as their blood splattered on the Brit. Meanwhile, Yang Yun lowered her hand, revealing long, sharp claws. She calmly stood back, avoiding being caught in the blast, then plunged her hand into her chest, blood spurting out. Yet her face remained calm, as if she felt no pain, as the countdown began alongside her crimson heart. 3, 2, just before 1, she reached in, grabbed her blood, took her heart. 1, 0, forever frozen. She raised her hand, coldly using her time-saving skill to grant the request, using her life to return to 5 seconds prior. Immediately after, time stopped, and she returned to the moment before Chana and Yuli were beheaded. Yeong was still shaking his hand, repeating the same action as before. Then suddenly he stood up again, his eyes calm and terrifying. With a hand in his pocket, he turned to smile, then left, knowing Yeong, the Minister of Health, had used his skills to turn back time, saving Uli and Chana from his deadly attack. She heard that he knew how she used her powers to return to the past and save them, but he still wouldn't let her avoid this problem. At this moment, Han Maru stood beside her, bewildered, clinging to her, and exclaimed, "How can this be? I can't believe I'm seeing Yulis and Chana alive before me, but I could have sworn they were dead just now. How can they be alive again?" Hearing this, she struggles to understand what she's missing, lost in her own thoughts. She can understand Minister Yeong Injo, but how can Han Maru recognize her skills when he shouldn't be able to sense them? But before Maru could grasp the situation, the two men escorted Yang Yun forward, declaring that he didn't need to know anything. Unable to bear it any longer, they rushed to seize him, only to find themselves clinging to each other, gasping in disbelief as Inzo casually strolled away, his hands in his pockets, having used his power to slip behind them. He strode towards the Euless, but seeing no one emerge, the leader was stunned. He trembled, on the verge of collapse, hardly believing he'd almost died. Then, in a fit of rage, he broke one of his own fingers, demanding to know if his father was still alive. His fingers and arms contorted grotesquely as he stared silently at his disbelieving emperor. Suddenly he spoke, catching him off guard, then smiled softly, revealing a truth he'd never considered. They weren't just 4. As he spoke, black smoke spread from his fingers to the edge of the road, but Maru and the others sped to his side just in time. They chanted her name, Yuli Teun. Fortunately, Kang Chana and Han Maru intervened, knocking Yuli down before the purple energy could strike his neck. He lost his balance and fell, throwing the others off course as well. Han Maru looked back and shouted, "Wake up! Do you want to die?" After Chana and Han Maru stood up, Uli Teun suddenly appeared behind them, ordering them to capture the leader of the Yizro. "I have so many questions," she continued, "but I'm going first." He spoke, then leaped into the air, diving down towards the Hindu, ready to strike with double the speed and power. The Hindu saw the old man's head coming and unleashed his power, focusing it into 2 fingers in a straight line, creating a streak of black smoke as it shot forward. The old man's head suffered the same fate as Chana and Yuli, severed from his body. Chana, Yuli, and Maru were shocked. But contrary to their expectations, the old man's disembodied head struck the Hindu's cheek with 5 swift blows, followed by a powerful punch that sent him reeling. Surprisingly, the old man's head is still alive, even though it's been severed from his body. And he declares that none of them will die unless their blood vessels are cut off. Hearing this, the Hindu knew how to kill them for good, drawing a line that split one of their blood vessels in 2. But then, some of the severed blood vessels returned to their original state, complicating matters for the Hindu. The old man's head remained, imparting the truth that some bloodlines cannot be severed. He finished his lesson, thanking the chief for his time. "Now, goodbye," the old man said his piece, and retrieved his body. Han Maru watched, stunned by the sudden turn of events. He understood their purpose and plan, moved and impressed, but before he could speak, Uli shouted that Han could use dark space to evade the Hindu's attack. At that moment, Chana broke her silence, revealing her purpose wasn't to attack Han, a statement that confused Uli and Maru as they watched her, watching the old man's head roll towards the Hindu. The 2 continued their story as the old man's head used his teeth to pull the blood vessel further out, telling the others. The old man's head understood, clutching the blood vessels and fleeing. The Hindu was pulled along, reaching out with both hands. As the Hindu was pulled back by the blood vessel, he vowed revenge, a thought shared by millions. Meanwhile, Han Maru was in danger, and Indu, regaining his hand, hurled a massive ball of energy towards him. He tried to pull away from the black lights converging on him, but they overwhelmed him, and the caterpillar consumed his body. Then, the lights vanished with Maru, his hand taking them with him. At that moment, the group watched in fear as Han Maru vanished into the dark space, and Mr. Indu transformed into something unimaginable. He smiled, looking at his and their bodies. EU Minister Un never expected the Union President to be this powerful. Ms. Gao asked the Indian leader how things were progressing, but he simply smiled and revealed the truth. "I'm sorry, Minister Un. I was going to appear as a ghost before the end." Hearing that, Kang Chana and Seon Uli knew their suspicions were true. The ghost was real. At that moment, Indu, filled with regret and sadness, raised his hand to the wall and said, "It's a pity. I have to take my own soldiers away from me." It wasn't easy. Her heart raced, seeing his grim face, uncaring of her guess. He no longer wanted to hide anything, confessing, "Yes, I was a ghost in her house." Words that enraged her. He recalled the past, saying that he'd seen her become a powerful fake ghost, obsessed with physical beauty. Hearing this, Chana couldn't take it anymore and leaped toward the seal. Ulianun knew what she intended, desperately trying to stop her, but it was too late. Chana was already upon him, a sharp sword in her hand, ready to strike. Consumed by rage, Chana lost control, but the culprit remained calm, even amused, as he sacrificed his family to unleash his power. Stunned, Chana swore an oath as her face twisted from his might. In an instant, her body dissolved into a cloud of blood, erasing space itself. Ulianun, standing nearby, had her hand severed by the force, the air thick with the coppery scent of blood. She saw Chana's lower body already pierced, blood splattering everywhere, then suddenly stopping. Ulianun stabbed herself in the chest again to rewind time, her eyes fixed on Chana's past self as she adjusted the timeline once more. Her eyes widened and time reversed 5 seconds. Ulianun grabbed Chana's arm as she was about to strike, warning her that she would die. But Chana, consumed by rage and grief, couldn't turn back and ask for guidance. Instead, she spoke words of unwavering faith, believing Han Maru had grown stronger after transforming into the serpent. Her strength waned, but her words resonated with everyone around her. Even approaching the leader was a struggle. Despite the warnings, she refused to believe the painful truth, insisting that Han Maru would find a way back. Her face flushed, a pain in her chest, but Ulianun insisted it was impossible to escape the Indian leader's hazy space. As Han Maru tried to do just that, he was suddenly lost in peace but fell forward, clutching himself and crying out in pain. He abandoned his resolve again, stood up and ran, only to find himself in a dark, silent space. Having run for so long since being cornered, his strength was fading, and though he gasped for air, he saw no end in sight. Suddenly he looked up, his expression a mix of surprise and disbelief. Ahead, not far off, a light flickered, and he wondered aloud if it was truly light. He gathered his weapons and headed toward the light, his spirits lifting as he ran without looking back. Reaching the flickering light, he was shocked to find a man with thick, bone-like skin and green hair. He recognized the figure as the Indian leader and called out to him, just as the man slowly opened his eyes. He'd been hanging there for ages, and seeing him, he couldn't understand how anyone could get in here. He quickly recounted the situation. He'd been brought here after fighting someone with a ghost-like school head. He looked at him, asking who the ghost was, and Maru quickly replied that it was a ghost running from sound, remembering its spectral form. Maru couldn't believe his ears. A ghost with eyes that could talk? The Indian wasted no time explaining the ghost's identity, emphasizing his higher status. He explained that it was one of the 8 ghosts empowered by the king, a far cry from the mindless ghost whose only purpose was to kill. This one possessed its own thoughts and will. Meanwhile, in the darkness, the Indian ghost smiled as his fingers slipped. Kong Chana, seeing this, gripped her sword, ran forward, and shouted, while the old man with the hoarse voice stood behind her, protecting the Indian. If the minister dies, it's all over. Protect her. Just then, the other ghost attacked them from afar. The Indian watched the blood splatter and once again placed her hand on her chest to rewind time 5 seconds. But even after a long time, Kong Chana's head still left her. To return to the past, she clutched her heart, trying to help them by going back 5 seconds. Suddenly, a bright light flashed before them, and the next moment, one of Uli's hands was severed and fell to the ground. Not long after, he and the others were killed again. While everyone fought fiercely outside, Han Maru was intrigued to hear the Indians say that they possessed the king's laser, granting them immense power. If you have to catch them, you can't let them escape. A normal ghost doesn't stand a chance. Outside, after witnessing the Indian woman return to the past over 100,000 times, the last ghost was unrecognizable. The EU minister had turned back time too many times and then left. Why not just give up and die? The EU Indian was near death after countless time reversals, each drop of blood escaping her mouth. Exhausted, she wondered what she'd been doing, ordering soldiers to fight ghosts on that monster's orders. The ghost saw her strength and will, her persistence. "Try something more interesting," he said, as the Indian raised her arms, summoning countless gates that surrounded them all. Panic set in as they huddled together, back to back, trying to defend against the unknown. Then, from the massive gates, a horde of uniquely terrifying ghosts descended upon them. EU leader Uli looked up, saw the scene, and cursed, "Damn it! The ghosts have appeared!" Shana readied her sword, and the woman raised her hand, telling everyone to prepare. Meanwhile, Maru is still trying to extract information from the Indian, raising his arms as he asks what he's been wondering. What is the purpose of the ghost space, if they must fight the ghosts? He lowered his head and replied that ever since he escaped the ghost realm, he's been an enemy of the king, wanting to join the fight against the ghosts. Hearing this, Maru smiled, wondering if the official position was just an army of the ghost realm. Maru then asked if killing the ghost realm would end the battle, but the Indian replied that it was too late. Partly influenced by his mood, he pondered for a long time, then looked up and asked, "Even so, if the ghost space is destroyed, can the head of the government reclaim his body?" He grabbed his arm and shouted for him to leave with him, but the other man refused, saying his mind was trapped there. He heard him say that, and looking down at his arm saw the places he touched turn to fragments. Still, he didn't give up, urging him not to lose hope, that his son was waiting outside. Just as he suspected, Uli's car could be the key to freeing the Indian. Hearing this, his eyes widened, and he softly smiled, remembering his son. A 5-year-old boy is learning modeling here, something he can hardly believe. And Uli suddenly understands what stands before him. The Indian continued, saying he was tired and needed to see his son and wife. Maru, excited, grabbed his shoulder, convinced there had to be a way out. But contrary to his expectations, the boy was sad and stubborn, refusing to leave. The Kangchana tribe fights back against the noisy horde of ghosts summoned by the Indian shamans, observed from a distance. "Oh, this is the end," he said with a smile to those present. Kangchana wielded a sharp sword, once used to pierce the dead, when she suddenly turned, eyes wide, to her side. She saw that she was using her strength to create purple lights, shining on her and everyone around her, stretching until they flew out of the abandoned construction site. The ghost smiled, clasping her hands together to control the lights, which then wrapped around Kangchana and her people, signifying the space was closing in. The Indian spirit stared at the lights, resigned to its fate, as everyone braced for death. But then a hand emerged from the doorway. Then it was Hanmaru, returned from the ghost's dark space, leaping from the doorway to confront it. The ghost, caught off guard, simply stared back, while Kangchana burst into laughter at his sudden appearance. He leapt from above, successfully hiding, and she greeted him with a bright, smiling face. Maru panicked, desperately trying to reassure him that they would escape, but then a dark hand landed on his shoulder. The ghost bit at his mouth, and fell upon his family's face, which Maru immediately recognized. He quickly turned around and struck, watching it dissolve into smoke, surprised. What? He quickly turned around, assessing the situation. Was there a ghost here? But then he thought again. The memories in this room were so strange. Maru panicked, asking if the ghost would close in 3 days, but Yu Suk Wook, eating noodles, simply replied that something strange had recently happened in Busan. A ghost, fortunately locked away by the head of the office. His face was clearly that of a ghost. The head of the India branch was truly talented. Now, Maru quickly heads to the ghost's dark, ominous room. The door opened, revealing a blinding yellow light, and he stepped inside. Gazing at the door before him, he sighed, weary, and realized this was the only way out. The door opened, a blinding light flashed, and he was swept away to a world bathed in crimson. Maru was shocked by the scene before him, sensing something unusual. Where was he? He stood at the summit, watching mountains crumble, with only the wind whistling past. Suddenly struggling to breathe, he clutched his neck, gasping. His eyes turned to pools as the density of yellow overwhelmed his consciousness. Maru opened his eyes, a single thought piercing his mind. To return home. But before him was a horrifying scene of red ghosts, their hair wild, accompanied by a disturbing rice-like sound that gradually turned everything upside down. His green eyes were filled with emptiness. Utter emptiness. Hearing the other ghosts, the head ghost awoke, its skin the most terrifying of all. Feeling the ground tremble beneath him, Maru held himself steady, wondering what was causing the shaking. The scene shifts, revealing ghosts rushing toward the river, and Maru, shocked, turns and flees. Observing the ghostly earth, he wanted to sleep, but he had to run. He closed his eyes, and the door shone brightly. Maru sprinted towards the door, the most terrifying of all. He turned towards it, then faced the Ghost King, his hands clasped tight. He gritted his teeth. He was alive, bathed in a golden light, his body covered in leaves. Maru escaped back to the present battle, successfully fleeing. The ghostly figure turned, using his skill to attack Han, but Han quickly dodged the blow. Startled, Han turned to face Maru, each with their own agenda. Seeing him escape, everyone was shocked, and as Yang-un called out, Maru smiled, asking if everyone was all right. Bathed in light, Yang declared he would take responsibility from here on out, but Uli retorted that they couldn't get close to Han anymore. Maru, his lips sealed, looked up, deciding that if he acted now, he could win. I can feel Han's immense power as he turns, a great light shining beside him. Unable to avoid Han's attack, the red ghost grew enraged, realizing his doom was at hand. Han's eyes fell downward, reflecting the glow below his feet. He knew he had to lock away most of these ghosts. The ghosts in the high ground slowly faded away as the door began to close, and the Golden Ghost Group returned, alerting Yang Yun to the escape as their leader locked most of them away. Han's eyes lacked the strength to contain all the ghosts, while the red ghost was nearly blinded by the light. In the air, only his screams echoed, while on the ground lay the corpses of the ghost group. Sensing his power, Han realized he had stolen a piece of the Ghost King. Han, now furious, shook his hand, unleashing a thunderous wave of rage. Everything lay at his feet as Han focused his power on his location. Then the Queen of Uli called out to Hanmaru, and though Yang Yun answered, he was struck and sent flying toward the capital. Then the Queen of Bantai seized Chana's skills and retrieved them, calmly asking her minister to observe. He saw the impossible and continued to bow, leaving his body behind. Behind him lay the heads of oxen, and embracing his own, he declared himself Maru's son, silencing Uli with a smile. Now the statues were lined up, each poised for action. He fell into the abyss once more, then confronted his opponent, declaring this the final round. Maru and Han faced off, each determined to give it their all. No. Then, instead of holding the stick, he bit down hard on Han's shoulder. Maru held firm, preventing Han's escape, while behind him, Chuna was shocked by his bite. Seeing him bite Han's shoulder, she was shocked. Something was strange, different from normal, even with the storm skill. Realizing this, she saw Han's eyes wide open as he bit into Maru's shoulder, sending Maru's mind into darkness. Where am I? Why did Han suddenly return to the dark space? Han appeared behind him, coldly warning, "You will regret this." Hearing that, he turned to look. Han smirked, warning that using the storm would be a mistake, boasting of his ability to take all powers in the world and revealing Maru's title as Emperor. Han collapsed, eyes wide, as the soft, dark cloud, the path to the human world, beckoned to deceive him forever. Thinking of that ghost-ridden place, Han said he wanted to return to that giant prison, the source of the plague. Han still pressed on his neck, unable to let go, his hands shaking as he screamed. Han pressed on his neck, his face turning red as the storm brewed. He looked at Maru's hands, shocked, then smiled, saying, "Don't be afraid." Han shouted that anyone with the power to take them would be stolen from, even if they didn't have it, and urged them to join hands against the dark cloud. The storm was coming, and he could no longer hold on to the people. Han smiled, free at last. Let's destroy this prison. Then the storm began to rise, and Han, seizing the moment, began to exploit the people. The ghost Han absorbed flashed before him, gnawing at the giant's maw as Maru's face twisted, mouths appearing on his body, tongues lolling. Writhing in pain, tears streaming down, Maru screamed in despair, clutching his hands tightly. Han's hands were so large. No, he was determined to hold on to Han, never letting him laugh again. Then, he planted his feet firmly on Han's face, Maru fighting back for his mind, screaming not to take advantage of people. He resolved to prevent Han from taking over the body, drawing closer with a dark intent, to devour his flesh and erase Han's existence. He pulled his mouth away, squeezing the mirror's face to keep Han's teeth. The world of sunlight had succeeded. A piece of skin was torn from Han's shoulder, his mouth nearly falling off. Maru sucked the flesh, then spat it out. Chenna rushed to his side, calling out to the exhausted Han Maru, whose eyes were now closed. Some worried for him, while others remained shrouded in dark smoke. Uli, meanwhile, watched everything in a daze. Gazing at the transformed Han Maru, he removed his clothes, lay down on the ground, and covered himself, collapsing as he shook his shirt. He leaned over him as everyone watched Uli's next move. The old man looked around, asking what was next, and was told that Han Maru had solved it. Looking at the motionless Hindu, he removed his shirt, the monk contemplating this special task. What should we do now? The monk looked at everyone as he stood. Long after nightfall, the Chinese court was illuminated, and inside everyone sat, adjusting their pants in front of the mirror. Someone opened the door, and the Hindu chief held them hostage. The monk refused to believe it, saying it couldn't be. He continued, finding it strange, but never expecting him to be a ghost. The old man nodded, noting the room's beauty, yet also its strange odor. At that moment, the monk looked at him and said, "The Hindu chief?" "No." He fell silent, ignoring her words. She continued, explaining that it was worth holding a meeting with the regional schools, but first they should talk to the Hindu chief. So she came here, unsure of what to do. The monk tried to calm down, knowing this announcement would cause a stir that the government wouldn't ignore, threatening to shake the entire organization to its core. The monk held out his hand, dismayed, searching for a solution. Hiding is out of the question. Panic is forbidden, and secrecy is paramount. Next to the old man, he turned, upset. He should clean the room. He was confused. No, this is the smell of a single man. The monk took the first step toward the Red Nation, returning to say they'd rest there for the night, and everyone followed. But the old man was furious, saying he never wanted to return. Suddenly, Achman called out to the UK monk, and she stopped in her tracks. He was silent for a long time, then said it was too much. The monk, appearing confident, declared to no longer be called monk. In the dark sky, the monk said he'd rather sleep in the guest room than with him, but then suddenly woke up and asked if he had slept. Uli is uneasy and doesn't want to continue, telling Maru to stop, but Maru reveals he met Uli's father, sending him into a daze. He immediately woke up, asking what was wrong. Frowning, he recounted everything, After being sucked into space, he was trapped in darkness and he couldn't be saved. Maru arrived clutching his feet and looked up to apologize, but Uli couldn't believe what he'd heard. The five-legged Buddha coldly urged him to watch his father turn his back on him. Maru told Uli that his parents missed him, recalling his father's time in darkness, and pleaded with him to forgive his father. Lost in thought, Maru wondered what to do next. But the demon's final words were cut short, his message continuing on, showing his capture and forcing Amti's search party to fight without him. But as the people reached their end, he laughed. Maru sweated, wondering if humanity could defeat a force 1,000 times stronger than a demon. His relentless words echo, beckoning him here. The demon who watched the armored man from afar has descended into the human world. And that person is none other than Suan. His face darkened as sunlight floods the house. In the meeting room, the demon was uneasy. The Indian chief is dead? What is this? Yang Yun calmly explained that they were stronger than ordinary demons, a revelation that stunned everyone. Then Yang Yun dropped the bomb. The Indian chief is dead, plunging the National Assembly's emergency meeting into chaos. Upon hearing this, the Indian chief was shocked, realizing the gravity of the situation. Migi Omsik, this is no time for tears. We must choose a new chief to deal with this, Chief of Staff Gang Wonjo declared, slamming the table. Chief of Staff Cheolajo and Zhongpyo are angry, saying that instead of choosing a new chief, they need to figure out how to report to the government. Han quickly retorted that they'd forgotten where their books came from, a secret that risked exposure. Neither side was willing to yield. The two sides argued about choosing a leader, their voices rising and falling, but neither would yield. Meanwhile, Yang Yun was lost in thought, realizing she couldn't control things without the Indian chief. She told a lie. If they knew the chief's secret, things would get even more complicated. Even Han Maru, who cut off her train of thought, sister. Yang Yun was shocked as Migi Omsik coldly told her not to call him sister. Facing his dark expression, she immediately retorted, telling him to call her the beloved minister. Suddenly, Migi Omsik slammed his fist on the table, demanding to know who ordered the chief's assassination. Meanwhile, in Maru's office, a bead of sweat trickled down his face, a bitter taste on his tongue. Mother. Jiwon-seo, buried under a mountain of paperwork, laments that they must finish the report quickly or risk more work as the enemy is coming, yet they're stuck fighting paper all day. As everyone suspected, she was furious, but the report still had to be finished. Maru thought, this is the life of a subordinate. He clicked the mouse on the line on the screen, then collapsed into his chair, exhausted. Why was this faster than kidnapping? Duax finished playing king, and everyone was exhausted, so it was time to go home. He announced loudly that it was time to go home. As time passed and night fell, the middle court was illuminated, and Uli and Yuzeok silently pushed Vali into the room. Daok happily declared that they would live here from now on, just in time for the fight, and Maru eagerly asked if he could participate. He turned his back on her, asking why she hated sharing the middle room with him. Seeing the clothes on the floor, Maru knelt, knowing the man would ask again. He waved his hand, saying, Seok, Uli, you'll share the middle room with the king. Go on. He glanced at Denshi, who stood frozen, mouth agape, and thought, crazy, you go live in that cage. This made Maru stand firm as a rock. The word cage stung Daok, and as the three hid, Zeok, shocked, bit his lip, muttering, me too. Maru, equally shocked, felt the tension rise as he clenched his fist, remembering the place, the hammer, the bag, and the words spoken, as well as Yuzok's face as he fell to the ground, laughing maniacally while Uli silently turned the bag around. Much later, as they carried their bags to their room, he dreaded sharing a space with that guy, watching Uli's every expression. Everyone put their bags down, and Jiwen remarked on Uli's energy as if he were arriving for work. Maru was suspicious, wondering where the Kankana Palace was as he looked at the woman on the roof balcony, letting the wind blow through her hair. Just then, he stepped out and asked, "What are you doing here?" She simply nodded in response. She sighed, just watching the wind, seeing her heart, and Maru sighed, saying, "You haven't seemed yourself lately." Chana simply nodded. "I killed the space ghost. I killed my family. Suddenly I felt lost and directionless, and she was sad." Maru could only respond with silence. Under the dark night, she confessed that she had reported it, but her family could never return home. Chana suddenly turned to face him. Then, with a gentle smile, she turned to Lan Khan and reassured her, saying not to worry, it was just a passing mood and Brother Han Maru was fine. Chana, with a cold gaze, realized she possessed the skills of the opposing team. A bitter smile crept across his face as he stammered, "Actually, I was trying to forget about it." Maru said helplessly that those with the other team's skills would eventually be taken away, prompting Uli to step forward and say not to worry. He shouts, vowing to fight until his opponent regains their senses. Maru is taken aback. He chimed in, saying there was one thing he was worried about: the basement on the 4th floor. Uli stared coldly out, recalling a secret room at the office a few days prior. Everyone looked to see, and Yang-eun explained that this was the ghost hidden by the space ghost, unknown even to the minister. Deokman turned, asking why it was hidden and who Han was. She glanced calmly, saying the space ghost hadn't told her anything. Looking at his weakness, Yang-eun touched the glass, recalling Han's words that stealing the ghost would lead to disappointment. This disappointed all three of them. Back in the present, Deokman looked outside and asked what they were doing. He was eager to convince them both, telling them not to stand there and to get inside. Soon after the city lights came on, Ji-won poured wine for everyone, enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. But then, a light appeared on the roof. Maru has awakened, and the specter stands atop the armor, letting the wind whip through his coat, his cold eyes observing all. He immediately put on his hat. It was time to investigate the gaping hole in the main court's house, stone dust and debris flying everywhere. The hole was so massive, it was visible against the dark night sky. The young man dropped his papers, trembling, frozen in place, as a massive shadow engulfed him. After all that talking, he was silent, his eyes dead as he beheld a 3-meter-tall figure. The team leader wore a mask, armor, and had terrifying eyes, but he didn't notice the faint light around his neck, like a necklace. With each stride of its long legs, the specter in the thick yellow coat moved with purpose, and all who saw it held their breath, fearing what might happen if it struck the wall. Why appear here? Of course, such a commotion drew the attention of the surveillance room. The entire computer system blared red alerts, announcing a ghost's appearance and hasty movement to the 51st floor. The staff trembled before their monitors as chaos erupted, their anxiety growing with each futile attempt to resist. Where is Yi Young, the current U.S. Secretary of State? At the National Intelligence Agency, where the dark sky shines like a rainbow and the nation's flag whips in the cold wind. In the air-conditioned room, Yi Young faced 3 political representatives. The director in the print had sacrificed himself. The Minister of Defense, sitting in the middle, looked grave, his voice betraying his anxiety about the situation. Yi Yang calmly responded that battle methods may change, relying on the skills of the Ministry of Defense. Her face remained cold as she stated the main problem. This was likely to cause great damage to the people, and a national book was needed. The defense minister disagreed, flatly refusing to add another book, preferring to handle it as they always had, while the Army Secretary General, in support, stressed the importance of secrecy, reminding them they weren't a nation at war. Yi Young-eun realized their attitude was shifting and inquired about the situation in other countries, but the head of intelligence warned against revealing too much to the EU director. The 3 of them thought so, and Yi Young-eun from the EU was furious, his face unreadable, a dark shadow in his heart. Dead, he couldn't let the staff know anything. But then the phone on the table rang. She rushed out, saying she had an emergency call. In the corridor, a surprised voice echoed, wondering what the emergency was. Upon hearing the dire news, Yi Young-eun was in disbelief. The security guard had appeared at the security office. The voice on the other end urgently reported, "We're moving to the emergency stairs on level 49. The Seoul security team prepared to deal with the guard, and 4 heroes appeared, but they could only see fear in each other's eyes. Gazing at the giant security guard amidst the swirling dust, one of them calmly asked, "Is that him?" He spoke, his green hair flowing like the wind as he moved toward the security guard, but then his head was gouged out, his hand still clutching a green light, dust falling below. As he ran back, the security guard's head tumbled down the stairs, catching the blonde off guard. Why was it so easy? A silent voice echoed. The blonde struggled to understand the scene before her. A blister on the stairs, and then green hair clutching her head, gouging out blood, pain flooding her vision. As the security guard drained her life force, she collapsed, her face contorted in agony, while the others watched in horrified shock as he sucked up her blood. The blue shirt's body was recreated, wrapped only in bandages, turning cold and lifeless, while the security guard remained unharmed, his body covered in crimson markings. Sensing danger, the blonde quickly summoned her fire spirit and aimed it at the entity, crying out in pain as she tried to stop it with all her might. But the flames did nothing to the bandaged figure. The pink shirt returned to its original body, now bleeding profusely. The bandage ghost, fueled by blood, grew stronger, its hands soaked in human blood, its eyes filled with malice. but retribution was coming. The other two were terrified, charging at the bandaged figure, who stared back with cold, bloodthirsty eyes, almost inhuman. The red sword mark on the bandaged ghost became a real sword, which she used to attack the others, its red light piercing through the green electric wires. The blonde woman looked lifeless. The bandaged ghost opened her eyes, let out a ferocious cry, and died as the sword pierced through her and the two holding her. Time seemed to stop as disbelief washed over them. Then, moments later, the sword's power exploded, leveling the entire court and shaking the very heavens. The people in the streets were stunned, wondering what had exploded and where. The power was so immense that other floors began to crumble, sending everyone fleeing as the blonde-haired figure tried to use their ability to reattach the severed bloodstains amidst the chaos. How much longer can she hold on? Sweat poured down her face, her eyes filled with terror as Director Yang Mao of the EU office arrived. On the way, the car speeds around as EU Yang-eun struggles to keep up with the dire situation. They needed the ghost, but it was like walking into a trap. Blood flowed in the office. She eyed the car, calculating their arrival at the office in about 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Yang-eun anxiously checked his phone, the number belonging to Deokman's ghost. In another location, Deokman's ghost silently listened to the phone call, then said, "I know, I'll go." The EOG asked, "Why, Captain? What's wrong?" Deokman's face was a mask of confusion, lost in shuddering thought before he forced himself to speak, ordering an attack on the EOG. Hanmaru raised his eyebrows in disbelief as Deokman urged him to join the EOG, using his space ability. Maru quickly stood and replied that he would try. He took a deep breath. Maru's eyes shone with a hazy color as yellow and purple energy swirled around him. A ghostly space ability, and a pool of purple blood appeared in the darkness, breaking into small lights. Before Maru's eyes, a bright silver line appeared in space, an image so complex he could barely comprehend it. Sweat poured down his face as he realized the sheer number of possible transfer points. Maru's bloodshot eyes shocked everyone present as his brothers continued to bleed. Luckily, Deokman didn't have time to react to the spectral power. Though blood flowed freely, Maru clasped his hands together, determined to try, and the room seemed to shift around him. EU Seok recognized the constant urgency. Why was he left behind? Before he could speak, everything shifted, and he stared at what lay before him. Suddenly, the whole group was transported to someone's house, and chaos erupted. EU Seos cried for help as the shift ended, and Deokman, along with the late team, could only offer apologetic smiles. Maru was drenched in sweat, blood still pouring from his nose as he initiated the space shift. This time, it was even worse, as the entire group landed right on the table of some gangsters. So the boss didn't understand the connection, or where these guys came from. No one could recognize them anymore, sighing continuously even as Maru's body became ghostly. "Hanmaru, what are you doing? Even a taxi couldn't get me here faster, and those guys in the pool are still shouting, 'Who are you? Do you want to die?'" Blood streaming down his face, Maru smiles through his tears. "Mom, what good are space skills?" Suddenly, a swarm of black cats appeared, circling around one of the two men. Then a single black cat emerged, eyes gleaming with tears and a fierce desire to attack, prompting the other man to command it to leave. NG spoke to Han, but Han didn't simply bow and leave. Han immediately advanced, sword in hand, and the two prepared to clash. The other was enraged by the scent of the false power skill, his fingers contorting. Maru challenged him to admit defeat, observing his own condition, and despite his worry, shouted, "I can't!" Maru raised his hand, his words growing in intensity as he announced, "I have a feeling." He surveyed the scene, guessing, "I'm starting to understand space a little more." Maru raised his hand, dazed but needing more time, and waved the purple phallus slightly. Back in the present, the transformation remains unchanged, and the three are still the same. Suddenly, a voice rings out, drawing their attention to the remaining people. Han slowly descended, offering forgiveness in exchange for a simple answer. "Where did you put them?" He raised his hand, gathering his power, and said, "Please, continue to repair the house." He used his false power skill to protect the other two. Han wielded his sharp sword, then used his power to hurl it away. He raised his sword, trying to withstand the terrible power, but then it vanished. Han was surprised, and with a hand behind his back, he calmly said, "Let's go." Han raised his sword, ready to fight, and threw his name forward, drenched in sweat and tension. Han shook his hand and said, "Not so fast." The names he cast appeared in the fire, right at his nose. He still tried to resist. He was tense, exhausted, and defeated when suddenly a name struck him in the chest. He was drenched in sweat, tense, and haunted by the same name. The fire raged on, even without visible flames. He turned and yelled, "No, not now." Everyone outside stared at him. She was surprised too, but looked into her eyes that spoke volumes. Looking down, she realized there was only one way, and brought forth the shining, false form. She placed it near her forehead, whispering, "I will give my life to you." Then the flame began to shine. Her eyes snapped open, filled with pain. "So what is happening?" Turning away, she clutched her stomach, finding only clothes where the child had been. How could this be? Her heart pounding, she realized the truth. He must be in front of the hall, she thought, and she needed to use her skill. He also reminded her that the house was collapsing, and she calmly lowered her hand. She looked down, stunned. Tears streamed from her eyes. She looked back. Wow. Maintaining her composure as she directed the fiery names toward them. She placed her hand on the name, ready to unleash the flames, and he was terrified. The names rushed towards them, and as he stumbled, the flames began to subside. He reached out, trying to shield them both, desperate to stop what was coming. He closed his eyes, thinking, "Why did I end up here?" Suddenly a voice echoed, "It's okay." He stared in disbelief. Maru stood before him, defying the very confessions he had sold. He stood hidden before them as those confessions began to shift. He was shocked, unable to believe his eyes, and said, "That's spatial magic." He whispered with interest, then said, "The one who wields the treasure's power." "Brother?" Maru was shocked, his eyes filled with hatred and confusion as he asked, "What are you talking about?" From the space gate, two figures emerged, as one declared, "I am the first." Maru unleashed his spatial powers, but a hand suddenly seized his. Diokman quickly stopped Maru, reminding him that according to the intel, he was indestructible and couldn't be killed. Diokman added that if his body breaks, the space breaks too, shocking Maru. Suddenly, part of Maru's arm vanished, causing him to scream in agony as he fled, clutching his shoulder where his arm had been. Diokman added that he would take blood to recover, then bled, saying he should have been told sooner. Diokman added that Han's body must not be taken out, while Maru, in pain, wondered how to kill Han now. Han still held his head high, looking at them.